upgraded a few stocks there today. We will look at, I mean, I like that ARM. I don't have it on the list, but that's a nice pullback. I mean, this is a name that is something that we know there's going to be a lot of interest in buying this name. We still obviously have SoftBank involved here. I don't know what percentage they are, but down 1.72 in a market that's up almost 1%. Seems a little bit strange to me as well, but ARM's now broken below the 50-period moving average. I believe this is going to be a short today, not a long. So we'll have to look for that. And, obviously a pump up to 155 would be really nice. That's not going to happen. So you're going to have to look at maybe a 150 fade for sure there on ARM. I think that's a great opportunity. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like that 150 short on ARM. So yeah, there's going to be, oh man, I don't even have Mara or ARM written on here. And now we just go 2 for 2, I think, with those ideas. So ARM and Mara getting rearmed today with some more ideas as we go. So working on the sticky note, stay tuned. It's out soon.
Going to the moon right now. Sharif and I were just discovering that there's 2 different lows on the market. Here is L with a huge gap this morning. This is insurance, energy, hospitality, packaging industries company. Beat on earnings. It's gapping up to here, 84 this morning. Beat on earnings across the board. They're also changing CEOs. So another one, not a lot of volume behind this, but LOEWS versus LOWS for L on the NYSE. Great looking daily chart there too.
Not bad at all. Actually breaking out through that $80 level. I can't show it to you right now, but yeah, that's a great breakout. 4.25% on the day.
Sure.
Should we do the future?
Yeah, let's get into the market here.
All right, we closed a smidge below that 5,500 level on Friday, 54.99 and change. We're above it right now. Let's see if we can use 5,500 as support. The overnight low takes us to 54.96. The overnight high right now is 55.34, but there's a key level of resistance here going back to the 22nd of July at 55.50. Let's see if we can break that.
If you haven't done so yet, go down to the description of this video right now. Grab the watch list. There's a link there. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then we send you everything you need to know. We do your homework for you every single morning and send it right to your inbox. Let's kick it off with Tesla this morning. Morgan Stanley adding Tesla shares to their top picks list. 1.6% right now to the upside. It's been choppy few days here. You got to go all the way back to the beginning of last week where we had the down move, and then we were kind of bouncing around at the bottom end of the range for Tesla. There's a lot of, 21 years ago, Tesla was incorporated.
Huh. Wow.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Neither would I.
Nothing significant in the way of news this morning, but nice move higher here today.
A whole bunch of reasons Morgan Stanley is listing here as a reason adding to the top picks. First and foremost, cost-cutting measures success. They're effectively cost-cutting and restructuring efforts significantly improved its financial position, so they're happy about that. Strong or better than expected Q2 results, lowered break-even point as a result of all the cost cuts, but really it has to do with reduced China exposure. Their percentage of revenue from China is actually dropping, looking to diversify elsewhere, and diversification beyond autos. We've seen storage capacity, we've seen other as well, Optimus as well, so they're looking really to diversify beyond cars.
Yeah, we heard a little bit more on the robots last week from Elon. Shout out to our friends at Benzinga. If you want 50% off as well, Benzinga Pro also down in the description. This is just one of those, if you invested $1,000 at $17, I just read, this thing came to market at what it would be worth today. I still haven't seen the number, but I'll grab it.
Not bad. I mean, there's a lot of names like that. You think about Tesla, NVIDIA. I mean, Apple, Alphabet, like a lot of these names, you had those opportunities. But as a day trade today, we said there'd be a lot of charts that look pretty much exactly like this, where you put in the same resistance on Thursday and Friday, and all of a sudden you're breaking out the top. That's why that ARM set, that's the only reason ARM set out for me. It's a little bit different. Like so many other things that are key are potentially breaking tops, like Microsoft 430, Tesla 226, NVIDIA as well. So I think you just kind of keep it simple. Like there's like, I call these like over-under levels. Well, if we're breaking out over, you want longs. If we're failing under, like on Friday would be the example of it. If at the open you fail under and consolidate under, look for early short. But if that doesn't happen, I think these are all pretty clean. breakout levels. The other thing going for Tesla, obviously, whoops, let's zoom out too far, is you've bounced off. You have the 50 and the 200 pretty much lined up. And on the pullback, we're trying to bounce off that, which was also prior resistance here at about 205. So you made the bounce, didn't get there, bounced off 210, and now you're consolidating back in here to the upside. I think that gets a little bit simple in terms of higher lows into a flat top. If the stock is bouncing off support, then you get that next break. I don't know that it fills in the entire gap. I think that's unlikely. If it does this week, I'd probably think above 250 is a short, but you cross that bridge when you get there. There was a note on Rivian this morning that I thought maybe it would do a little bit more juice. So I'm going to put this on the back burner. It was like the EU saying it was like the Volkswagen partnership was okay. I guess maybe they would have opposed it, but not really doing anything on Rivian. It's up 1%. But this name, if it gets to 17, like 1680 to 17, just on the off chance we get up there, this was a missed opportunity on Friday for a short chance. Right in the middle of the day. It was like right at noon, it just popped into this little double top here on Rivian, and you see a pretty defined range with the stock. So if Tesla goes running and the market goes running, I don't want to forget about Rivian up here just underneath 17. It's like a 1690. We'll put that one on the back burner. But yeah, Tesla looking like it's going to break out that 226 this morning.
All right, I'm just messaging a big player on our chat. It's Mr. Chef Joe, who gets the delivery of his Cybertruck later this week. So congratulations to Chef Joe for that one. I know he's been a big trader of this. And whether or not you've just started trading Tesla over the last year or two or three or the last 21 years, I'm not sure there's a stock that's printed more millionaires than Tesla. So congratulations to everybody who's basically made more money on Tesla than they could have ever even imagined. And again, thank you to Elon Musk for all that as well on this anniversary. So yeah, I didn't know that either. But yeah, like I mean, the amount of millionaires minted from this stock, just believing in the technology and believing in founders and things like that. What a great opportunity Tesla's been for many of us. So, okay, as we go, look, 1.54%, it's going to be today's number one trade idea. But the thing is, I'm not sure about dip buys because, I mean, anybody can see this level here, 219, 220. So I feel like that's going to be a level that everybody looks at. So I'll look at it as well. If it drops down into here, we got to buy Tesla, I think. But we'll judge it. Maybe a story comes out which gets it down here. I don't see why it falls. So if I don't see why it falls, then we have another trade that we have to take, and we always take the pre-market breaks. Not always, but on a name that we like, we should do that. So that's 224.25. So I do like that play to go long through Tesla. The play that I wrote down, though, today on the note was a break right here of this, whatever this level is. This is 228. 227.50. I mean, we got to get up there first, right? So, like, I don't know if it gets to that level, but if it does, this is a huge break for me to go long. You know, you're going to fill this gap, and that's the start of it. So the minute that happens, I think it absolutely rips. You probably get to 234, 232 on this kind of a break right here. So whatever this, again, I wrote down 228 off e-signal charts, so maybe there was some pre-market wicks up there. But yeah, 227.50, 227, something like that. That would be a great break. And then, like I said, you know, if you have to be looking here. I wasn't here all Friday, but I mean, come on. If we were here, that would have been a bang here, long. Then we would have gone long right there. Then we would have gone long right here, right? Then we would have gone long right here. So anyways, you know what I'm saying. It's not like they're huge wins, but they're definitely dollar clubs. I'm sure these trades were probably looked at on Friday, but at the top, it was 20.50. So you had like $1.50 worth of a range, pretty tight into the close. If we get a pullback, then we'll be here for Tesla. So let's get ready to rock and roll. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Tesla's your number one trade idea, and you can go find it right here on my account, which I have Elon Musk here. Wow, Google's has a search ban on President Donald Trump. Yeah, I thought we already knew that, so thank you for that one, Elon. And then there it is right here, Tesla. I realized I had to give my camera a little bit of a wipe there, a little foggy there. 228 breakout, but we will try to also play that pre-market break as well. So yeah, 224.50 for Tesla. Giddy up, Chef Joe.
Just hit 70K.
Boom.
cost?
Cost, like you as a user.
We're just talking about Waymo. That's very expensive.
Yes, it is.
$10 a mile in a Waymo? That seems like a lot.
$9.99, Brendo.
$9.99. 2.7% here, meanwhile, for, let's talk about crypto. 70,000 coming into play here potentially this morning for BTC. Once again, nice gap. 2 days in a row here to the upside. We're back to $40 almost for IBIT. You were just making an interesting point on some of these ETFs when it comes to the structure of them and how we're seeing the money move from one potentially to others and back and forth. But net inflows again last week.
Net inflows certainly for the BTC ETFs. I was telling Brendo off camera specifically about the outflows of GBTC from Grayscale going into a previously also exclusively crypto ETF, the Bitwise ETF. They're seeing net inflows while GBTC is seeing net outflows. So here's how it worked last week. BTC spot ETF saw about 535 million come in. BlackRock absolutely dominated most of that with the largest share of the net inflows. Obviously, separately, the Nashville conference over the weekend and Donald Trump making certain statements.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on not only Bitcoin, if we can get back up to or near these highs once again, but decent volume behind these moves this morning for the ETFs once again.
Yes, sir. And it was a brief moment that 70,000 did get taken. Trust me, it did. Just by a few ticks there. Now you're back to like 69.8. So there's still a chance that you could break that out. And we did mention maybe don't want to go to an hourly. Let's pop to the daily. Yes, the daily is sort of easier to see. You have these like lower highs on the daily, trying to break out the top. If it gets through, it's more like 7,600. Or maybe like the 3/4 mark, where you'd be breaking out of that little bit of a downward sloping highs on the chart for Bitcoin. That said, hey man, there's plenty to trade. Mara is going to report this week on Thursday, I want to say, along with Coinbase. Let me just double check. I want to make sure we get that right for, August 1st. So they're going to be on Thursday. Some resistance to support to resistance to breakout. So like Mara 23 is going to line up again. Because it was a great resistance trade until it was broken out just recently, and now you want to try to take this again. You're at 22.5, so if we keep trending to the upside, you're at that. Being at the $0.50, it does give you some other opportunities here. Like if we don't actually get there right away, you have Friday's high, which is at $22 right at the open. You could just dip into prior resistance at 22, and that would be another play. Then you have 21.5 is where we close. So I kind of like every $0.50 to look for a dip buy, but 23 has been the spot for a while here on Mara. Not to say that if it breaks 23, we're going to 24, but that was a pretty key close price there at 24 before it fell down into the 20 level. So Mara is going to be on my radar today. If you break that 70,000 top and hold it, you're going to want to have, unless you're trading Bitcoin itself, you're going to want to have one of these equities alongside. That's why I like Mara.
Look, man, I mean, we're going to be here with confidence on Mara here taking this 23 level. So we talked about it before. We missed it the last time. We hated ourselves for that. We didn't, but we missed that. And I didn't even think last time. I was like, oh, how far is this going to go up? We looked back and it was at $25. So you want to talk about a possible trade? I think Mara is that trade. We talked about it. It's now on the sticky note tweet that we put out as well. I also like, I was more kind of just, this is not like drawing at straws here, but this is definitely not as clean. Like there's nothing as clean as the Mara trade here. And I think we want to do things as simple as possible. But that little spike that happened, I guess 3 or 4 days ago into last week, was 255.40, 255.50, this kind of a level. So if you take 255, the thing about Coinbase is the spread is 50 to 60 cents anyways. So, you're going to have to give it a little bit of room. Obviously, if you break through 255, I don't think I want to put a market order in to grab that, but maybe just cross up 30 cents or something, cross the spread by half, and then see if we can go. But 255 break there on Coinbase is definitely something to look at for me. So I like the Coinbase. I like Mara. We have crypto rate down here, man. We talked about getting filled on some of our portfolio there for coins. So let me just go down here and have a quick little look for you guys. It's 9:12. We have tons and tons of time. All right, so let me refresh this because it says Bitcoin's at 63,000. So there it is, 69,000. We sold some Solana last night at 190. I mean, we just unstaked that. We're happy that 6% up for the week on that one. I saw Cardano was dancing around again, so not very good. 42 cents. It got up to 43 or 44. XRP, a big one. Ripple, there's a lot of traders in that, 61. So as we continue to go, you know, it seems like it's Bitcoin right now well outpacing Ethereum. Ethereum for the week down 4%, while BTC now just recently catching that new bid up 3%. So we'll see if Ethereum as a lagger catches up here. I would say this to me is the trade rather than this. So I would think that you know, like I said, I think you can still go long Bitcoin for sure. But if you're going to go long Bitcoin, you might as well go long Ethereum as well. I think Ethereum, you can get a little bit better of a return there just because it's been hit over the last week. And again, that's to sell the news, right? We did have the Ethereums come through. So, all right, it's big cap tech.
Yeah, a lot to digest for tech this week coming up. A lot of these going to report earnings today. It's notable, though, 0.5% here downside for Apple this morning. We're back to the bottom end of the range. They said they're going to delay, or there was rumors floating around this morning anyways, they're going to delay the expected fall launch of Apple Intelligence. Remember that we heard about earlier this year, no date given yet, but that seems to be one of the reasons anyways we're downside here so far for Apple.
Yeah, that's the look right now. They did get a price target upgrade, but this news headline overweighing that. So here's a look. iOS 18.1 and iPad iOS 18.1. These are going to be expected now in October as opposed to September. However, developers still getting access early, and that to me is the most important thing because you want to build up the apps for the launch. So keep an eye on that. Apparently, the report is suggesting that the delay is as a result of stability concerns, as well as additional development needed to perfect these. So we'll have to see exactly what it looks like in October.
And we are seeing the market following suit here, guys. Back to the downside for the NASDAQ now, just 0.6.
Yeah, so of the stocks that have that whole, hey, we're at the same highs from Friday and Thursday and we're breaking them out, Apple's kind of not doing that, like ARM. Gentle downward trend, lower highs. I wrote down like 221 on Apple, so maybe we get there, maybe we don't. I just feel like a little bit more bearish on this one, just given that, given the delay, the fact that it's weak relative to the market, it doesn't really have like a clean break level. You have multiple points of resistance in the last 2 days where you had decent sell-offs. Oh, just to keep in, just one other thing. So like 221's up here, but I'm going to keep an eye on all of those 130 levels from Friday. So if you remember on Friday, the market was sort of cruising along after that bounce, and then there was just that massive sell-off. And it was like an everything sell-off that just accelerated. If whatever you happened to be in ended up working, like if flukily in like an arm short at 150 because it was 150 and then the market just tanks. But Apple did the same thing at 219.5. I think that's the other place that I would look, like that 130 high on Apple and then 221. But I don't know if we get there. It's going to take a pretty big move up in the market in this catching some better wins. But I am bearish on the stock today. No, 230. No. 221.
220, okay.
221 and 219 half.
I was like, wow.
Are the two levels there on Apple. If we got to 230 today, we're all doing, well, I'm not doing any cartwheels because I wouldn't be physically capable of it, but we'd all do some cartwheels if we got to 230. Yeah. 221, 219 half. I'm looking short on Apple, just relatively weak compared to the rest of the market here.
I'm going to look at NVIDIA. So again, like we said, I think the number one stock, probably TQs. We've talked about that. Number two, I would say, is pretty clearly going to be NVIDIA. So I like the stock again, and I just think this 111 area, which we'll probably get to, we're going to test that bid. We'll wait. I mean, it could be 112. Could be a spot there too. I just think that with earnings this week, you're going to be hearing a lot of this name out of a lot of these mouths of Microsoft, of Apple, of everybody that's coming, Amazon. All these guys are going to be talking a heck of a lot about chips and deployment of capital. I like NVIDIA. So I think that there's a fireside chatter or whatever tonight with Zuckerberg and Jensen there. So I think it's funny you go one with the first name, one with the last name.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So I really like NVIDIA. I mean, I've gotten trouble sitting there catching falling knives, but you know what? For this one, I mean, this is a knife well worth being cut up for?
Caught.
Yeah, we're gonna go. We'll put a small amount of shares. We'll probably put like a quarter. I shouldn't say small amount of shares because we always say this here on the show. We all trade with completely different share sizes. So I'm going to say quarter of my position. And again, I've gotten some feedback on that, and I really appreciate all of that as well, guys. So I'm going to use about a quarter of my position down here at about 111 or so. We'll start the bidding, and that way, if it runs me over, then I can lose a couple dollars or whatever on it, and it wouldn't matter. Obviously, we won't let that happen. But the market is really pulling back. I mean, you want to talk about a complete, 180, 360. I mean, it's not really 360 yet, but, we were looking at a lot of longs when we had started to think about this. That was about an hour ago. And now, in the last hour, I mean, we've just given pretty much half back what we were up, 19,360 all the way down to 19,280. Right now, that's 80 handles without a green move, really. You had one try and then another try, everything getting faded. So, not great here as some of these names start to pull back in. So, feel like we will get some dip buy opportunities and maybe even in the next name.
I was just looking at this NAMS, NAMS, a couple people were mentioning. There was a positive data on one of their studies, little pharmaceutical name, NAMS. Flying around here right now. It's a $20 stock, so just a heads up on that. Let's talk about Palantir, new contract for them this morning. Was looking strong when I initially sat down this morning. We're kind of fading off here, but still holding on to 1.14% of a move here for Palantir.
Yeah, so they're collaborating with this company called Tree Energy Solutions, TES. Essentially what they work on is electric natural gas productions. Didn't even know that existed until I read this article. So the collaboration aims to leverage Palantir's AI system for the production of electric natural gas. I like it simply from the fact that it's not a government contract, it's commercial, which we know they're trying to expand into. About 30% of the revenue coming now from commercial.
Yeah, 3 days in a row here now, back upside, guys, after that big down day for PLTR.
Yeah. Again, one of the I think one of the better names you can get still on, good levels. I mean, some of these names, we're talking about major cap tech names, most of them are below the 50-period moving average or at least close to it. This really isn't. You're still about 15% higher than its 50-period moving average. Look what happens when it gets beat up. Right, as Brendan said, beat up. Thank you very much. Boom, boom, like that. This is, I feel like, 6 or 7 straight EBITDA profitable quarters will be added to the S&P 500 at some point. So I really like Palantir. That continues to work. So for me today, it's quite simple trading. Look. 27 right off the bat. If we're able to do that and it holds, great. I think we can get out of the way. I mean, the market's just starting to go to the downside. Palantir's well outpacing the market here, so I'm fine with going long, but I want to give it some room because we've seen Palantir off the open, and I guess it didn't really do too much on Friday when it went up and then back down, but there's been days that it's really, really aggressive, and then it can get going. So this just is Thursday, the last time I was here, nice dip down. It dipped down about 60 or 70 cents before it got going, right? I mean, I think that could be possible here. Dipping down 50, 60 cents, even more is a possibility. So I wrote down $26 as a possible area. And again, that's just looking at the 20-minute chart. Just thinking that if we came into here, 27, we would try it. If it broke 27, then you're down into here, 26, 26.50. That very far level is 26. I like, and I think this is more likely to hit, this 200 period break or so right here of $28 long. So was looking a lot better about a half hour ago when we or maybe more than that when we first thought about it. But there's 27.70. That's the pre-market high. If we take that, then we have VWAP protecting us. I think a 28 break with a 50-cent stop here where VWAP is or whatever it is at that time, I think that's well worth it. So I'm here for Palantir today. 28 break. We'll try that. Or we'll try a dip buy into 26. I mean, I think it's pretty simple stuff here. Palantir outpacing the market. Good news, upgrades. Foundry working. They're finally getting into some new customer bases, as Sharif just mentioned right there. So yeah, governments plus private sector. Let's go. I like Palantir. And lots, in my opinion, tailwinds here. Yeah,
and we get them next week on their report. So I don't know what day, but anyways, we get them next week. Certainly going to be an interesting one. Hopefully it moves a little bit more than it did on Friday, but I think the good thing about that Friday sideways action is on that 130 move that everything in the market came to the downside, if it's a strong stock, where did it bounce off that move? Like a lot of things, when they sold off, we kind of hung around down there. Palantir kind of got to 27 and then caught a bid. So that move in the market arrested essentially at 27 even. But I like the entire chop band. If it just goes into that band, it's 27 and a quarter into 27. So if it goes into that band where there was all kinds of accumulation on Friday, that's the spot I want to look to see it hold. If it doesn't hold that, maybe just play it by ear. I don't want to be fighting the stock. If it loses where the support was on Friday for the entirety of the afternoon, then I would want to get the you-know-what out of dodge of the longs and then just try to find something else. We have some things we like short. We'll see what happens. Mostly chip names, really actually ARM and Apple there. So we'll see if we get those. But if we lose that 27 on Palantir today, I'm probably going to sit it out. I just love the support that it had all afternoon on Friday.
Just double checking. Longeveron still seeing 23-ish% short side for LGVN. We'll touch on that. Here's Pinterest real quick. Had to move briefly up to 38.50 there. Apparently Pinterest teaming up with LinkedIn Teams for publishers to sell ads on Pinterest from LinkedIn, apparently. So just heads up on pins. There's Longeveron, though. If you zoom out, you got to go all the way back to the beginning of July. It had that crazy move up to 7 on a bit of a squeeze on some more positive data. And then we had another secondary day after that, same story. And then here we go again today. It's come back into $4, but trying to hold here for LGVN.
Yeah, we know this company is engaged in the alleviation or the cure of mild Alzheimer's. So here's a look today up, presenting positive 2A clinical trial data and a biomarker results at the Alzheimer's Association International Conference over the weekend, getting that nice bump up. We'll have to see if this one can continue, but it's been on our radar for a few weeks now.
Yeah, one of those ones that can get going if it wants to.
Yeah, it's kind of going, like the sideways action on Longeveron from the $4 level is pretty clear. When you pull up the daily chart, I think it's a little bit more obvious what needs to happen. It just keeps getting to $5 and either big break, rejection, or just the last couple of weeks, you can't seem to get past $5. So holding the breakout price would be key. That can actually get under $4 into like $3.50, where it would bounce off last week's resistance. But this needs to break $5. Longeveron breaks this 5, and then you can start to fly. So that's where my eyes are going to be. We don't have this we didn't have it on the rundown, but Alibaba, big gate overnight in Hong Kong, big day for them, over 5% to the upside. Jefferies with a positive note for them on Friday. And it's trying to break back out over this 50-period moving average. Plus, you have, kind of like this steep trend line that it's attempting to break in here. Unfortunately, it's back underneath key resistance at 78.5, which does set it up to potentially break this back out at the open. Actually, when I check in, it's a little closer to 78.60. So if BABA's getting back above 78.60, I like it for a long. The problem is when you gap up on Chinese ADRs, if they don't make that breakout, often we'll fill in that gap before it's any good. So BABA hasn't been on the radar for a little bit, but if it can get back above 78.6 at the open, I do like that into the long side. Longeveron, I don't know that that'll be a trade for me. And I also wanted to point out ON Semiconductors. ON now almost double digits to the upside after reporting, 9% up. Anybody, and I'm sure everybody can see on a daily, if this thing were to break out the 79 level, looking pretty powerful. And then the 200-period moving average would be a dip into 74. If there is a 3M today, this is looking like it could be the 3M. So if it starts just holding VWAP into that 79, I think this could be a nice little trend trade to the upside. Only big earnings name, really. Well, only earnings name outside of McDonald's this morning. Not big.
Yeah, McDonald's is hovering around zeros, I saw.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just logging in to risk here. All right, so here we go. Look, I mean, one short idea that we did have written down on here, now that the market starts to go down a little bit, I mean, I wanted to get to this, was going to be Disney. Again, I would think that this name has been pretty crushed ever since Nelson Peltz left, and we sort of lost that momentum there in the name. And then you had some strike talk and the theme parks and the overprice, and that a lot of consumers now are not, they're finding better choices. We've seen Lululemon get absolutely destroyed, like killed. Nike, Starbucks, some of these bigger names, some of the more expensive things right now. LVMH in life seem to go downside. And that is true of one of the most expensive things you could probably do, Disney. I mean, I don't know. But anyways, whether or not it's good value or not is up to you guys. But right there, $89. Looks like we might have found some sort of a base there. But after one day, you're right. The last word is right, Ramin. The right here, $89 right there at the bottom could be a play for sure for Disney. But I would rather fade the Deadpool. I just think that they had a great weekend. 200 million. I think it was over 400 million worldwide. It'll probably be $1 billion box, which is huge if it gets there. I would just play that momentum to the short side. So what I wrote down was 92. So I feel like something in and around here would be a decent area to start with. And it's where the 200 period moving average is. It's been a pretty big decline. For me, I am fading Deadpool and Disney today. I bit with a sell, which is interesting as we saw Bitcoin already starting to go and taking down and hovering around 70. Palantir's there with a buy. So those are some of the orders that we're looking at right here today. Palantir bid I have going. I have Mara breakthrough, if that can happen as well, breaking through $23. And we have some dip buys in Tesla, Nvidia, and a break in Tesla as well. But Tesla's going to break right now.
Already going.
It already broke, I believe.
Yeah,
so,
Microsoft broke.
Yeah, there goes Tesla. So my order does not fire off, and we are already dead right, but wrong timing here for Tesla. So we'll cancel that one and go over to Sharif.
We're talking about island gaps today on the second week of gaps. Check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Island gaps, I like it. You better do some accents too on the midday, Sharif. Keep it real. Like get a pina colada. Do whatever you need to do. Rum punch out there.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. So look, 225 on Tesla already starting to go. Microsoft broke out to the upside. Maybe we'll get a pop and fade in Apple after all the way the market is starting to move. Not a lot by way of imbalances. There was a buy imbalance on Palantir. It's still there for a couple 100,000 shares. But let's get this Monday started. We don't have the big earnings yet, but we got plenty moving around here. Adara, ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right, we're open and let you see what winds up happening right now. Welcome to the jungle, everybody. We're going to find out what this market wants to do exactly. Tesla is starting to go upside again, breaking through 225 and change. We will have to wait for a little bit of a pullback now. Maybe we get a pullback into 224, but it don't look like it. There it is. It is your trade idea number one, but you got to get it early, and that's a risky trade for sure. There goes Tesla up to 226. Try to play pullbacks into 224 for me now on Tesla.
Yeah, wow. Okay, Mara's starting to dip into the downside, so maybe we'll get a shot to dip and rip at that 22. Palantir still holding inside of the range as well. It's really Tesla that's going. Microsoft 430 is gone right back into the downside. So Microsoft breaks 430, now right back underneath that resistance. Mara's just trying to go. Yeah, maybe Mara's going to break out this top. Okay, Mara looks like it wants to go here. A little bit of a dip and rip situation on MARA. Hasn't there? Now it's breaking the highs. So Mara getting through the top. ARM nowhere near 150. So that was another name that we're looking for a short opportunity, and it's just not there yet. So we got to wait for it. The market's coming down, and I'm like, I liked Apple short, and we're not going to get a pop and fade on Apple. I liked ARM at 150, and it's at 146. There's Apple breaking the low of the day. So we liked Apple, but like $2 higher from where it is. The market's starting to tank. I'm going to have a look-see to see if I like an entry in ARM at all here. Maybe off the 147, 148 it looks like would be that top. Might be able to get a little something. Market looking weak. It's outside of Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. Tesla trying to go. We still have that 228. We're going to try it anyways, even though it's really off. Like it's ripping. I mean, I'd rather have much lower, but we got to take what we're going to be getting, and we're going to wait. I'm trying to buy some 225s if we ever dip into there. I don't think that's going to happen, but we can put another bid down there just in case. I have 224.50, 225 flat, but it looks like we will have to take our 227 break long on this name right there. Palantir's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Nvidia one. Okay, here it goes. So now we are into Tesla. Did that break? I guess it did. All right, we're long right now above, well, no, actually right at 220, right at 228. So let's go 228.50. Maybe we get something out if it does get back up there. But right now there's Tesla up to that big level and now just a slight little pullback. So we're in this name right now, TSLA. Let's see what winds up happening. VWAP is 226 or so.
Oh, wow. BABA did a huge dip and rip. So BABA wicked 78. It's back above that 78.6 level. Okay, this could be the one. Get back into VWAP, and we're going to be on the bid here of MAR. We wanted to be involved if it took out that 78.6 half. MAR is starting to pull back into VWAP, so looks like we'll get an opportunity to get this MARA dip, as that came right back into $22.50. So I like this Alibaba. Not many things were, I mean, obviously Tesla went, but not many things gave us the opportunities we wanted. I'll try to pick up VWAP here as it keeps climbing higher and higher on Alibaba, but we are into MARA off that 22.5. Wow, BABA's really going. So MARA, just a VWAP dip buy as we're heading toward that $23 level. First thing for me, and Apple's starting to head up. We'll be patient, look for that short off the top, but it's not there yet.
All right, guys, we're already, we're back right here. And I don't know, but here is going to be potentially your first dollar trade. I mean, we're in one trade right now. It is your number one trade right here. Man, it's good to be back. There it is right there. It is Tesla. And boom goes the dynamite right there for that number one idea on the day. It is now your first 90-cent club. Ooh, can't get going right now. We'll wait to see if we can get up to that dollar. Let's take something out at 88. Why not? We'll give a little Eric Lindros love right back in on that one and see if we can get a little bit higher there on Tesla. One more time. We'll get some, let's get some 60s out right there. All right, now we'll get up to the 88s and we'll just see if it continues to fly. I mean, yeah, you do the work. You know, you're a trader, you come in here and you put on some trades. And hopefully we're able to show you that we can get some winning trades on board right now. So there it is, right out. We just took some 60s there. We were waiting for 80s. It did go almost. Remember, we were like, oh, $1, 90 cents. Right there. Let me take something else out right now. As Tesla is having a little bit of a problem. I'll probably look back and be like, oh man, what have I done? What have I done? But right now we'll wait to see here what does happen with Tesla and NVIDIA. Moving to the upside there, I do want to get into some MARA. I'm going to wait to put on a position through 23 when that happens. And then right now, NVIDIA trying to take out this top as well. 115 we just went up to right there on NVIDIA. Sure, we liked a dip by opportunity, but this one also looks like it is potentially breaking. So yeah, man, on to the next, on to the next.
Yeah, on to the next. I thought that was going to be ARM 150, but still doesn't want to get there. Kind of biding my time with that stock, looking for the short. The market is trying to get back into the downside, but it's just not happening in terms of getting the level we want. So 23 doesn't break yet on MARA. It's bounced once off VWAP. It just got to 22.90. I'm going to get out in front of 23, look for the dip buy on VWAP. And then if it breaks 23, I actually have a stop order already to break long on MARA. That's not an offer. That's like a bid if it breaks the 23 even level. All right, Apple. I mean, it's trying to get to the pre-market high here. If we don't break it this time, I guess I'll look for the fade off of 217.60. So they're not the pre-market high. It's like the 830 area high. So like the lower high here on Apple. We like this one short. We like ARM short. It's going nowhere near the area that we wanted to grab that short for Apple. So we'll just have to play it off of 217.5. Almost just put evens.
All right, Tesla's starting to fall in a little bit here. We've been getting it out. I'm still waiting for 226.50. I mean, I thought, sorry, that's NVIDIA. Sorry about that. Hold on a second. Here it comes back in for Tesla. So we're still trying to see, 226.50. So I'm already on that bid. So hopefully but if it does fall in, we will be able to take that one out right there. So we just have one trade on, looking to do some more on something. Let's check out Palantir real quick. We want to say, oh yeah, Tesla. Let's go. I mean, we're waiting for 80s. Well, oh my, and there it is. You know what? We're back. We're back. And like I said, man, I mean, I was watching the show on Friday. Good trades on Friday, but there is our first dollar club right there for us on the day. It is your trade idea number one. We'll go one for one, and we'll put that one on the board so far there. We're out of half of our trade there for Tesla. And there it goes again. And there it goes, Neil. Now it's $1.50 right now. You know, Kathy, I told you I'm employed already. It's a nice one right there. We'll do that. We'll do the max little Lambo action as we come through, as we bring some excitement to the stream. It is a Monday morning. Wake up, America, Canada, Paris. What's up, Paris? Thanks for hosting those Olympics. It's been good. Sad to see that it rained on the opening ceremonies, but that was still fun to watch. Here we go. Boom. We'll take $1 right there because but we got to find another one for you. And I promise, stick with me and we will.
Yes, sir. Love that Tesla trade. Let's see if it can get to that 230 level. We have our first short of the day. The market's coming back up. We thought it's ARM or Apple. Apple's at pre-market high. ARM is at 149. So give it one more dollar, and then I'm going to be into the short. Got to be patient with it. Look for Apple. It just took out that pre-market high, so we'll just be cautious with it here. We like 219, maybe a little bit better. Let's see this one get a little bit more calmed down. All right, ARM. Here it comes.
Really? Okay.
We're at 149 even. Big wick to the upside. It actually just rejected a 149 break, but the spread's 30 pennies on ARM. All right, let's let this one calm down. We like this one for 150 because it was lower highs the whole way here compared to some of the other chip names. So not quite there yet on ARM. Let me just double check NVIDIA. NVIDIA hasn't broken to 117 yet either, so we got to be patient waiting for that key level on ARM and NVIDIA back into said upside. Not there yet, but we are screaming into that resistance any second now. I'm going to be all over ARM first, and NVIDIA breaks out, AMD 143 is now gone, but I had no breakout order set for AMD. So we'll have to pull back on a dip into VWAP for AMD. It looks like it's the first to go. I thought it might have been ARM or NVIDIA, but it looks like it's AMD. Adara?
Keep an eye on Planet Image International here. YIBO. This one is a small cap. We have a market cap for around $150 million. Floated for around 27.5 million shares. Not seeing any news on this one, but lots of social media attention. We're talking about multiple mentions on X within the last minute here. So YIBO on watch, up more than 100% right now, guys.
All right, with Mara tanking, let's put 2 on the board. Boom, boom, boom. Right there. Let's see what winds up happening. We're in Mara. We'll take this price down here at 222.28 as it falls back into the 200 period moving average. So we're not going to rest on this. I mean, I still think we can get higher. We will take a piece out here at 49, see if we can run 20 cents on this, right ahead of 50. So it's a good take so far there on MARA, and we'll go 2 for 2 with the ideas here trading today. So I don't know, man. Busy weekend, not busy weekend, trading, not trading, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever the day is, man. Stick with us here, and hopefully we'll be able to put on some good trades and some nice winners for you one more time. All right, come on, Mara, let's get going. All right, NVIDIA. We've already gotten out of now 2/3 of our Tesla. That just touched up there. We were getting some out up here. Look at this. Multiple outs here at 229. Our best out is 229.30 right there for Tesla. And we're just here to try to show you guys that, yeah, you can make money trading. So, you know, hopefully you're able to see that. All right, there's Mara. Let's go if we can get above 50. Come on, Mara. Let's get going now. Watching out for Bitcoin 69.4 or so. Maybe it can go. Palantir's trying, and back in comes Tesla right now. Oh man, we might just have to start taking some of this out so then I don't wind up doing something too stupid here and catching too many falling knives with Tesla. But there it goes, another 60 cents back upside there. Mara is having a problem down here right now. I'm going to stay in it. I have like I have like 10% of what I was going to take breaking through 230 or 23. So it's all good right here on Mara. But yeah, today's been another banger day. So let's just keep on going, guys. Take another piece out up here on Tesla, as there it is, man. 85-cent winner right there on Tesla, and still going higher. So, I mean, yeah, you know, we're here. We're having a good time. And let's see if we can keep that momentum going right now. And here we go. Let's go. Boom. There it is, Neil. We got a good one there on Mara. 20-cent little winner right there. Let's wait to see if we get that 23 going. But there it is, man. Deuces up today. 2 for 2. Dollar club with Tesla, and quite a decent trade here with Mara as well.
Yeah, Mara's still struggling at VWAP, though. So we'll see what happens with it. I'm into ARM, and Apple is starting to come into the upside. ARM did drop underneath VWAP pretty significant. Actually, no, sorry, just bounced off VWAP, not dropped underneath VWAP. Bounced off of VWAP, and now we're shorting it to the local high as it's starting to pull back, looking a little bit weak. I'll get to Rivian in a quick little second, and then AMD broke out without NVIDIA. So I like NVIDIA and AMD longs. I like ARM short today. So off of 143, I thought we'd see 117 on NVIDIA first. Instead, we're going to look for the dip buy off VWAP here in AMD at that 143. This one's breaking out in a big way. But if NVIDIA decides it wants to take out 117, I suppose that's in play. VWAP's down at 115 here on NVIDIA. Bullish on both of those while looking more bearish underneath 150 on ARM. So just be very, very careful with ARM. Both these names, NVIDIA and AMD, usually relatively strong, but ARM not really breaking those highs. Okay, it looks like NVIDIA is going to get to VWAP before AMD does. I'm on the bid 143, but it's not filling on AMD. So we're going to pivot from there to see if we actually get a bounce on NVIDIA. If we break down, I probably add to an ARM short. If we start bouncing, looking NVIDIA longs right here at 115. Apple, $1 away from the 219.5. We got to be patient waiting for that. ARM's back and forth, 10, 15 cents in or out of the money, but VWAP 115 looking like it's coming in here. Bit of a bounce already. Shy. We're going to nibble in on NVIDIA.
All right, we are nibbling out right now of these trades as we tweeted out right here. So now we only have a fifth left of Tesla. So, I mean, look at that printer that we just got, 229.70 or whatever that was. Right there, that's 229, 229.50. And I just wanted to say, like, we stick our neck out. Like, Tesla was down at 222 when I wrote down a 228 break. You know, so, I mean, even though it moves up $6 there, we're still able to put it on and make that big trade. So it just goes to show you, like, you know, you got to have some of that confidence there to be able to put on a trade, especially when it goes $4, $5, $6 straight to the upside, and you still put on and you still bank, right? So, I mean, that's a good one. We got out of a third of Mara right now as well. So I really loved, I mean, I added ARM. It's so silly. Oh no, this is running against right now. I added ARM up here. I like the 150 short. So, you know, we'll probably look at that if and when it gets up there. But, you know, what we're busy doing right now is doing some of this. And Adara's at the desk with some of that.
A couple of names to keep an eye on here, including McDonald's, MCD, this one at highs of days, almost at this 259 level as we have its conference call going on. Apparently, the $5 meal deal is doing very well. CFO saying that they're expecting to raise prices less this year. So MCD, I guess, seeing some positive trader reaction to that. Also worth noting here, GM on watch. This just circulating here, a Form 4 filing showing that its CFO, Paul Jacobson, has purchased just over $1 million worth of the company's shares, $1.1 million worth of GM shares here. Keep an eye on those names, guys.
1.1 million. Well, we'll keep an eye on GM, but probably not. So breaking through the high, NVIDIA right at 150 is going to be ARM. So we did grab some NVIDIA long. ARM is right on the line. It broke it on Friday in the afternoon by about 35 cents. So 150, it's like 36 or 37 up top there. If it breaks 40, we're going to have to jump out of it. NVIDIA, we might get a dip buy off VWAP one more time here, but here it goes. Just going to get that stop in. Want to make sure we have it in. NVIDIA, we might get another dip off VWAP. It just went 15s all the way into 160. I didn't get the evens. It only printed the $0.50. So ARM short, NVIDIA long, at least temporarily, and here comes Apple screaming into those highs.
Let's go.
I feel like that one's going to get there. We like Palantir for a long, but
yes, we do.
That just hasn't really come in to the dip level. Going to have to join somewhere else. It's just hanging out at VWAP while the market is screaming to the tops. I don't know if we have the level right for Palantir. It's kind of diddling in the middle. Might have to be on the back burner for this one. So ARM's at the kill point at that one. Actually, it's back down to 149.30, so it might be coming down a bit.
Yeah, let's go, guys. Bang, bang, bang. The Sticky Note Nation is in the building again. There's your 150 ARM trade. And guess what? It's about to be, and there it is, Neil. It is your second Dollar Club winner of the day. Tesla Dollar Club winner, ARM Dollar Club winner right now. And again, off that 150 level. You know, so there it goes. I mean, this is what trading's about, guys. Stick with your guns, stick with the trades, put them on when you see them. There goes ARM to the downside, and it is, again, that dollar winner. So, I mean, I don't like, again, you guys got to be very, very specific with how you're trading this. I saw Neil hopped out of Mara there. We took a little more, so we'll wait to see here on Mara. It still didn't do what we thought it would, and we shouldn't even really be in this because it didn't take out our levels, but we thought we'd get a little jiggy with it right here as we we get excited again because down goes ARM. It just put the lower offer right there into 24, making our net look a little bit better. And there goes Tesla, still to the upside. Man, oh man, today is once again another good day. Shout out to my guy Brankles over there as well, as we're putting some damage on the board. Man, me and Brankles doing some things right now. ARM, nice move to the downside. Tesla, nice move. Tesla, oh no, Neil. We are now $1.50 in the money, Neil, as Tesla goes up, taking out, watch out for this 230. I know we like that level. And by the way, here it comes. There it goes right there. Ciao, Tesla. See you later. We'll be joining you in those Cybertrucks. My guy over there, Chef Joe, right now putting it on. And there it goes. $2 in the money for Tesla. Uno for ARM. Mara goes back to the upside. Neil, it'll be 3 for 3, my guy. And we are starting to put on right now for the viewers. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're back in the building. If you don't like this excitement, flip-o channel, because right now we're not going anywhere. I promise you that. And there it is, man. Boom goes the dynamite right there. It's a big one right now. Fire off the hot dog cannons, and now we can just chill out. What's up, Adam DeLuz?
Love the join on the ARM side. It was sick on Friday. It's sick again today. The market just wicked the high. Looks like we're trying to break out again. We'll get to NVIDIA in a quick second, but there was a fail off 219 on Apple. So quickly, my stop is not high of the day here. It didn't get to that Friday top. So it broke 219, failed at 219 quarter. I went short underneath the 19. I'm giving it to the 219 just above that level, and then we're going to be out. So ARM is heading back into the downside. That's going to mean NVIDIA probably retesting VWAP in here. So, obviously if the stock's working, you're not as concerned with that one as you are going to be about the one that's starting to come back in for reload. So VWAP here in NVIDIA is exactly at $115. If we're able to reload off 115, that's going to be the go spot for me. Palantir haven't really made the adjustment just yet. Don't like any levels. I feel like it's going to be the chip names off VWAP if we can get them as the market wick the high and then starts to come back in. ARM 150, it's now chilling at $148. I think we want to be ensuring that VWAP doesn't bounce here. If we bounce off VWAP, we wait for the high again. Otherwise, let's look for that 146 down at the bottom. So quick little scalp trade on Apple. If it breaks out, then we got to get out of this trade. So it didn't quite get to Friday's high, but quick little scalp, 219 into 218 half on AAPL, and we'll go on to the next, which looks like an NVIDIA bounce off of VWAP, but it's not seeming like it wants to get all the way down here. Might just go off the 115 and a half again, but I'm being patient because the market just wicked the high.
All right, guys, so here it is right here. I mean, patience is so key, as we're 250 in the money now on ARM. And like Neil mentioned, man, glad to have everybody try to join us here on ARM. So we put this note out an hour ago, fade ARM at 150. So it's like these are the trades that you want to wait for and put them on. Like this is trading, and hopefully you guys are able to see some of that. And it's just just trying to show you that we talk about it, right? That you got to play the percentages. This is a super tough game. It's like 3 or 4% maybe succeed at day trading, and we're just here to show you that. I mean, that's why I'm telling you 3 for 3 and showing you guys these trades. I mean, these are trades that, look at Mara. There it is. Whether or not you're trading a crypto name, a $20 name, whether or not you're trading a $200 name, $250 with Tesla right there, whether or not you're trading a little baby play like ARM right there. Again, have confidence in your plays. You make the play, you shoot your shot, and right there, ARM now a huge stock, P&L wise. Take your shot on the stock. Have faith in what you're doing and just simply put on. And that's what you have to do. And I'm hoping we're able to show you that is what we're doing here live on Trader TV. So all right, we'll have some fun here the rest of the day. We just get out some more Tesla there. Like what exactly is happening? Oh, more Mara just came out there at 40s. Wow. So there's one trade Mara. Our ARM kind of speaks for itself there. We talked about that. And not only that, every single one of these ideas is listed specifically here on the best free resource that we have, watchlist. It's a new thing. It's watchlist.beehives or something. We can get that up there. Grab the watch list and make sure you also check out the sticky note up Link is also in description. Thank you for that. That's like what my kid would say. Dad, the link's in description. All right, what's up to Adara over there at the desk? Thank you, Ramin.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
We like free, definitely. Shout out to you, Adara. Haven't heard anything just yet news-wise, but you don't need anything for news in the first half an hour of the day. NVIDIA is attempting to bounce off VWAP as we speak. So there's 115. Kind of dipped underneath to like 85 or 83 cents, something like that. Picked it back up on the way up. Going to look for this 116 to hold. The problem with NVIDIA up top is same resistance 3 days in a row. Just underneath the 117, 116.60, 116.30, now again here at the 116 level. So just going to have to respect, not the weakness, but obviously there's sellers there. It is what it is. And if sellers come into 116 again, we jump out, look for a breakout off the top on NVDA, and then just play the trend. And that's what we've seen. Can't seem to get to VWAP on Apple, although we did dip under 219, bounce off 218. So Apple's starting to pick up a bit. It was weak earlier. Now it's not getting into VWAP. That's a bit of a strong sign. On that market pullback, when we dipped underneath that previous high on the NASDAQ, you saw Apple put in a higher low, looking pretty relatively strong. From weak to somewhat strong, Apple is looking. So I want to make sure we take some profit on this. The first short to the pre-market high or resistance didn't work. Then we got the 219 fail. I want to make sure we're ringing the register on that one and moving on to the next. ARM, I liked 146 as a target zone for ARM. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there if the market runs the highs. And as far as looking for a re-entry, if we don't get a 150, this could be like a VWAP short. But I'm not there just yet. Not with the market trying to press through the top. I think with the market trying to press, you want to wait for the right level, which is that 150 level on ARM. It was the same thing on Friday when we had that market drop at 130, right at 150. And careful on that small cap. I know a lot of people are looking at YIBO or YIBO, whatever you guys want to call it. That had one halt, and now it's threatening to lose the halt price. If it breaks $6, this one could get a little bit nasty. What goes up can also come down rapidly.
All right, we're just going to exit out right now. We'll just, we'll say awesome, but not huge. I mean, it'd be another winning stock. With Bitcoin looking like it may want to break this 69 right now, back down to the downside here off of 70. So I'll just get out of Mara. We've already took this profit. It's going to be a profitable name. I just took an offer there at 25s off of a long at 20s, like there was nothing. Our best outs here were 38s and 40s here off of the 200 period moving average, and it looks like maybe we should have exactly held that again. I'm sitting on the bid here of ARM. It just missed us again. We were right down here at 147.20. ARM's a great trade so far today, but we only have 3 trades on, so we will continue to look elsewhere, see if we can find some more value somewhere else here to trade. But again, I'm trying to stay very, very specific with what we're doing because it's working here. So we're going to stick with it. So Disney right now, we did like the short up there near 92, so I think we might as well wait for that. It is positive stock today, up 1.25%, as we did have some nice flow through there on Deadpool 2, making over 400 million globally, 200 million domestically, so that's good. I think that they'll probably like that. So it's a nice move up there for Disney today. I still wanted to fade 92, but again, got to get there. I don't know if what that wick's all about. I don't think that actually happened, but $92
I'm gonna guess.
Coming through there. Yeah, well, definitely not since open. So if it was in the pre-market, then obviously we do not care too much about that one. We wanted to also look at Coinbase, that 255 level. I mean, how key was that 255? I was like, I don't know too much about this 255 level, if I like it or not. And then boom, it is pretty much to the penny, the high of the day there. But we were looking long, so we're not going to be like, oh my God, that was such a good one there. Mara has come back up. So that kind of sucks that we lost faith there in you, crypto. My bad on that one. We'll try to do better next time for you. But right now, come on. We need ARM to get down. Just one more push to the downside for ARM, and we'll put $3 in our pocket. So So far, so good here. ARM, Mara, and Tesla. It's those three stocks, and it's a big day. So just three names, just three trades, real simple, real clean, and not much else, right? The ARM 150, like we said, glad that Neil mentioned it because we threw it right there on the sticky note and was like, oh, hell yeah, we like ARM. We like the relative weakness today. That's perfect. We're looking for some short ideas. So we put ARM in our pipe and smoke it. And then the last one here, we only have like 5% left of Tesla. So we just took a last piece out right here at $229.60 or whatever for, again, a sticky note, $2 winner. So far, so good here. And we're at the highest spot we've been at all day and looking for another little push down in ARM and maybe some NVIDIA. I don't know what else you guys want me to look at. I won't be looking at any of those little stocks. But Nike, maybe we can look at. I do like that Disney. Let's see if Tesla can get through 230 and maybe we can grab some more.
Yeah, Nike. I'll get to Nike because we had a theory about Nike, Obi and I forgot to check back in on it this morning. But I think it's more of a middle of the Olympics kind of thing. If it isn't breaking out on Olympics hype, I think it's going to be a heck of a short if it breaks that local bottom. They get $71. NVIDIA just tapped 115 and then just ran again. We missed that little bit of a dip buy, was looking for the reload actually on Apple and did not get this wick. I'm going to let this get back to the 219. There was a seller there a minute ago. If there's no seller, jump out when it breaks, if it breaks. If the selling still right there, try to jump back into the short, maybe get some VWAP action there on Apple. So Apple, NVIDIA 115, ARM is still sitting at VWAP 148, not much doing on that one. So those are the three things that I like. With the market breaking those highs, you got to be careful reloading something at the high of the day for the short side of the trade. Bit of a slippery slope there as you're obviously trending to the upside on Apple. We'll take the profit at 218 if we can get it, but eyeballs on this 219 level, see if selling will come right back into it. Just want to be on the back end of the trade. Allow it to go up, wick the top, and then add to the short, as opposed to just sitting on the offer and getting run over. Let's go over to the desk. It's 10 o'clock already. What's happening now?
Both this S&P 500 and NASDAQ here positive to kick off what's sure to be a pretty exciting week. We have earnings from 4 of the Mag 7 companies. We have the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. We also have some jobs data on watch. JOLTS job openings tomorrow on Tuesday, and then on Friday, we'll get the non-farm payrolls data. So sure to be a very exciting week, especially in those earnings and economic data related spaces. In terms of earnings, we have McDonald's here to the upside, up almost 3%. Their earnings themselves actually were a miss across the board for earnings per share and sales, though the call, we did have the CEO emphasizing on the call that their $5 meal deals did better than expected. So interesting potential lack of cost raising also hinted here during this call, MCD here. We also have ON Semiconductors, another earnings name, this one all near high of days here. ON beating across the board for earnings per share and sales and guiding Q3 revenue and earnings per share largely above estimates. Last but not least, we have Alibaba, Chinese ADR on watch here. This one up 3%. During the U.S. session on Friday, circulating this note here from traders, Jefferies maintaining a $116 price target and buy rating due to some service fee increases. This actually also impacted the stock during its Hong Kong session, trading extremely well. So BABA looking to run again here, guys.
Righty.
Yeah, both Baba and Palantir having oddly inside kind of days. We thought they'd move a little bit more than they are. But that's okay. Like if it's not moving the way you want, you just move on to something else or look for something else or a better opportunity. All right, Apple not showing the same signs of weakness at that 219 level just yet. NVIDIA is pressing toward the high. The NASDAQ just took out the high of the day.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to get a top end break. Remember, NVIDIA 117 is still going to be in play for a breakout. But eyes are on the Apple because that's the thing that we have short. Well, I mean, ARM's not at the high. If you're short something, you care about it if it's pressing resistance. All right, here we go. 219 just wicked the top, got to 219.10, and then came back in, so added at 92. If it breaks 10, we jump out, looking for a VWAP retracement here on Apple. We get to the $0.50, going to make sure we take some profit. Market wants to go higher, then that's what we're going to do. NVIDIA bouncing off the 115 again. Unless it breaks the high, it's VWAP 115 to 116 is going to be the play. Overhead resistance is still chilling out here on NVIDIA at that 117 level. So we'll rinse and repeat as many times as we can into a potential break of the highs.
All right, guys. You know, other than, I mean, our number one trade here today was Tesla going long at 228. Is now $4 now in the money. So it's one for Neil, one for Adara, and two for me. Right there, nice little trade there, and one for Patrick, of course. In the background there is Tesla right now taking out 232. So yeah, that's going to be a good trade, it looks like. So far the trades that we've put on for you right now today, we've got NVIDIA 30, 40 cents now in the money on that name. Let's see if that one will continue to work. Of course, we're talking about NVIDIA looking to get longer on that. We have ARM that we put on for you as well. That was at $1.250 in the money. We're going to wait for another one. We're out of half only out of half of ARM. Okay. And then Mara, which I feel like we did good on. Well, I know we did good, I can see, but it's just, you know, I wish we could have done a little bit more on this name, but it didn't go for us. We were waiting for a 23 break. So that didn't happen. We played the dip, and we got it again for you right now here today. So again, hopefully you're really enjoying the show. Make sure you do hit that like. And see, there it goes, Mara, right? So again, to the downside, we were able to get out of it. So, you know, take advantage of that. We noticed that it was weak. We talked about Bitcoin not holding 69, looking to hold 69. Now we get the breakthrough. So there it is, man. Have sort of that. It's not the ability, it's just make sure you're looking at stock when you're trading. And I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but you know, if it's not moving the way you think it should, look to see why. Why am I long Mara? Because I thought we had a nice little crypto break through 70 today. That completely rejected. So when that happens, are we still up on Mara? Yes, because we were able to have that ability and pivot. This is what traders do, pivot. You know, you can't just sit there in the same trade and let it bleed against you and have this. Have some ideas that wind up working. If we were to get out of our trades right now, obviously we'd be at our highest spot. I mean, look at Tesla. Market coming in, Tesla going higher. Trade the right names. Okay, we are reloaded a little bit here on NVIDIA. Not sure if this is the right name or not at this level, but I know we like it down there at 115. So let's see if NVIDIA can put us back into the winning circle one more time here as, let's see if, okay, we'll take a 65. We'll take 15 cents right there on NVIDIA. And now let's see if we can even get higher on this name and put this one back on the board again. Wow, what a good opportunity one more time to sit down here and trade today. Every single day, the bangers are here, man. The market does not rest. Like, you just got to find the right names and you can make the money. So there it goes. So far, so good, man. ARM, Mara, NVIDIA, and Tesla. Neil, we'll go 4 for 4.
Yeah, it'll be 3 for 4 over here, but we'll see what happens with Apple. Apple catching a bid at this $0.50. It's now holding a trend. I'll draw a trend line in a quick little second, but it's holding highs here on Apple. Like 219, higher lows, I should say, into the same flat top at 219 even. I think it's a potential breakout on Apple. That's just my read. There was the same buying that I saw at the quarters. I'm seeing on the $0.50 level on AAPL. NVIDIA in that 115 looking pretty good. The only caution for me on NVIDIA would be like, you know what? No, it's actually not that bad. Because actually you're finding bids now above the 115.5, a little bit better than you were before. And I wanted to get to AMD. The only chip name that I planned on looking at today that we haven't.
There it is.
AMD is now failing VWAP. So AMD, NVIDIA, one holding VWAP, one not holding VWAP. You guys can see the difference. I'm not going to look immediately short, but if we continue to fail underneath this top on the NASDAQ, I think AMD is going to end up on the other side of the list because 143 was that breakout level. It was this resistance from last week, and now you're breaking back under it. So I'm adding this to the list of names I'd look for VWAP shorts with this market just sort of diddling around here. ARM threatened the 150. I think it has a chance if we break down 146. ARM has a huge gap fill. Yes. Remember, just the only thing in the back of my mind is if we break 146, the utter nonsense that happened on Thursday between 142 and 144. There was a whale buyer at that price. So if it gets to 144 and someone steps up on the bid big, I'm just going to trust it could be the same person. It was a massive reversal on ARM. Kind of had never seen anything like that, at least in terms of the the size that someone was throwing around on that bid. So ARM working, but if we break 146, I have a target down at 144. That would be the best we'd take.
All right, guys. Yeah, look, ARM right now, I mean, wow. Neil just mentioned it. It's now $3 in the money. We have two. So we have a $3 winner on board right now and a $4 winner on board right now, and NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we've already taken some profit, but it is falling in right now with this market. So we may have to sort of change some of our thinking here as we come back in nicely. That low right here on NVIDIA. So it looks like, hey, look, man, there is some, aspect of us being human at some point here as NVIDIA falls back in right now and trying to go lower. So, yeah, we will, looks like, maybe go 3 for 4. But I'm not giving up on NVIDIA. I actually meant to buy some there. We'll have to punch in a little bit to 99s there, or 98s. Let's see if we can get this dip buy. I want to hold it to about 114.50 right now. If we're going to be wrong on it, let's be wrong. We don't have, well, again, I shouldn't say that. We have about a third or so, again, of the shares that we are willing to take right now on this, but I'm just going to put a stop at 114.49. If we break lower than that, then let's get out of here. I might have just jinxed it by saying we had a loser on board. We're out of the money here by 20 cents right now on NVIDIA. So if this can climb back up, then I apologize. We will not have a loser on board. But guess what? Right now, there it goes, man. It is your sticky note trade too. ARM right there at 150. I'm glad Neil has this. That's nice. We have NVIDIA. We've got ARM. We've got Tesla right now. And man, oh man, today is just another one of those good days as we continue to sort of stack up. We said how tough of a month July's been. We seem to be having our best month this month. We've changed how we're trading. And again, I don't know if it's, I'll have to look. It might be my best month of the year, but could maybe not. But it's definitely the best month recently. So we're really happy with that, and it's glad to have some volatility back here on earnings. And there goes ARM. We still have a couple tranches left before we get out. But what else goes up must come down. But right now, Tesla is not even pulling back. It's again your sticky note trade of the day. Now, Patrick and Neil, $5 now in the money on that Tesla trade.
226, 228. Was 228 or 226? 28, right?
228. Yeah, it's
228.
great. Like I thought it was going to get to there, but and then when we put it, Neil, the thing about this is, and I know you do a little recap as well. You have your notes. Look, what we wrote down on this one, and it was pretty simple. Sometimes we just got to hold it a little bit more. Look, Tesla will be infinitely P&L number one, right? We talked about that. Breakout here and look for more to upgrade. And if we break it early, then it can really fly. So no lie. And you know this, Tesla traders today, be ballin'. Great move up, 6% right there. We talked about it flying upside. There it is. It's going to be your number one NASDAQ name, probably percentage-wise, and the number one trade for me.
Well, if ON's on the NASDAQ.
If ON, on semi.
Okay, there goes.
Here we go. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's get going.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll get to ON in a second, but NVIDIA just lost the support that I was out in front of. 114.80. I had 93s. We just lost that support level. Here, I'm going to quickly pivot to ON because it's holding VWAP really, really well on the way up. They reported now 12% to the upside. 79 is a monster level here on 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 the daily chart. So if we can hold above, maybe break out the top, that is a huge level here on ON. Maybe the strong name as the market's really starting to bleed back into the downside. So I don't want to be fighting it. We only had two things that we liked short. It was Apple, it was AMD. Apple's flat on the session, now pulling back into VWAP. Sorry, it was ARM and Apple. AMD we're going to add to the list. I'm not even sure if we can get it at this point. So Apple at VWAP. If it breaks down, I'll look shorts underneath. And then AMD, like 2 minutes ago, we're like, AMD losing 143 is a short back into VWAP. If you can get it, we're not going to grab that trade. So ARM, about $3 in the money. I think we can get down to 144. 144 is that monster level. As I said, NVIDIA just not willing to fight it down here. Like we had a couple of dip buy opportunities, but it's fallen underneath resistance right here at 116.5, 117. So unless you're getting back above VWAP, I'd rather be long something a little bit stronger than NVIDIA, unless we're back above that VWAP. Palantir is kind of a nothing burger. And I wish we had identified this on Friday, the way that 3M went. But if ARM is the strong stock, or ON is the strong stock, then this is the one we want to be on with the market starting to come down like this. So you see a little bit of market weakness, wasn't willing to pivot away from the shorts that were working into something that was a good long. I think today, as long as I see this pattern on ON, dip into VWAP, as long as it holds, that's about 77, 75 or so. If it can bounce off this one more time, I think join this trend. I'm not really seeing anything else that looks strong. As we said, NVIDIA, I got out of NVIDIA just now, thankfully, because NVIDIA now 114.5, as that's continuing to bleed into the downside. So we're going to hang on to ARM to 144. The only reason I like 144 is I sort of went over this. If you break yesterday's high or Friday's low, it was just a lot of buying and a big support level at the 144 even. So we get down to there, I'm going to be taking it out. Ooh, Randy with the reload.
Yes, thank you, Randy.
Yeah, we're going to need that coffee. Stat. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know. It's just a thing people say.
Randy,
I don't even know what that stands for. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. They just say it on TV.
do doctors know what that stands for?
They
All right.
better know.
Do they? I don't know where the origin of that is from, actually, to be honest with you.
They say it on ER, that's all.
They say it on the air. Yeah, Tesla, Randy, the number one trade. We got the sticky note trade right there of the day. And we wrote down Tesla breaking 228. So we actually wrote that down when it was at 222. So we talk about having confidence, being able to read the charts, so on and so forth. So that's, I mean, for me, that was a good one. We're still holding a little piece. We didn't get out at the very top. But we do come back and have to say that, hey, man, sometimes this happens. And we will put on a L. There it is, NVIDIA. We reloaded it. It came back up. We got some out there at VWAP, but now it loses it with the market. We are losing it. Oh, no, Neil. We are now $5 in the...
That's a brisket trade.
Yeah. That might be what that is.
Funny how there's only brisket trades when we don't eat brisket.
Yep, there it is. Is it? Yeah. Well, there's only a couple brisket trades, that we put on. This is a brisket trade right here. Neil's got this one on. We've got this one on, and here comes another one with Tesla. So we'll have a look at that, Randy, and look at some brisket possibilities here today. Again, 145.50. Again, like if I just kind of follow what we're doing on here, NVIDIA, I liked it. It got pushed back to VWAP, so I don't have any problem with that. It wasn't going to get to 111. Well, it might, but I don't think it will. 115, I don't think it will. Right there, we'll look at Palantir 26 or 28. I think that was just in the middle right there. Coinbase, breakout through 70. Obviously, that didn't happen on Coinbase, 255. Disney, we'll have a look at that. The Tesla's the big one. And then right there, man, hopefully adding Mara on the break of 23. We still win on Mara. It's still a great trade, but at the end of the day, crypto does not continue to break higher. It actually completely retraces now pretty hard in going down to the downside. And then there, of course, is, obviously now ARM will be P&L number 2. ARM overtakes Mara easily, by the way. Is it Mara or Mara?
It's Mara.
Mara.
Rooney, Mara.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Because what's the track and field event that many people run? Marathons.
Well,
all right. If it's Mara, it's Mara. I was just wondering.
Yeah, well, you know what? Now that I said that, I'm not 100% sure. And it doesn't necessarily matter, but you are right. Like, obviously, Marathon, Mara. But everyone says Mara. And I see in the chat, King Jesus just says Ma.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mara.
I don't know.
Mara doesn't have to be sure. Marathon. It is Marathon. It is Marathon Digital, so I guess you could say Mara. Whatever. Either way, it just wicked the bottom, which for me is usually an out at this time. So I'm going to take it station to station. If we get VWAP, we get VWAP. Looking for the next opportunity here on Mara, whatever you happen to be calling it these days. And the other thing about 150 is that 50 period. We went over the 150 level a lot last week. And I do think we have another potential gap down that you can trade. But at this time, with the market trying to bounce here, I'm going to jump out and look for the next opportunity. I feel like I'm now looking bearish on AMD, which I wasn't before. As we jump out of this, look for something on AMD. If it's underneath 143, I want to be short the stock. So 143, last couple of sessions, you can see the weakness when it got to that price. It broke it out, lower high VWAP. So if we get a nice little bounce, look for the VWAP retracement on AMD. Not really thinking the same thing on NVIDIA, although it is kind of setting up there on NVIDIA as well. Palantir, which was an idea to go long. Okay, it's getting close to $27 on Palantir. Patience. The dip zone in Palantir was this afternoon range, 27 to 27.25. It's actually bouncing off to 25 now, but with the market looking weak, I I think we allow it to maybe drift a little bit closer into 27 even here on PLTR. Just got to be very, very patient with Palantir. This market is weak. I think if you're catching bids on a stock which has broken the lows, you're not obliged to just sit on a falling knife. I'd rather short the pop in the things that have worked on this next move up.
All right. Well, today we just went and got some of this right now. Oh, okay, here we go. Screw you, fruit salad. We're right back into this right now as NVIDIA's starting to go back upside here. So let's just see. Okay, there it is. We'll take a piece out. We're now 20 cents in the money. We're trying. Can we get 30? Can we get 30? Can we get 40 cents right now on a reload there for NVIDIA right now? There it goes. Yes, 118.84. Thank you, Chef Joe, for your kind comments there in the DMs. All right, nice move upside right there for NVIDIA again. 114.50. You got to find, look, you got to have outs, right? We talked about that. So there it goes right now. We stay strong with these trades that we have on board right now, and just hoping, not hoping, but, looking for more. I mean, it is, you can hope for whatever you want, but at the same time, you got to put in the work and you got to put in the effort. It's like I'm sitting there watching the Olympics with my daughter, my son, my kids, my family, everybody, my dog, my cat, and I just get really, I don't care really who wins the gold medal. It's really nice, and we talk about this congratulating traders around here all the time. When there's some big days around here, we have no problem shouting it out. And I was watching the Olympics with my kids, and I was just like, wow, that was amazing, like good for that person. Meanwhile, and my daughter goes, well, Canada came in fourth. But I'm like, yeah, you know what, that French dude, it was in the medley or something, the swimming. I was like, this guy, was ranked world #1. The whole crowd is there cheering for him. It's going absolutely insane, and he put on. It's like when we had this tournament this week and I told the girls, I said, look, we're here to have fun. Fun is the #1 thing. But at the end of the day, and I'm teaching this to 9 and 10-year-olds, but at the end of the day, this is what we're here for. The smiles on these girls' faces and what? Like this trophy, they're not even able to lift it, and it's just like, this is what we're here for. We're here for fun. We're here to have some good trades. We're here to have some good times. But at the end of the day, what are you trading for? Every single one of us here behind us, where is everybody? Is trading, right, to make a little bit of that. And if you're looking for that same opportunity, come on our floor, But Trade with Real Trading, the #1 sponsor of the show, again, right now, giving me all of, we've taken a lot of the opportunity, but we've given the opportunity by the platform here for Real Trading. And I started with this company when we only had, I think it was 2 offices outside of Canada and maybe 13 worldwide. Right now we trade with over 3,000 traders in 50 plus markets. It's been quite the run for us here at Real Trading. So make sure that you continue to join it up. And I can't stop looking at this, and we even have more up on Instagram if you guys want to look there as well. We got some pretty good stuff popping. Oh, here it is popping off over there. Here's some quick pictures before we go. As like I said, we're here to have some fun here today. So there's the trophy you can see, huge. Shout out to Ancaster. They were an absolutely fantastic team to play as well. And then here we go. This is, if you do something for anything, just put on no matter what you're doing. There it is. I love her to death, of course, my daughter. And again, thank you so much for all the love and the support. Yo, what's up, Mr. O'Leary? Why you got so many watches on here, my guy? Right there. Here's my son as well. We went to go see Despicable Me. There's my daughter again. Here's KO. What's up, KO? This is when me and Brendan were doing a podcast before. Starby's my lovely wife. Here's my daughter playing catcher. It is on to Adara. Big screen.
IWM pushing lower here, actually just at new lows of days after falling below that support area of 224. Worth noting that double top we had earlier this morning in the pre-market around that 226.40 area. So Russell 2000 giving up a little bit of strength today. Quite a few runners to talk about in the small cap side of things, including this online education company here, TWOU. The company is called 2U. On Thursday, they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Not seeing any new catalysts on this one today. They are up about 120%. Do have a bit of a smaller float for this one, so keep an eye on TWOU. We also have here this this company here as well. We have on watch. This is that YIBO, Planet International. So keep an eye on this one here. They were a little bit higher, currently trading a little bit lower here on the day. No news on this. They did have their IPO in January, late January 2024. Float of about 27 million shares and lots of social media interest. Last but not least, keep an eye on SLRX. Solarius, this one has been on watch over the last few weeks, a little bit in the last week. They do have a short float of about 10%, float of about 560,000 shares, and a market cap around 1.9 million. So no catalyst, but small float, an interesting short float to keep an eye on here for SLRX, guys.
Yeah, good look, small cap, large cap, doesn't really matter. Trading opportunities are going to be there. That's what I said this on Friday several times, especially when we're talking with Ryan Faluna, who does trade small cap stocks. It doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, big cap, small cap, futures, crypto, moving around a little bit here today, earnings plays, that's what it's all about. Take advantage. So the only earnings name that wasn't McDonald's was this ON Semiconductors. And here's a daily that's 79 on the daily. It's been holding VWAP really, really well today. But this breakout above 79 is trying to consolidate at that same price. So I like a VWAP dip. The second a buyer stepped in here at 79 even, or buyers, whatever, like you just see the bid start to hold the 79 level is what I'm getting at. Gonna look for the play into 79 to 80. This is an upward trending stock. I feel like this is the 3M stock of the day. Friday, 3M just kept going higher and higher gently in an uptrend. If we get it off 79, great. If it bounces off VWAP, I think that's going to be a separate trade. So ON for the first time off 79 even. Going to take some out at the $0.50. And if it gets to 80 even, we'll get out there as well. Thought we'd be getting some kind of a pop with the market bouncing here to short into VWAP on AMD. We're getting there, but it's very, very slowly moving into VWAP. For AMD. Gets to VWAP, I'm looking for shorts. And ARM, I want to get back into ARM, but we might not even see VWAP at this point. You're consolidating at the bottom. So a couple of names I'm looking fades on, AMD and ARM. Throw Apple on that list, but I doubt we get the price where we like Apple short unless the market's getting back to the high. That's a bit problematic because if you have a stock which is now holding VWAP and going up, to me that's a bit of a strong stock. So I think we'll get away from Apple temporarily and look to see what happens at 219 as opposed to just sit on the offer. Would rather short a weak stock like ARM or AMD than fight around with Apple here. And AMD is getting pretty close into VWAP. So just have your setups, know where you want to get it in good, and that's all you got to do. Get the chips in good where you can and let them fall where they might.
You want to talk about letting chips fall where they might? We have two $5 winners on board right now. We have ARM $5 in the money. This is why I'm saying, like, no matter, we'll see, and I'll look back behind me and they'll say, oh, it's slow because it's summertime, wintertime, crypto winter. Well, not really.
70,000, bro.
70,000, bro. Exactly. And that's the point I'm getting at. No matter what is happening, there is so much to trade. Look, I would have taken 10,000 shares if I knew that this was going to go $6 in the money, But we don't. We put down what we think is going to happen. We play the odds. And believe me, I'm no mathematician. I think I should be proof in point here that the smartest person is not necessarily the best trader. I'm nowhere near the IQ of half these guys. But you can see here, you find trades and you put them on, you do the work, and you do something that you're passionate about. And that, to me, is how you can win. This is the thing. This is what we teach the youth as well. Find something that you can be passionate about and then go for it. It's like during our podcast, we talked to, I forget his name now, Kunal? And, he's like, can't wait to get his kids involved in trading. Can't wait to tell my kids not to get involved in trading. If there's something that they're passionate about and they're passionate about trading, then let's go. I think I could be hopefully a great teacher, But this is something where I'm trying to explain to them all the time about how this works, what business is all about, And if they drift towards something else, that's what we'll do. They drift towards trading, this is what we'll do. And right now, I think you just got to be passionate about something. And that's why when you look around, the people that are here, I guarantee you Obi's here right now. You have to put in the time, be at your desk. I see Pat's here. You know, look, there's vacation times too. Take vacations. I'm not here next week. You know, make sure you put in the work, put in the time, right? And then at the end of the day, look down and figure out if this is a job for you. We may all love trading. There's no doubt about that. But are you successful at it? That is, you know, that's the key thing here, because you want to put money on the table. And the minute that you start stressing a little bit about your trades, about how things are going, that's when you tend to sort of spiral back in. So I've completely changed, as you guys can all see here every day on the show, changed style of trading. Much more relaxed, much more picking winners, you know, hitting them for you. I watched the show on Friday a little bit and I was like, you know what? When I'm looking at the show, I love all these winners. And that's what we're trying to promote here for you. That's why I'll tell you if I'm 3-1, 0-4, 0-5, 7-1, whatever it is. You know, you guys can decide what kind of share size you put on to some of these trades, but these are the ideas that have been working for me. And I am like super happy to share them and to share like, you know, what we're doing. And that's why we put out the sticky note and things like that, all for free, everything. You know, so it's part of it, and it's been really, really working. And then look what's happening here, Neil. 144 coming in for ARM. So far here, the two big trades, Tesla 228 break, which came out of nowhere, right? I mean, that 228 break was $6 away from its open. Still hit it, and still $6 in the money. ARM, completely. You know where my stop is on ARM right now? 150.40. 50 to 60 cents worth of risk for $6 winner. So right there, that's right there, 6-1, 10-1 right now on that. So yeah, I mean, things falling in, things really working out for us here today. Have that passion, have that desire, but always make sure you have this too. All right, today it takes my namesake a little bit here, not namesake, I guess heritage sake. We have grilled Italian sausage on a bun. Not bad. I mean, on ARM.
Yeah. Okay, it's 10:30. I'll get to ON when we come back. It is time for an economic number and the crypto segment. Let's go to Adara.
This ARM is.
We're just waiting here in Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index for July. Previous number, negative 15.1. Forecast of negative 12 here. Just waiting in a second here to get this print. Seeing what this will come in at. And we're seeing some forecasts of negative 15.5. So a couple different potential numbers to keep an eye on here for this Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. We're going to check in and see if we have this number in after the crypto segment. But in terms of crypto itself, we did have that Nashville conference for Bitcoin 2024 conference over this weekend. It was July 25th to 27th. We did have a higher move in Bitcoin as a result of this conference. Specifically, we had some comments from former president and current presidential nominee here, Donald Trump, speaking on with regards to a strategic crypto reserve being built. There was also some comments from Senator Loomis of Wyoming with regards to this crypto reserve. So a lot of interesting comments being made with regards to Bitcoin and crypto, of course, at this Bitcoin conference over the weekend. Definitely worth checking out and being aware of. We do have a topping tail candle forming right now for Bitcoin on the daily chart. As of this morning, we were near the 70,000 level. Now we're pulling back to around 68.7 for BTC as it continues its upward trajectory here on the daily chart. We have Bitcoin here right now up about 1.5%. Ethereum also pulling back earlier today, up around 3,400 now. Just above that 3,300 area, but strength across the board for crypto. Solana here up 2.5%, BNB up 1.5%, Cardano up 1.5%. Bit of weakness in Tron, but other than that, generally a lot of these crypto names making some gains as we head into the rest of this pretty exciting week across the board, guys.
Yeah, I'd say a pretty exciting week. You get, like we said, it's a Super Bowl of earnings. Oddly enough, well, we're in training camp for the actual NFL, but you know, at the end of the day, it's not just about what you're waiting for; it's what's in front of you. So, market putting in a lower high when the numbers hit at 10:30 just now. The setup happened here instead of VWAP. I said this on Friday. VWAP's a line on a chart, and it's a good line on a chart to use. But when the level shows you 142 and not 142.5, this is the setup I like for a short. It's wick high underneath it. So we jump in here just underneath 141.90, and we'll see if we can scalp the first $0.5 move here on AMD. The second AMD got back underneath 143, which was resistance last week. It's okay, what's the opportunity? If it's breaking out above and holding 43, it's bullish. If it's breaking back down underneath, I'm bearish. That's the point of having a key level. So we'll work with AMD to the south side. ARM doesn't want to pop. NVIDIA now 115 looks like resistance as well. But it's just a little stronger than AMD. Like it's getting all the way to VWAP, 1.3% to the upside on NVIDIA. And whereas AMD, it's about the same percentage-wise, but I just feel like this was a bigger failed breakout and holding a little bit more weakness on AMD. I can be wrong about that, but we're going to stick with this one short. And I'll give a chance for NVIDIA to get back above VWAP and maybe continue some longs there. So 142 short, looking for this 140.5 bottom and rinse and repeat on AMD. ON, just kind of holding the line here. So it's a glide to the upside, already up 13%, but I'm long off 79s. I have it, my stop is just right down there about 78.80 because I think VWAP's got to be a separate trade for me at 78 even. Great trend to the upside on ON and good report. Well, at least the market thinks it's a good report. But we got to wait for VWAP to come in. And Derek S. saying Rivian should pop now. Really? Yeah, I like Rivian short today, but that was way, way up here on Rivian. Wow, Rivian is super weak. Rivian down 1% into Tesla running. Just shows you the difference between some of the EV names that actually make money and those that don't.
Yep.
Well, this is a flat bottom break on Rivian. I might want to be short this stock. I liked it to 1680 up top, but you're clearly not going to get to short that level today.
All right, I'm going to do something that we like to do on the show because why not? We have the best of them. Let's do a roll call. So let's find out who's here. And again, you know what? Like I was just looking at the chat there, and honestly, like thank you so much. I mean, just the fact that you guys are listening and just here for this. We talk about this all the time on the show, right? And that is that honesty and respect and integrity and all that kind of stuff matters. And I think that we prove that every single day. So pro day trader, I cannot, needs to bottle and sell this intuition and instincts. Now we'll pass on that for now. But Zion, we cannot be president. Of course, prime minister, not even. I don't even speak fluent French, let alone have a U.S. passport. But thank you so much for all that. And then here it is right here. What's up to Hey Davis? Again, just want to say this to you. Thank you for your pure honesty and heartfelt message. That this is, we're trying. Oh, NX Hamster. I should write a speech for Trump. I don't even write speeches for myself, let alone speeches for Trump. But thank you so much. What's up to Rock Doc? It's Kenny D is here. It's Francis is here. Hold my beer. I mean, the kind of day we're having here, if you give me your beer, that might just get Stone Cold Steve Austin to raid around here. What's up to Calum? What's up to Godspent? What's up to Hamster? We love you too, buddy. What's up to Lion Talk Live? Derek Thompson's in the building. Rainmaker's here. Darius Golden is here. As Tesla is now $5 in the money. Professor, school is in on this side, my guy, today, as it is $7 now on ARM. And again, the two big trades brought to you by El Sticky Note today as well. What's up to World of Trading? What's up, Mark, TX Trader, Compu? Yo, what up, CompuCare team? Join me tonight with Big Dog Michael Noss. As you know, we'll be killing it on that market recap show with everyone's favorite Adara coming through tonight as well. Should be a lot of hot fire. We're back, baby. Freeze up city today. Yeah, you're right. Has YouTube been frozen? If so, just hit the refresh on that one. Yo, what's up, Sebastian? What's up, Leon and everybody that's out there? Hey, Kyle Burdett, you want the cash cow? I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. And when Kyle asks for something and I don't give it to you, then Shreve looks at me and wants to be like, yo, what am I saying to my guy Kyle Burnett over here? You know what I'm saying? So there it is. Let's get that cow going. That's for my guy Ozan and Neil, man. I mean, we bring the fire all the time. So there it is right now. Glad to be here with Neil. Glad to be here with Obi. Often duplicated, never imitated. It's Trader TV Live. We are not going anywhere. We keep telling you that, and we keep coming back as right there. We are at the highest spot we've now been at all damn day long. It don't matter if it's bearish. We've got $7 now in the money on ARM. $7 now in the money on ARM as that one goes. I mean, we don't need to talk about which one's P&L 1 or 2 because Tesla still remains up there as well as we continue to go. So far, so good here on what has been a pretty historic Monday.
Historic Monday and market lows. We just got the reload again on AMD. So You got to be able.
Oh.
You got to be able to switch it up, man. I came in today. AMD and Nvidia could break out. AMD broke out. Nvidia kind of didn't. Nvidia is actually looking stronger of the two, and that's what you got to go to. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like your initial idea, if the market decides that that is wrong, you got to be able to pivot away from it. So if you hold 143, great. I'm probably long the stock all day long. But if you're underneath VWAP and you're underneath 143, that's why we like the key price. ARM, I think like it did not hold at the level where that buyer was on Thursday. Here. That was right here. It was a wild, like again, it was a wild trade. I hadn't seen quite anything like it from 42 to 44. I dipped out at the pre-market low. There hasn't been a dip, so I looked for the other opportunity that we could short, which ended up being AMD, and we'll hold on to that one. But we're now seeing some real weakness in the overall market. McDonald's, Mick Y just said, is heading to the downside. Still a strong stock, though. Like, I know McDonald's is pulling back in. I'd still feel like, hey, maybe look for a buy the dip. Maybe you get 256. Previous resistance was right around here at 260. I think when a stock is doing this, it falls into the bucket of things that you might be willing to dip by. And I also pivoted on Apple. You have to be able to do that. Like Apple putting in higher lows, hasn't gotten back up to that 219.5 resistance. So we just wait for it to hold underneath. Maybe we get a breakdown. Like if it holds underneath VWAP and breaks this down at 217.5, like that's the first place I shorted and it lost. But if it goes back down there and shows weakness, then I'll short that level again. But not while it's looking like a relatively strong stock. This one's green, holding some higher lows in here. Just got to be a little bit patient with it. I haven't really looked at any of those small caps, but I hear some people talking about that Longeveron. I don't mind jumping over to this because guess what? That $4, looking pretty good. Higher lows all the way through, maybe trapped some shorts. Feels like you could have trapped some shorts down here at about 380. And if you're going to hold $4 and break out 430, Longeveron worth a decent look. But yeah, not a lot of relative volume in some of these other small cap names. We're going to be AMD, ARM if it even wants to pop. NVIDIA is still in the pocket. And Palantir, I don't know about you, Sean, but
I haven't looked at it, to be honest with you.
it just, like Palantir, it's held 27 quarter. No test of 27 even, which is where I wanted to be a buyer of the stock. It's now double bottomed on Friday's highs. And that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 7 or 8 times it got to 27.25, and now it's double bottoming at that same price. Maybe the long is just there on Palantir and not 27 even. So if I'm pivoting away from 27 even, if we get a triple bottom on Palantir, I'll take a shot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely a strong name there. We looked at 27 before, yeah, it just didn't.
Won't get there.
Yeah, I mean, that was, we had said if it gets into this level, it's probably worth the first dip buy opportunity. And it kind of got to that 50 period there, 27.10 or so. So it could have been tested for 10 cent worth of risk. But for me today, again, like Neil mentioned about pivoting, it's like if Palantir's not doing what we thought it would, I mean, we thought we could get to 26 if it really tanked. The market's flat, so it's not doing anything. And then also a 28 break. So I'll stand by the 28 break. I mean, that's going to be a name that we liked. Breaking higher, it just got to 27.80. Like, we're not far away from that play for sure. I just want to update before we go over to Adara. I mean, Tesla now being $5 is great, and it is near the high and trying to break out. So we're going to hold that, and I'm going to use the 50 period now for the remainder. So 231.75 or so here for the remainder on Tesla. We'll see if that one can continue to work. But in what's been a great day for us so far, we've got this NVIDIA long. I mean, it just bounced again off 114.50. I was waiting for 114.20s to get more, but now that I see that, I'll put on again maybe 10% more. Just like how I get out when key levels are starting to hit, we can get in the same way. I mean, most of the time I get in like whoosh and try to just whoosh it in there. That's like a new thing. Whooshing stocks. So like if that's something that we can get in, great. I mean, we whooshed the you-know-what out of this one. As this broke, I mean, it's amazing that we're long at 227.99. So it must have broke or there was a dark pool. And then again, our key, I use Fox River, I think that's what it's called, that punched in and we got below 228. So, saves us about a penny. Probably, I was crossed up 20 pennies there, so I consider that a good fill, obviously. As now Tesla continuing to go to the upside. I got to go pick up passports after this and have a lemon tea of some sort. And then we will be right back here Oh, don't even tell me. What is Disney doing right now? If it's at 92. Okay, so here we go. Thanks for bringing it out. And there it goes. What's up to Zoila? I haven't seen you in the chat there. There it is, Zoila. What's up? Zoila? Zoila, what's up? Zoila Disney right there making its move up to 9 deuce. So I do like that one right there as well. So a potential break long maybe if it holds. I mean, it's a nice move. I like the short, but hey, it hasn't been short all day. So we'll think about that one. ARM 5, Tesla 5, NVIDIA 25, and Adara at the green.
Pretty mixed look here for a lot of these sectors, though we do have some outside strength in consumer services. This group being led here to the upside by McDonald's after its earnings. They did miss, but I guess traders responding positively to their earnings call. Also in the sector, Chipotle trading higher after selling off a little bit after its earnings, and Starbucks also on watch. They report tomorrow after the bell. We also have here this technology services sector a little bit stronger here. Google, Microsoft, and Meta all trading higher. Microsoft and Meta reporting this week. CrowdStrike also looking to make a bit of a bottom, though we do have some weaker names in the sector as well, like CRM, Adobe, and Accenture. Bit of a mixed look here in this electronic technology sector. Keep an eye on AMD. This one trading higher. They report tomorrow after the bell. Finance pretty much weaker across the board. Energy minerals weaker. We have a lot of weakness here in retail trade. Walmart to the downside here, and a bit of weakness in the health services sector. We do have a little bit more mixed sentiment in health technologies and producer manufacturing, but generally a lot of indecision across this board, with the exception of that strong consumer services sector and weak energy mineral sector, guys.
Yes, strong. Like Nike is super strong. So we talked about the I don't know, call it the Olympics effect. I know there's like a lot of mixed feelings about the Olympics, especially that opening ceremony. But it is up 1% and actually breaking and continuing higher. I don't know where to join Nike because it's like it held 43. Sorry, it held 73 very clean, went to the half dollar. I feel like 73 is going to make a lot of sense on this stock. I can't help but notice two things. One, whatever is going on at 115 on NVIDIA is very specific to $115. Like, look at this thing. VWAP happens to be here, but look at the selling at 115 even on NVIDIA. I feel like that should be a join. I'm in AMD off of this. Like, it just wicked me out, and I jump right back in off of 142. Like, every time it wicks 142, I'm just jumping back into this. But NVIDIA 115 looks pretty good as well for an opportunity. Yeah, I'm going to do some work on Nike because I feel like that's a good strong one. So Palantir, here it comes. I said if it made a triple bottom at 227.25, I'll look for the long. Have not traded it yet. This would also be holding green at 27.18. The low, like the low of the day, is right now the exact close on Palantir. To the wick, the low of the day is the exact close. So if we bounce off that a third time, I mean, that's got to be worth a shot. They did get they got an upgrade from Jefferies. No, it was like a price target raise from Jefferies and a contract today, but a little bit of weakness. So it has to be a very tight stop. I want it bouncing at 20 before I jump into it. So we're just back into AMD at this point and looking at that 115 on NVIDIA. It's either an obvious trap or just an obvious short. And if you can scalp it with a 15, 20 cents worth of risk, I think it's worth it at that 115. So Palantir feels like it's coming before that, though.
All right. Steve, was it Steve J right there? Yeah, how much do I hold? So we actually had 20% left. So when it came down to here, we actually did pretty good. I mean, that first out is like 80 cents. I mean, it's going to look like we didn't take that much here, but remember, like that's $3. And then this as a 144. So, like 150 down to 144, we're trading prop money. Like this is not, it's not like I have $millions in my own account to throw around here, but here we sure do. So it's like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm trading right now. And oh no, guys, right here as we continue to see what's up with this, and that is our friend NVIDIA starting to get going one more time here. I like a lot right now with NVIDIA. So let's see if we can get back up to the upside. We just reloaded it. I thought I was sitting here getting something out. Oh, it's not out till 90s. All right, let's put an offer here at 7.9er and see if we can take that one out. right now. A nice little bump upside now for NVIDIA. Let's go. We just reloaded it there at 50, but I do understand that it seems to be very much range bound. But guess what? Your boy does really good at range bound trading as well. I mean, that's sort of where we started with everything. So let's wait to see here range bound trading coming through maybe on NVIDIA, but I still like the long. I prefer the long, so we'll sit in the long right now. And talk about preferring the long. I mean, yeah, I don't know what you guys were having for dinner or for lunch. We're having sausage around here. Another sausage fest kind of day. You can see right here, 233, 232.25. Let's change it, guys. Again, Sticky Note Nation standing up and proud today because there it is, man, 228 break, giving you just a ho-hum $6 winner right now for Tesla. And if you're looking for these kind of trades, hopefully we'll be able to provide them for you all of the time as Neil and I continuously looking for what we believe to be the best ideas out there. So there it goes, Tesla, man, now 234. I know the professor likes Elon, and there it is, a nice move, and so do I. Now $6 in the money for Tesla. And I said, man, there's been millionaires upon millionaires made by holding on and day trading this stock as well. And there goes Tesla. Just another day in the office here for Tesla traders as it goes another $6 straight to the upside, man. I mean, off earnings was wild. And again, right now, another wild day there for Tesla. So congratulations, anybody that's following the note.
Absolutely. And shout out to you. Thank you, Zin Ming Lee, for the super chat there. We appreciate you. All we ask is do what I did just right there. If you like the show, hit that like, hit that subscribe. And I wanted to answer the question from Rascals here in the chat. All trades that you see for us are at Real Trading, which is a prop floor. So yeah, absolutely. We're trading on a prop desk, which means you have your account, you've got your daily loss limit, you're trading firm capital there, you've got your price targets. Usually everyone's going to have their own risk, price targets and P&Ls and stops based on where they're at. But you are trading firm capital for a commission when you're at Real Trading. That's what it's all about. So that we're only equity traders as well. So we're trading equities on a prop desk. I said there might be a trap at 115, but we're not getting to 115 anymore. So missed opportunity. Actually, no. The missed opportunity certainly on NVIDIA. It doesn't quite get to 115. So when you get the big reversal is when you're not actually getting to that level, but the sellers inbound. We'll just cancel that VWAP offer now that you're starting to come in a little bit more heavily. Palantir, we're taking red to green, as long as it stays green, consolidation at 30, you break the low, we're going to jump out. We'll go over to the desk.
That's what we about.
It is time for a little money talk. See how the old USD is doing.
Lots of support here for the DXY on the daily chart at that 104.10 area, which was previously support resistance level. As you can see here, we're continuing to have bottoming tail candles bouncing off of this level. Great day here today, though, for the DXY as we're at highs of days right now on the day, pushing up into that 104.75 area, which was also a little bit of a previous area of support for the DXY going back to mid-June. So keep an eye here. Good look right now for the US dollar on the day. We did get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for July, a little bit lower than the previous print, negative 17.5 versus a prior print of negative 15.1. Some economic data coming later this week, though, to be aware of. Tomorrow, we get the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. Then we'll get another economic report with regards to jobs on Friday with the NFPs at 8:30 a.m. And of course, be aware of the FOMC meeting coming on Wednesday. We'll have the FOMC rate decision at 2 and then comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell in a Q&A at 2:30. So lots on the horizon right now for the DXY and the U.S. economy in general, guys.
Oh, come on, Kathy, get in there and start buying some NVIDIA right now. Okay, so we're probably going to slip out on this one, man. We just got some more out there at 114, but this is going to the downside. We thought we would take this one. Sorry, that's still Tesla right here at NVIDIA. So I thought we could try it at the 200 period, which was 20s. We took a little small piece, and then we took it right into here, into the pre-market. So this is why I'm long. Right now, NVIDIA into those pre-market bottoms. Let's see if it can get back up to the upside. It's definitely not looking like it right now. So NVIDIA struggling to the bottom. I have offers in the teens. Let's see if we can get out. We just took some pressure off at 114 right there to get a little bit out. So our average price is actually not 113.92 if you take into consideration everything that we've been having. So it's more like 114.20 or so. So it needs to get going up there. I mean, I'll tell you at the end of this trade if I'm up or down on NVIDIA, but obviously holding this against me right here. If it does stop out, we will be red on it. Breaking through 113.70 was going to be my out. So 113.70 is like that pre-market level right there that we broke higher. So let's see if it can get going. It just tried 14s again. Let me put an offer here at 02s. Let's start to take a little bit out now and see if it can climb a little bit higher. I'll take one more piece out. I mean, we're playing with shares. We're playing with big shares. So, I mean, we can take it out if it goes back up to the upside, but we can see it holding it. We're really playing with house money today, but you still don't want to, throw good money after bad or vice versa. So let's just keep making the same trades that we think are right. We're going to try to support this bottom here on NVIDIA, but if it loses 15 more cents, we will get out and put an L on the board today with NVDA.
Yeah, and likewise on, I was going to say Tesla, Palantir wicked the bottom and then came right back. So we're in that zone that we liked Palantir on a dip. It held the first time. We tried it the second time. No, it wicked the low. We'll give it to a fresh low of the day. And if it breaks that, we're jumping out of Dodge. Obviously, NVIDIA at that 115 looks decent, but I did mention with Tesla strong and Rivian weak, I'd look for some kind of a gap fill on Rivian, but it's holding $16 pretty well here. If we lose if the stock loses 16, I'd look for a join down there on RIVN. I don't know if we're going to get a short the pop situation. 1570 is the local bottom. So if it loses 16, I think you do have at least 1.5%, maybe 2% that this could continue the downside. It's only down 0.7% on Rivian with a nice downward trend. I think you always want to be with the trend if you can. Yep. Usually, I mean, sometimes, you know what? Sometimes you have to fade a top or maybe go long at a bottom. The other thing I have eyeballs on is this pretty obvious range on Intel for the middle of the day. VWAP is holding like an absolute charm at this point. So I think if you get to VWAP, short it exactly there, 29.30 is going to be a fade as well. So ARM is not popping much. It doesn't want VWAP. 145 looks like resistance. Palantir is about to give it up as well. I'm double checking Apple. Still, it's only now holding underneath VWAP for Apple. So rejoining the short is starting to set up for me. But this market is teetering on the precipice. I think it's time to look back into some shorts. If we lose this bid, got to be back into some shorts. AMD, maybe NVIDIA, certainly Intel, Rivian, and potentially Apple here underneath VWAP are going to be plays. I don't think you want to necessarily rush into anything at these levels, but the market looking a little bit weak here. So the things that are now starting to fail VWAP, possibly some new shorts that we could be in after mostly semis only.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, mainly. Short. Yeah, I definitely had that short. I still have the. I mean, we're still. How many times has this happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $7 in the money on ARM and looking for lower on this one. Pretty much, I think ARM at 150 was probably. I mean, look, Tesla breaking because we had it. We talked about it. Probably the easiest trade, but I would say second easiest trade and probably one that all of us should have and be making our day on. Honestly, is ARM. I mean, this one at 150, like we saw that it came up and like this was like, we're waiting for this to happen, right? So when it does happen, that's when you make money. That's when you're supposed to make money. So like when ARM gives you the trade that you're looking for, this is what happens. You put it on and you make money. That's the whole idea, is to make money on trades that you like. And we definitely did that today with ARM. A trade that I didn't like was NVIDIA, but at least we got out of it. Look at it falling like a rock right now. We talked about getting it out at 69, and that's exactly what we did. And now we save ourselves a little bit of cashish here as that falls back in as well. Look at Tesla. Great trading on that one. Fire off the hot dog gun for, again, the biggest trade for me of the day, easily, obviously, is Tesla as we hold it from that break all the way there. It breaks through the 50-period moving average, which is 230, 235. So we get that out. We give up about $1.50 or so from our best spot. But at the end of the day, a winner, as they say, is a winner. And that is a monster. And then, Neil, $8 on ARM. I mean, we're still going. You're still, I saw you looking at Rivian there. But Palantir, we got the long, you got the short in Apple, and then you had that ON semi. What happened with that one? What's ON at? 79. Nice, 80 bucks there for ON. So
All right,
good,
Apple.
good trade there on ON.
I just got short on Apple, which Apple's been a relatively strong stock. So we'll see what it does here. It just held right underneath VWAP and started breaking down. So when this local bottom broke, I jumped into it. VWAP's at 218 even, so I think we're obviously going to give it to just above that. We're short it early, and then we're short it, I don't want to call it late, but at a better price. And early, I mean like minutes into the day. Wanted us on a, it wasn't a big story, the delay on the iPhone AI features, but it was somewhat of a story for Apple to the negative side. It ended up popping into resistance on Friday, and that's when it was good at that 19 level. So if we're going to hold underneath VWAP, great. If we don't, I think I got to jam out of this one at the 218 level. Rivian, I'm not in. Rivian it's like very, very close to breaking the bottom, but it's right here. Just chilling at 16 bucks and trying to go a little bit sideways here. I feel like this is going to be one that could fall, I mean, precipitously. The way Tesla's going compared to this, I think it's going to be a good opportunity to go short. And Apple, we'll see. It's a bit of a strong stock. I feel like we could have waited a little bit longer. And the reason for that is you have the NASDAQ just right here towing the line at the bottom. If we were to bounce, I think Apple's the kind of stock that could easily lead us back into the upside. But it's underneath VWAP, which does fit a bit of a pattern for me that I do like. And one more for you guys that we have not really mentioned too much here today that I liked an over-under on Microsoft at 430. It ends up being a failed break of that level, so it never really set up. At 930, it was literally failing the price that I thought it was a long over, so there was never an opportunity there. I want to keep eyeballs on this. If it retakes 430 in the afternoon, I'm going to like a long in Microsoft. And reason being is I like this level in here at that 430, and I am kind of bullish over bearish on it. I suppose you could short it as well, and it would have worked. But I'm just going to wait around to see if it catches the bid over $430. So we still have pound TRF 27. Apple pretty much right here, but we got to be cautious. Futures are at a tipping point, and the better level for Apple was at that 219. So risking about 30 to 40 cents on Apple, looking for it to press down to the opening range lows, which is around 217 even. If we get that, great. If we don't, we got to be willing to admit that Apple is a little stronger than we expected.
All right, everybody. Yeah, I put in the chat that it hasn't been the easiest day here today. So, stick with what you're doing. I mean, we're having a good day. We just gave back a little bit. We'll give back on that NVIDIA trade as we look at where our net is right now. We'll give back about 25% or so of our day trying to chase this NVIDIA down there. But just like we were raising up some trophies over the weekend, today will be a trophy day here. So that's good. But again, we did give some back. All of our trades really sort of happened early. I mean, this ARM trade was 9:45, and like I said, to me, this is the cleanest trade of the day by far. And again, probably one of the easiest 200 period rate there. Sorry, 50 period on the 20-minute chart right there. Chasing that NVIDIA was tough. Jensen's selling ahead of big tech earnings, I would think maybe a little bit there. Tesla, I mean, one of the better trades, I would think, of the day. And then Mara, as we continue to sort of watch out to see where this one's going. Sort of the back and forth here with crypto. I mean, crypto has been, and we're going over here, but they're over there on the other side ready to go. You could see what crypto's been doing here just for the last, I have like 1 second, then 15 minutes. Let's just go over to the last minute chart here that we can look at. There's the high that was made basically right before we went on air. And as you can see right now with what's been happening with BTC, just pretty much a straight downside push into 68,000. So that trade does not last very long. Okay, I'm off to go get passports. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. Thanks to Neil there, Ramin, Fabian, and everybody. Patrick, the professor.
Market just took the low.
Adrian, the market just take the low. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, we are now $9 in the money. Stay hydrated, family. We're coming back at 2 p.m. Until then, ciao, on to the best show here.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That in the lovely jacket is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're waiting for everyone on weasel on over, knock on over, I don't know, skip, do whatever you need to do. Just get on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of OGs in the chat, starting with the OG himself, Mr. Two Pamps, Darwin in the chat, Nimit as well in there, Pillsbury, Easy Trader, and Hey Davis joining us as well. What's up, Salim Khan? Always voicing his opinion in the chat. Always see you. Shout out to Salim. Benson, Day Trader Cut, Big Bob Dub, Scott H, small cap trader extraordinaire. Keep your eye out for Scott's calls on the small caps. Always printing up a storm. Fabiro, there it is. Blue Arrow, Glenn Smith, Fiddleback, Juan Alejandro Castillo. We got the broadest wolf. He is. There is no broader wolf than him.
Is it Broad Street Wolf or Broadest Wolf?
It says Broadest Wolf in there. I'm just going with what's that. There you go.
I like it.
Penguin Dynasty joining us as well. TX Trader, Anthony. We got Hold My Beer, Cerveza. And David Clark, Smooth 1J, and Shane O'Mac. No, you don't, Shane O'Mac. Here comes the money. Here comes the money. Money, 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 money. You know about that one, Katina Man. He knows all about it. Katina Man knows everything about that. He's all about that life. Good morning, Adair. How are you?
Good morning. How are you on this fine Monday? It's a Monday.
It is Monday. Yes, it is. It is. It was good. Very active weekend. Boxing, tennis, beach. Yourself?
Yeah, my weekend was good. My family was in town. We went to a family reunion in a rural part of Ontario. There were horses. There were like 7 horses. It was nice to see the horses. But yeah, right now it was nice to take some trades. I took 15 pennies on Tesla. I'm super proud of this trade. I started this strategy I was going to say yesterday when I was out doing that strategy yesterday. Last week I decided, I was like, you know what, Adara, if you're going to trade Tesla, don't take it based on chart, take it based on the book. Obviously the chart's going to guide some of your decisions, which it did here, but you only want to be getting involved based on what you're seeing in the book. I now have a Tesla book at all times. Here it is. Here, this is him. Hello. Hello, Tesla book. Wave hi to the camera. So it's just right there on the monitor above me, so I can always keep an eye on it and be aware of what it's doing. I was watching here as we broke below this 231. I said, if we break below 231, I want all the smoke. I'm going to risk it to see what we do at 231.20s. I got involved. We drop right away. We dropped to 231.85s, and I'm like, Adara, you're at VWAP. What are you doing? Get out here. I watched it waffle a couple times. Get out, take 15 pennies. It comes right back up. Really happy with what I did here. Now we're bouncing off 231, so I might flip long. Basically, like again, my strategy with Tesla lately is going to be way fewer trades based only on pure scalps, based on book, and I'll take them with more size because I'm going to feel more confident about them because I've watched them for longer. That's the Tesla thesis as of right now, but how are you doing? I was joking, you had your own Olympics this weekend with all your sports. What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the 19.2 dip and pop that we just did on the NQ September contract, keeping my eye on this level. I was watching us trade last night. When the futures contract opened at around 6 o'clock on Sunday, and we were doing the dance with no pants with 19.3. So we kept coming into 19.3. We kept getting multiple rejections. You'll see that overnight touch. We gapped up overnight, but we really weren't able to hold on to 19.3. Then we zigged and zagged a little bit, looking like we're giving up that level now into that 19.2 area. So we'll talk more about that. I like your look on Tesla, no doubt about that. I just want to see what it does at the volume weighted average price. Obviously, Tesla, the strongest of the Mag 7 names today, coming into that 230 and 2/3 where said volume weighted average price is hanging out. But the market just took a bit of a nosedive. So we'll see if that continues or whether we get a move back up. I did take an unsuccessful trade on NVDA, small scalp, or not scalp, small loss. Essentially tried to go for that 113 long, a doji candle right now, moving back into 113. So I think this trade is still possible here based upon this level, 113.05, 04, or 2, whatever. That is Friday's closing print on the Monster NVIDIA. So we'll see if it can catch a bid in and around this level. But I shall not take no trades at the moment because it is now time to start the lesson du jour. So let's get right to it. Today, we're talking about island gaps. The whole point here is to basically tell you about a new type of gap, one that I didn't know too much about until I had to start preparing these lessons last week. That's the truth. So let's get right to it and talk about what these ones are, how to trade them, and what they mean for the market. So traders, today, we delve into a less common but intriguing gap pattern, the island gap. This unique formation can offer valuable insights into potential market behavior. Before I go on, I want to tell you that this is mostly a reversal pattern. There are very few scenarios where this is a continuation pattern. I'm going to cover both for the sake of completeness, but you should know 9 times out of 10, I don't know the exact statistics, so maybe I shouldn't have said that, but for the most part, this is a reversal pattern. Nary is it a continuation pattern, but you should be aware of its dual nature. So let's get right to it. What is an island gap? An island gap is characterized by a gap in the price chart that is surrounded by trading on both sides, okay? Essentially, it appears as an island of open price bars isolated from the rest of the price action. And I just noticed that I didn't organize my, what's it called? My images over here, Ram. Can you take over for a second,
Yes,
there, while I
can.
just organize this? Because I just totally forgot to.
I can't take over. Tesla continues to take over my mind here. Are we going to get filled here with the rest of this position at 75? Yes, we are. Okay, Tesla, let's keep going. I am very proud of how I've been trading the stressful one, to use a Sharif naming strategy, the Cybertrucked one today. Basically, I am still very cautious of the fact that Tesla can bounce at VWAP, which is why I'm giving this zero room to run. I took out part of the position at 230.85s, got involved around 231s. I was willing to add if we got back to 231s or 231.20s. We didn't do that though after I took out some money. So I was like, you know what, Adira? Breathe. If you see any bounces, get out. Saw a little bit of a trampoline-ish action at the time at 230.75. Now we're continuing to grind lower. If we come back and bounce at 230.75, 230.80, which is an area I noticed as a bit of resistance on the book, I will be getting out. I've been taking this with not massive size, but for me, a little bit larger size because I feel confident. I showed it to Darwin. Whatever words you want to use, I am feeling it, but I also love learning. So we're going to go back to the lesson if we're ready to go on that.
Thank you for that. All right, so here it is. This is exactly kind of what we're looking at. This is the reversal pattern. So what you'll notice is that there's a gap on the left side and the right side. And the whole point is you can kind of see that it's isolated, hence the word island. And it's also quite short-lived, right? So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle pattern, and then the gap comes right back down. So this is what it looks like. Let's talk about, or here's another one of it here. And this is kind of a bearish reversal. But the reason I wanted to show you this one is that it continues subsequent. So it doesn't have to be a long-term thing. It could be a short-term thing while we continue up in the direction of the trend. That's why I want to show you both of these, because one clearly changes the direction to the downside. One kind of gaps down, but then it's immediately filled. So we need to be on the lookout for that. So this is one that I want to show you guys because this appeared on the Apple chart at 237. So this is a bit of an island gap right now on Apple. It's a 2 candle island gap at that 235, 237. That is all-time highs for Apple. You'll notice that we gapped up. If I was to remove the pre-market price action over here, you wouldn't see these wicks. And so there would be a decided gap between that, and that is the up part of the gap. The down part of the gap is over here, and it's actually a gap even when I include the aftermarket data and pre-market data, excuse me, both. So Apple has a bit of an island gap right here at this 235, 230 in real life. So this is kind of in the wild kind of thing. So I just want to show you guys that for whoever is interested in trading this IRL. So formation of island gaps. Let's talk about this. To form an island gap, these three following conditions must be met. The first one, a gap up or a gap down works for longs and shorts, creating a space on the chart. That obviously we know. Number 2, the price retraces to fill the initial gap, creating a second gap on the opposite side of the original gap. We just kind of saw that depicted, so that shouldn't be too hard to understand. And then third and finally, the price moves away from the gap, from the filled gap, leaving it isolated like an island, right? So we already know that that's what it looks like. So the significance of the island gap, 2 points that I want to mention here. Island gaps can indicate a significant shift in market sentiment or the underlying market conditions, and they often signal a potential trend reversal or continuation depending on the accompanying price action. And we'll look at the reversal signals and the continuation signals. But for me, when they reverse, and 9 times out of 10 they do reverse, to me, it's basically a short-lived market sentiment. So you get that initial gap up, right, showing you buyer exuberance, or that initial gap down showing seller exuberance, and then that gap is immediately filled. So either the headline was transient or wasn't as reported originally, or something happened. We don't need to go through the exhaustive list. Something happened there that happened to change the market sentiment, investor sentiment, quick as you like, because that gap up followed by the gap down, or that gap down followed by the gap up in the case of a short, that is, a short-lived thing, and usually it has something to do with a transient piece of information or something countering the initial piece of information coming in, changing market sentiment. So just think about that, what it means to island gap and reverse. All right, so identifying these reversals or continuations and which one the island gap is basically doing at the moment. So determining whether an island gap signals a reversal or continuation requires a careful analysis of the subsequent price action and technical indicators. Let's look first at the reversal patterns, because they typically result in a reversal. So a breakdown below the lower gap for an uptrend. So we gap up, now we fill the lower gap because we're gapping up, right? So it's an uptrend. Or a breakout above the upper gap for a downtrend, so the opposite here, often suggests a potential reversal. So what you should be seeing here is increased trading volume accompanying the breakout or the breakdown, depending on whether you're going long or short, which can strengthen the reversal signal, and you should have confirmation to assist you here. You should be looking at the RSI or the MACD or whatever other oscillator you may want to use. Stochastics involved in there as well. And sometimes they're showing divergence from the price action. So we're getting lower highs on the RSI or the MACD, but we're getting higher highs on the price, typically meaning that is a bearish reversal pattern, and we're going to look at some possible price down movement. Now, continuation signals. Again, very seldomly does an island pattern result in a continuation signal, but it behooves us to tell you a continued move in the direction of the original gap. The original initiation gap suggests a possible trend continuation. You should be looking for increased volume accompanying the continuation north, okay, which can strengthen the signal. And in this case, opposite of what we were looking at for the reversal pattern, the RSI and MACD jives with the price here. So if the price is making higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs, typically the MACD will as well. Usually they'll be in tandem. They'll be in touch. So how do you trade these island gaps? So we're going to talk about two different types of trade, the reversal pattern trade and the continuation pattern trade, right? So first, starting with the continuation. So if an island gap is followed by a continuation of the previous trend, your entry is going to be like this. So consider entering a long position after a pullback to the upper gap for an uptrend, or a short position, or for a short position after the pullback to the lower gap for a downtrend, and I'll show you exactly what I mean on the chart in a second. Your stop loss here for the continuation your stop loss order should be below the lower gap for long positions and above the lower gap, or the upper gap, excuse me, for the short positions. Your profit targets, you can use fib retracements or extensions to gauge it. If you see a breakout pattern as well, like a bull flag, you can use the measuring technique, or if you can use the measuring move as well. We've talked about that. Go back and have a look at that lesson. The reversal pattern, so if an island gap is followed by a reversal of the previous trend, your entry here, you're going to wait for a clear break below the lower gap for a potential short position, or a clear break above the upper gap for a potential long. Your stop loss here, you're placing a stop order above the upper gap for the shorts and below the lower gap for the long positions. And your profit targets, same thing here. You should be using fib extensions or retracements, or you can use a measured move, or if there is a specific chart pattern, you can use it gauging that. And so here's the look. So we're moving down. This is kind of a reversal of a bear move. We gap down. So the market digests this bad news for a period here of looks 5 days or 5 candles, then you get your gap right back up. So your buy order would be essentially on the top of the first green candle to fill the gap, and your stop would be right below the gap there. Okay, so that's for the bullish move. The bearish move, exactly the opposite, right? If we gap up with these 3 island candles, essentially what you're looking to do is enter your stop below the upper gap, and you're looking to get short upon completion of the first candle to fill the gap there. So this is an island gap bearish reversal. So that's basically all that there is to that. Not much else we can say about these island gaps other than they can be quite bamboozling. Most of the time, though, they are reversal patterns. So if you see them, you should have a little bit, a hint of bearishness there.
Yeah, no man is an island, no trader is an island. So, yeah, we're trying to do those lessons here. But yeah, it's interesting, too, to think that these kind of random formations can also still be a sign of something else in the market or in the chart or in the stock. So thank you, Sharif, for preparing that lesson.
Pleasure.
As always, I wish I could say I've done something during the time of that lesson other than stare at Tesla, but that would be a lie. And we don't believe in lying here on Trader TV Live. Nor do we believe in it in How to Trade. Yeah, basically, I've been watching Tesla have this deeply fascinating range here on the book. We've had lower highs. We had a very bamboozling fake out breakout into 230. And I basically was like, if we do this in an interesting way, I will go long. We did not do it in an interesting way. We faked it out, so I'm happy I didn't get involved in that. If we come back to 229s reject, I will take this short. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends. No bending in Tesla's trend, though it did give you a little bit, as I said, bamboozlement if you were watching the book, because we wicked into 230. So this is pretty interesting. And if you want to vote, though, for a stock you like, because as we said, no man is an island, no trader is an island. We're not either getting that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's AMD, maybe it's AMP, maybe it's McDonald's. Maybe you want to munch on some fries there. Let's see what they were reporting. Whatever it is, this new segment brought to you by Real Trading, our new audience segment. Get involved, guys. Make sure your voice is heard, because otherwise you might not get to see whatever ticker you want to see in the afternoon show, and that wouldn't be very fun. So if you want to see your ticker, make sure you vote for it. Make sure it gets represented. Roaring on 20 saying no lies, only fibs.
I love that. I thought I'd give him an LOL for that one.
That's a great pun. I enjoyed that. Tesla hanging out around 229, so I have eyes on that. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I know this is not a super interesting thing here, just me watching TSLA, but I'm trying to work on my playbook, work on my strategies if I want to become a better tape scalper. I know I am choosing the white whale to do this with TSLA, but I think because it's more bamboozling, I think it gives you some interesting learning opportunities, which is why that's the one I've kind of chosen to learn with. The SPY, though, I do have eyes on. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, who is basically saying, on Friday, is this your favorite ticker yet? Because I had some fun with those SPY shorts. Right now, we've had quite a bit of downside on the SPY, but we're forming, at least on a wick basis, some support on the 5-minute chart around 543. So I do have all eyes on the SPY for myself right now. What other triggers am I looking at? I have some recent earnings plays from last week on my side chart, but nothing that I'm really seeing that's screaming to me, Adara, trade me. So I'm going to have to politely decline any of those opportunities. But Microsoft actually right now, the soft one, as Sharif will sometimes call it. We're going to have Satya Nadella and his crew reporting earnings tomorrow after the close, alongside AMD. Tomorrow's going to be a stacked earnings day. But look at these lower highs on Microsoft. Now, mind you, lots of support here. Look at those bottoming tail candles into 425. I see them. I recognize them. But I also see these lower highs. I'm going to be watching here. I don't want to rush into involvement because I find Microsoft, well, not as spready as its Meg 7 cousin Spreada, can be a little harder to trade. So I want to show it to Sharif because I feel like you are very adept at trading Microsoft. It's what I struggle with a little bit more, but I'm going to watch it as it comes into this 427. If there's a risk that makes sense to me, if there's an entry level that makes sense to me, I will likely take this short, but again, no plans to rush into this trade. How are you doing?
I like your analysis there on the soft one. Lower highs, flat bottom, but good support at that 425 and change. I think you got to bang on with that one. We'll keep an eye on the soft one. Look, I got to tell you, I don't have much of a read on the Mag 7 names. I was looking for a Tesla VWAP hold, and that did not come. We are on the way down, it looks like right now, on said Cybertruck. I'm trying to keep an eye on Apple as well to see what the sitch is around this 217-ish area. We double bottom near, this is the IB low, obviously it goes well lower, 215.75, but the closing prints were all in around this area, 216 and change. So I feel like I don't have a read right now on the Mag 7. So let's leave them for a minute and have a look at the small cap gappers, because there's, well, I don't want to say that there's a lot, but there is some stuff here, and they're not all small cap gappers. There are other names as well that we can look at. I've got Palantir, I've got On Semiconductor, as well as ARM on here. So obviously non-small cap gapper names on said side chart today. So LIPO, no, it does not stand for liposuction. It stands for Lapella Pharmaceuticals. It was set 93. Well, it's at 93 pennies right now. Definitely started off its life south of $1 at that 40 penny area. Looks like it was 39. Then boom went the dynamite, and then we got a triple top on the 5 at $1.50, and that was as good as we could do on the day, still up 133%, but south of the volume weighted average price and also south of that dollar trade. So to me, it's got to weasel its way back up above $1, above that volume weighted average price for me to get interested. It did find a bit of a base though, for whatever reason at the moment, underline at the moment that said 90 pennies. Let me give you the deets. $7.16 million market cap, an easy, a light 161 million shares traded on the day with a float of 4.8 million shares. So that's definitely a little bit on the smaller side. Let's shout out the NOS boss and his crew and see what the short float is. Negligible. 0.36 of the 4 some odd million is shorted, so nothing really to talk about there. LIPO looking good though. Let's talk about this one. TWOU up 108%. 60 million shares traded on the day. Yada, yada, yada. Let's see what the float is to see if we can get parabolic. Yeah, 2.6 million shares here. Decent look. Started off at $1.25, got all the way up to almost 3 1/3 there at the highs, but no pre-market high. Doing the dance right now with VWAP for whatever reason. Found a bit of a base there at 2 1/3. Trying to do the dance with 2 3/4, 2 2/3. A bit of a tougher one to read as well. TWOU. I'm not going to bother going through the headlines, but yeah, these ones are in play. I'd say LIPO still, it's got to get up above $1, but TWOU still, checked off correct on my trading list there with respect to above the pre-market high, above VWAP, yada, yada. NIPG, this one 64%, just topped out there. This was squeezing while we were yapping. This got to 16.75, quite extended off the 10 moving average right now on the 5, exponential moving average. I want to see what it does with 14. The closing print on this, $9 on Friday. This is... let me give you the details on this one. I don't see the market cap for whatever reason. Is this new? Oh, okay. This is a second day play. So this IPO'd on the 26th, or was it a SPAC? Let me find out. Let's have a look over here. Let's find out by going to the 15, see if it was hanging around 10. No. So this looks like it was either a DL or an IPO or whatever it was. Is this IPO? I'm just looking, guys. Give me a second. IPO Secure. This was an IPO on the 26th. Okay. So this is a second day play. NIPG, all-time highs. It's only a second day play. So we'll keep eyes on that. I don't have too much information about it. See if it can hold above 14. COMM, the shareage is not really doing a whole lot today, but it's a good chart pattern, trying to hold up above the volume weighted average price, 17 1/4. I've got on semiconductor for strength. I'm looking at this 78, 77 area. If it can hold that previous peak, it definitely bounced off that previous area of resistance, now support, trying to hold up above the volume weighted average price, but you have the entire market turning back down, and it's not sparing on semiconductor, who reported this morning. I'm also very interested in a 140 level here on ARM. So it's above 140 right now. Let's see if it can hold that level and curl back up. ARM getting destroyed today on the back of a downgrade because looks like mobile phone sales for Android weak, and they do a lot of the chips for them. And as well, these AI PCs may not be the big hit that the market is expecting as a result of some consumer weakness Adair. So ARM in focus.
Yeah, Tesla playing a fun little game right now, and it's called Let's Not Give Adair her 228.50 short fill. We'll brush up into it. We'll kiss the, I don't know what that was. We'll kiss the price level, and then we'll back away. Also, bless you to whoever sneezed. That being said, I actually am going to cancel this order now right after I was like, oh, it won't fill me. And I said that because I didn't like the higher lows we were making. I was like, this could be a bit of a reversal. Why did I want to go short? Look at that bottoming tail candle. Look at that 228.50 rejection. Also, it was interesting when we got to the book, we held 228.50. I was like, oh, we're going to bounce. Oh, gets 228.60. Then we come back down. So I like the area. Looks like I could have been right about the area, but I don't want could have. I want to feel confident in it. At that point, I did not. I stand by leaving. Trade I do not stand by, Microsoft. I want to talk about this. So I know I was saying, I'm looking at it for a short, flat bottom break. Then I watched the book here. And that 425, we get to 70s. and then we bounce. We're curling higher. I'm like, okay, I like, take it with not a giant amount of shares, you know, a small handful, a helping. And I basically was like, I think we're going to go long here. Look at all that support we're making. And to be clear, this still could be a little bit of a reversal in Microsoft, but it's like, Adara, that wasn't what you were thinking of it as. You don't even trade Microsoft. Why are you looking here for different ideas? So it was just poor planning on my part. Should have stuck to my plan. When we had that decisive break below 425.50s in the book, I got out. I shouldn't have gotten in the first place. If we get above the 90 MA decisively, or specifically, this level is actually confluencing with the 90 MA right now, that 426.20-ish area, which was actually going to be my first peak wetter in the long. I pressed the rinse button, which is accurate because that's what happens if you're in Microsoft. But the point is, if we get back to 426.20, that's what I want to see over here on this Microsoft. Happy I decided not to get in Tesla because it turns out that was actually a bit of a reversal area. Going to give myself a small pat in the back for my book reading skills, but an L for Microsoft. But you know what's great about these markets is they give you so many opportunities. It's a big, bright, beautiful world. So many different charts here to look at. And I want to be really cognizant, making sure I have ideas that make sense and not just hopping into things that kind of look okay. NVIDIA trying to make a little bit of a reversal. SPY, my new bestie, no, I'm joking. But the S&P 500 has been really fun for me to trade as of late in its ETF form, the spider. Look at what we're doing here. I don't want to use the 90 MA as a level because, of course, that, you know, it's not necessarily going to always give you levels, especially it's a little bit harder for these levels on the charts for the ETFs, and especially for like the market ETF. This is the whole SPY. It does not care about my 90 MA at all. That being said, I said I liked that 544. I don't know if they said that on the show, but it was something I was certainly thinking about. What we do here will be crucial for me. So the SPY chart will be one I'm spying for right now. Are there any other things people are looking at? People asking about ARM. I forgot about this.
Yeah, I'm watching
because
it too.
ARM, yeah. Sharif's watching ARM. Let's, put your right arm in, you put your right arm out, you put your right arm in, and you short it all about. If you were doing that this morning, you're doing quite well here. You were soft banking on that arm short. But, get a little bit of a base here, 138.50. That was almost a pushback, but I restrained myself. I like that we're rejecting the 90 MA, but I think this support we're trying to form here at on a candle basis, like 139.30 on the 5-minute. This is interesting. ARM is not one that I usually trade because the spread is a little too meta-esque for me.
Yeah.
But I think this is an interesting look here for ARM. Best of luck to anyone trading. Hopefully you can strong arm that stock. Right now, though, that SPY bounce at 544, which is a bit of an area I liked on it, is what I'm going to keep an eye on. I think I'm going to try to get long the SPY here if I have an area that makes sense, because I don't want to. No interest in chasing the market here, guys, at all. How are you doing?
I agree. I don't want to chase the market, and I want to see exactly what we do at 19.2. We're weaseling our way up there. It's the 10 exponential on the 5. We don't really have price action resistance there. That would come to 19.225, so that would be a bit of a deeper retracement. That level also has a bit more action there in the pre 19.225, but I want to see what we do with the 100-point level, especially since this bounce was so anemic. Doesn't even look like we're going to weasel our way up there right now. Maybe we needed a second attempt. The reason I'm looking at that level is because I want to know what to do with these Mag 7s, right? We're getting a bit of a bounce on the Mag 7 right now. Some are reaching some moving averages, some are not. Like, for example, Amazon reached the 20 and breached it. Meta barely got to the 10. Microsoft couldn't even get to the 10, nor could Apple. So lots of different looks right now on the future, and I'm unsure exactly how to trade these. So I'm going to pack my patience until I like what I see. 19.2, either we bounce off it or take it. I'm good either way. I just need to know how to tilt my bias, so to speak. I'm still looking at ARM. The reason I'm looking, and I haven't gotten into anything here, because it was a 140 hold, but we're still below the 10 exponential. And the last time we weaseled our way up into the 10 exponential, we rejected. So if we weasel up into that 141 and a quarter, reject, I'll get short. If we blow through it, I'll be looking to see what we do at the 20, because we still haven't had a 20 exponential retracement on the 5 quite yet. So yeah, I mean, they're both. These names are kind of in no man's land for me, and that's got me sitting on the sideline a bit. But I see that On Semiconductor did generally hold the volume weighted average price. It did breach it, obviously, as you can see on a wick basis. These two candles, though, were the only ones that breached it on a closing basis. Quickly, though, was reclaimed and back up into 79. Still a lower high below that $80.50 area, which was the high of day, at least so far. So still keeping an eye here on ARM, keeping an eye on all these names, but we are getting moves right back down on all the names, Adara, and I saw you printed up there. Let us know all about it.
Thank you. I took 30 pennies on the remaining 2/3 of my SPY position. Took the first part out here. I think, what was this, like 12 pennies? It wasn't crazy. Basically, why I wanted the SPY short. I know I initially said, I'm going to look long the SPY because they're bouncing off the 90 MA. So I know I did the thing I said got me messed up on Microsoft. But the difference between the Microsoft and the SPY trade is the SPY, I've been waxing poetic about that 544. If not externally, at least I know in my head for quite some time. This is a level I was like, okay, cool, I like. I pull it up as a potential long here if we bounce again off that 544.10s and we break below. We come to 544, we break down. We come back, we retest, I get involved, and I say, hey, if we come and bounce off 544.10s again, I'm outie. We try to bounce off 544.10s for a bit, but we do it in a way that is kind of anemic, to use a Sharifism. A little bit of a lack of iron there for that SPY trade. So then we got back below and I say, okay, Adara, we have a little bit of a bounce at 543.80s. Get out part there, be willing to add if we come back to 544s. Got out part there, we didn't come back. Basically, I said, if I see any kind of slowdown in the book, get out of Dodge. Ended up taking 30 pennies, got out at 69s. What's life without whimsy? But more realistically, it was just where the price ended up being. So took out the final third of the position there. Please just punch. This is the type of trading we got to get back into. I totally missed that Tesla short opportunity around 229.50s. But as I said, TSLA is going to be less of a chart trade for me and more of a book trade. So that's all good, baby. This market has been I don't want to say it's been a dream. It's been, a wonderful opportunity. You don't want to be sleeping on this market, that's for sure. This Microsoft short around that 426 area was clearly in play, but it's been rangy a bit, so I want to keep my eye on MSFT, but I want to be cognizant to not revenge trade because you don't want to do that. That's never fun. So lots of interesting things happening on this here Marquette. Bring it down, says Corey 25S. Yeah, I don't think the market needs you to tell you that because I think it's like taking that lesson on its own. So shout out to you, Corey S. Also, I forgot about this, but during the lesson, Broad Street Wolf tagged me. Apparently their name is Broad Street Wolf and not Broadest Wolf. Oh, so they just wanted to clarify that.
Very nice. Okay.
Let me put that out there because I just remembered that. But yeah, NVIDIA kind of coming back into that 112 area where the players I have heard sometimes dwell. So let's keep an eye on this. Tesla dropped back down to 223, says Papicha. Sorry, probably butchered your name, I apologize. There's a level on Tesla I like, and it's 226. And I talked about this a little bit on Friday, but 226 in the daily chart for Tesla has just been so juicy that I want to discuss it. If it will give me, okay, here we go. So Tesla 226 on the daily. We're talking about gaps, right? Look at this gap down into 226 for Tesla. We have that wick up. We open more or less around that 226. Waffle around. We have that big wick into 226. We reject. We can't even get into 226 before falling on Friday. This 226 here, if I zoom out even further, has been a level, 226 more or less, right? Like it's Tesla. But we had a couple gaps around this area as well going back into January 2024 and November 2024. So Tesla 226 for me, if we fall, that's a level I'm going to be keeping an eye on. So I appreciate that mention there. Pat Pichia, I'm so sorry, I definitely butchered your name there. But yeah, NVIDIA, I was like, maybe forming support, deciding to not dwell at 112, looking to break even a little bit lower. What a market. I'm just trying to find some opportunities here. McDonald's actually pushing higher off the 90 MA, so that could be a look, but not trying to rush into anything, taking it nice and slow as the market continues to drop viciously. How are you doing with your Qs?
The printing, and I'm upset. I'm doing well in the Qs, but that's not really the excitement here. I want to complain about the fact that I tried to get short arm and we need locates, and none of the big kahunas are over here to help us with that. So a little bit of a tough move there for me as I tried to short not the monster, excuse me. I'm just not concentrating as I said. Sorry, 1 second here. There we go. Yeah, I tried to get short on the break of 140 again, and this one requires locates. There we go. We just broke 139. We're on our way down more here, 138 and change. So we'll see if we can wet our beak on some shorts once the big kahunas get back. I'm going to look to short the pops on the future. We just printed on this short right now, but that ain't really the move. Let's see if we can continue down a little bit more over here on these names. All the indexes, by the way, guys, in negative territory. We have the ES down a quarter, the NQ down a fifth, the Dow and the Russell faring a little bit worse today. The Dow, which outperformed the Russell last week, 0.42 on the Dow, 1.26 in negatory land on the Russell. So the Russ taking it on the chin today after having a really good time as of late. So keeping my order to short 64.90 on the TQQQs. That's about that 19,150 level on the future, which we have a bit of a area of previous support now looking like resistance. Well, let's see if we can weasel our way down to 19.1, maybe even 19,000, who knows. So keeping an eye on that. All the Mag 7s, really, with no exception, are all making lower highs and lower lows. Apple included in that as well, even though it's found a bit of a base at 216.50. You can see everything really kind of pointing down. Tesla giving up not most, but a lot of the gains today. Was up over 6% at the high there at 240, 234, 430 or so, but has been a little bit weak as of late. Still waiting for that ad around 88s on the future. Looking for that ad on the Qs. Not much in terms of size left on this trade. Keeping an eye on the on the small cap gappers. Palantir continuing to make lower highs and lower lows as it goes down into 26 3/4. PLTR rejected there off the 10 exponential on the 5, rejecting that $27 area. Bit of a 2-candle rejection there as it looks to come down a little bit more. Even though it got an upgrade today, it was an upgrade. What was?
Palantir got a price target increase, but it also had a partnership with this Tree Energy Solutions.
That's the one that makes electric natural gas, which I didn't even know was a thing. So coming up to the high here is the future. I'm looking to get at 88s here, Dara.
Yeah, I took a Tesla trade, made profit on 2/3 of it, lost in the last third. A little bit Tesla pointed to myself, disappointed because I should have known. Should have just taken everything out there at 30s. We kept bouncing off 30s, but you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. As you know, to quote the Sufjan Stevens song, should have known better. But now all I can do is learn from that. Next time I'm going to take these Tesla scalps, especially as we're trying to find a bit of a base here on 227s. Take the whole thing out. No pieces or dreams, Dara. Only nightmares in Tesla. I'm going to stop clapping dramatically now. But yeah, this TSLA, I actually should have been waiting for the area that I really like, which I know I said, Tesla, I'm trying to trade less on the chart. But if I see something I like in the book at this chart level, which is 222.8, 30, 20s, I want to be watching out because that was a huge area of support earlier. We came up, we saw, we quadrunked. So I'm going to be watching this. I don't think Tesla's going to give me that level. Looks like we're going to keep riding higher. But like I said, for me, Tesla, the big white whale level, going to be my 226s, keeping an eye on that. If I don't get it, that's so good. I don't want to get so anchored to the Cybertruck. Microsoft continuing to break lower. I know I got a little bit burned due to my own poor decision making here on that initial trade, but I initially liked it as a short. The short thesis still stands. Why don't I continue to look at this as a short, Dara? Come on, flip the style up. If they hate, let them hate, and watch a couple cents pile up realistically because it's me trading Microsoft. So let's be aware of this. I was using that 50s area previously as a bit of an area of support for my ill-conceived long. So given that it's ill-conceived, I don't want to put too much stock in that level, but I want to see what we do here around 50s on Microsoft. Really, I guess 3 names I've been mostly looking at today: MSFT, TSLA, SPY, and the SPY being like, SPY, why did you look away from me, Adara? I'm still rejecting off this area. So I want to see what we do here. Again, with the SPY, it's always going to be a little bit less of a chart trade and more of a book trade, but there are some times where it gives you levels on the chart to be aware of, much like Tesla. I guess I trade Tesla and the SPY pretty similarly for reasons. I don't know. But let's see what we do here in the SPY. But what are other people looking at here in the market? No Real says opinion on NVIDIA. I'd love to give you my opinion on NVDA, the monster, as Sharif calls it. And it has been a monstrous day to be short for you, NVIDIA. I'm sure you're making some pretty pennies, some nice coin there. If you were in NVDA to the downside, look at all of these 9 EMA rejections here. We had this nice little VWAP rejection, all these topping tail candles before the big huadunk. We had a bit of a support, like this pre-market range, this 113.40 to 114, did not even care about that area. NVIDIA's like, what do you mean pre-market range? Fell. However, right now, NVIDIA, again, being quite fascinating around this 112. Look at this little wick of support for that 112 area on the book. I want to see NVIDIA still having these lower highs, lower lows, so there could be a short here, but I would be more cognizant of what we're doing here for myself anyway around this 112. It is a whole dollar level. It is an area we briefly tried to find support earlier, so I don't want to just be scoffing at this 112 area the way NVIDIA scoffed at its pre-market range. That's going to be my look on this. What about Coinbase? Yeah, thank you. Coin, says ScarJo Rabbit. So I always love your name. It's a great name. Let's take a look at Coinbase, because they actually report. We're going to see how much coin they're making as of Thursday after market. Their crypto cousin, Mara, also reporting. Oh, Coinbase. I don't know why I did that weird horror movie voice. Yeah, this one was like, oh, maybe we'll break out. Maybe we'll break out. Higher lows. Flat top in the pre. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. And then we open and we quadunk. We have come up here, make a decisively lower high. I don't want to say bear flag, but a little bit, because we do have that move down and a bit of chop and churn. Get to 246s, even lower. Then we make a lower high, continue to see lower highs, lower lows. I want to see what we do here. A lot of these looking similar, trying to peak up near that 9 EMA. It'll be interesting to see what they do from this level, but COIN, a little bit bamboozling, still weak, but trying to form some support, much like the rest of the market. But I see you are printing there on the Qs.
Yeah, we're short the Qs, looking for that rejection off 19173, which is the closing print from Friday, as we look to bounce off generally not 19.1. We could come into 19.2, so I need to be careful here. Some green candles coming in on some of the Mag 7 names. You'll see NVIDIA catching a bit of a bid here, trying to work its way up into the 10 exponential on the 5 off that 111.43 low of day. The monster trying to recover a little bit. Apple finding a bit of support at that 216.50 as it looks to curl back up. Tesla, though, continuing to put lower lows and lower highs. You are getting some greenage here on on Microsoft, you're seeing it a little bit on Meta, at least in the last couple of candles, but nothing really decidedly aggressively into the high side. So I'm packing my patience here with the short. First peak weather I've got at 82s and then at 72s. I'm going to stop out if it does break decisively above 10. So the stop is a little bit in no man's land, quite frankly, and I don't like it because it doesn't jive with the levels on the NQ. So if I get stopped out, I'm completely fine with that. I'm just going to get back in if the trade is valid. But yeah, it's working its way up, and it looks like I did get stopped out here for the last remaining amount, but I still like this trade if we reject. So yeah, and see, this is the problem sometimes of trading the triple Qs using the NQ levels. It's just sometimes it just don't jive, right? So back in at this moment, looking for that move right back down. I'm going to pack my patience on this one with, let's put that, there we go. So then we'll put the stop in place there. Let's see what else. Everyone's asking about AMD. Well, how come we're looking at AMD? It's only down 0.4. So let's have a look at that. Let's bring the side chart in and have a look at our friend AMD. Oops, AMD, here we go. So AMD just broke below the low of the day at around 140. It's printing lower highs and lower lows, bouncing off that 138.75. It's been a love affair with a 10 exponential on the 5 with AMD. So my trade, until I see something different, would be to short off the 10 exponential. If you get a bit of a tougher retracement, possibly into that 140.5, you could be looking for the 20 exponential rejection there. That also helps with a double bottom that you got at 140.50. That was at 10.10 and 10.15. So that could continue to help you come back down as well. Let's see what we're doing on said future. Rejecting a little bit, but nothing really to write home about. Looking for a bigger move down off that level. So let's just try to pack our patience here with the future and see what we're getting. Strobe 9 says SERV. We've been seeing that one show up a lot lately. Scott H has been trading that one. A lot of people have been trading that. I had it on my side chart today, saw that it wasn't doing much in the pre-market, so took it off. Lo and behold, it's awoken, and it's now up 19%, high 18% here. A bit of a dance with VWAP. No real respect for volume-weighted average price on the day. Let me put in the ticker super quick here, guys, so you can follow along. Yeah, so top there at 16.25, breaking through the 15 2/3 top that it put at around 11. Good move there into 15 3/4. I'd look to see what it does at 16, but good strength here for SERV. This has been a multi-day runner. It's a robotics company, Serve Robotics, about $500 million, a bit more, almost $600 million now, market cap on this name. So good strength on SERV, good support also at 14.5. You had a bit of a double bottom there, the last one touching off the 50. But yeah, it's a little zig, a little zag on SERV. So I think you had to have caught this one at the right time to really get going here. So good look. Still keeping an eye on the future as I am out of the money here, but we're still below the 10 exponential on the 5. So I am packing my patience with this trade, seeing if I can get in a little bit more. But we're seeing some green candles now come in on the Mag 7 name. So I got to be careful here. Descending head and shoulders, says Bonkzilla. I'm not sure on what he's talking about there, but yeah, like I love when people calling out these chart patterns there.
Yeah, go chart patterns. Also, go Tesla, question mark. Yeah, Tesla, I'm asking you, will you go? I took a short here. I went to the washroom. Before I did that, I took a short at that 228.20, which I'm only saying because I was like, you know, Derek, take your short. You love this level. Take your shot at it. So I took my shot quickly, took like 20 pennies on that. Basically, I wanted that 228 breakdown, got involved in 228.20, which was that level I was waxing poetic about for briefly, like a short poem. It wasn't like a whole Shakespearean play. It was a brief sonnet. About that level. Then what I do is I come back and I see, hey, now we're bouncing. Look at this. Adara tried the Tesla long, same level, same thesis. 21s did something for us. I ended up getting about 30 pennies. Could have gotten more, but I got out because that was a level I was seeing a little bit of stagnation at when I was involved. Microsoft at my level, says Ricky Peters. Well, thank you. It is. Microsoft is at my level, but I think Microsoft might be a little bouncy at my level. I think it's using this level as a trampoline. I want to see what we do here. If we get back to 75s, that will be a level I like. Thank you, though, Ricky Peters, for calling this out, because this is a level, like I said, I am very interested at Microsoft. At SPY, though, also at my level 544. Isn't it like so fun and bamboozling when all your stocks come into your levels at the same time? You got to like triage, like, what stock do I want first? What do I want more? But I want to shout out Ricky Peters. I am a little bit hesitant about Microsoft right now because, as Sharif said, there's a lot of greenage happening in MSFT, because I love that word. We also do have what I think is decent support here at this 425, going from a level of wick support to actually a level of candle support here. I will take this with like a scintilla of shares if I do get involved. That would be where I'd be interested, but it looks like Microsoft is trying to at least lull me into a false sense of security, lure me, whatever word you want to use. It's trying to get me interested here. I want to see what we do. I'd rather see a 426 rejection before I get involved, but if we bounce off 426, I'll go long. I feel better about the levels now. I've been watching this for longer, so that's something I have my eye on. I do want to shout out again, Ricky Peters, thank you for reminding me about this. We have such a good chat and such a great community, and with that in mind, we love to give back. So shout out to our new audience participation segment brought to you by Real Trading. If there's any tickers you're looking at and you're like, hey, I wonder what Neil has to say about that. I wonder what Sean has to say about that. Get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe it's Microsoft, maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe it's AMD, maybe Microsoft is a massive long. I want to shout out Ricky Peters again here for calling out this level. I was a little bit too slow. I want to see if we make a higher high here, because we do have these slightly lower highs. If we break above this 426.85 decisively, it looks like Microsoft is knocking at the door of that now, then I think that'd be a great long reversal. This market has been crazy strong. Finch Jane saying Tesla's still got a heartbeat. Oh, I agree. I flipped into that long briefly because I was like, I think we're flipping from support to resistance back to support here on Tesla, flip on that one. But now we're coming back to another area from whence we fell pretty viciously, 229.30. I think this could test the strength of Tesla's heartbeat. Let's see if we can pass the Tesla of this 229.30 level. We're kind of having a little bit of a slowing in our nice move up. And to be clear as well, it's worth noting, we are in an uptrend, but we've had a couple topping tail candles on our way up. Tesla, as Sharif said, still really strong on the day. It's up like about 420. So this one's getting a puff past to the upside, up about at 4.2% here. Now we're like 4.3. But I want to see what we do here at this 30s level. Looks like we're trying to push higher, but that's the level I'm watching. MSFT trying to continue to push higher as well. So I did miss some of my levels, but that's okay. You're always going to miss things. And you just got to keep your eye on the stuff, seeing what's coming into levels, seeing what's coming into play. NVIDIA, as the rest of the market continues higher, maybe getting a little bit spicy here at this 9 EMA. I do not like spice in the market. I don't like spice in life, but I do like it on this here market. If we bounce off the 90 MA, I'm tempted to take a very small NVIDIA long position that I would build into. I want to see what we do at 50s here. How are you doing with your
I just
Apple?
got stopped out of my short on the future because the future popped up aggressively. So we're 0 for 2 on the future. I'm trying the Apple short at VWAP over here. Maybe I should stop looking short. We're above 19.2. We just got into Apple at the volume weighted average price. The break even point on Apple is 217.98. So keeping an eye there to see if we break up aggressively above that level, excuse me. We're seeing some red now coming in at the volume weighted average price. But if the winds of change are coming into this market, then I got to stop shorting. And I'm not trading well today because Apple looks like it's on the way back up. So we're going to have to possibly stop the bleeding up here. So I'm going to have to get out of this. If it continues higher, what am I at here? I'm not sure why it's doing this to me. There we go. So we'll put that one in there. So already put that stop in Apple. It's going to have to reject off VWAP for me to stay in this trade. But we're zigging and zagging right now. A little bit above, a little bit below on Apple. Cybertruck pimping, says King Jesus. Good look there. I'm watching NVIDIA as well come back almost into Greensville to take green. It's got to go above 113. So you're getting that nice rounded bottom, and you're seeing that on a lot of these names as well. So you're seeing that on the Future. You're seeing that on a lot of Mag 7, Tesla included, as it works its way possibly back into the volume weighted average price. So maybe the winds of change coming in on these markets. We're still below VWAP on the Future, but we're above 19.2. We're above multiple different levels that we were having trouble with all day. So still in this Apple short, haven't been stopped out yet, but keeping my eye obviously on the Future and to see exactly whether we keep moving up. The strongest name in Mag 7 world, Tesla, followed by Google, which I had a decided bias against today because of that Search GPT thing from last week. I thought, we would get some more weakness into that. So just in my trade on Apple at the moment, still about 10 pennies out of the money as we deal with that $0.75 level, but not really much going well on my side at the moment, trying to pack my patience with the short. Don't want to get stopped out too quickly. Keeping an eye on the Mag 7 names. On semiconductor, continuing to have trouble with $80. It's moving up into 79s, but this is the one that keeps going. Every time I look at this one, COMM, it's not doing a whole lot in terms of volume, but every time I look at this one, it's a little bit higher than what I saw last time. So I got to start giving this one a little bit respect. 2 1/3 right now. It's trading at as the strength comes in on this name. So keeping an eye on that. And AMD just went green. For those who were asking me earlier about this one, 138.75 LOD, but it's coming in right now back above 140. So it's trying to work its way back up. Let's have a look at what AMD is doing. Good strength there as the overall market also finds a bit of a bid, and that's moving AMD into that 140.50, 140.75 area where we had a double bottom earlier today. So if we continue to pump here, I'm going to be looking for these levels to come into play, 141 even as well, which happened to be that 9:30 a.m. candle low. So strength coming in the market, and that's not helping my short right now on the Future, but got some other trades that I'm keeping an eye on right now on the Mag 7 as well. Some chips, Adara.
Yeah, I'm munching on a chip right now. I'm in that NVIDIA long. Like I said, I want to see what we did at 112.50s. As we got to that 90 MA area, we did bounce. We bounced. I got 33 pennies out here for 2/3 of the position. I wanted 88s. I watched. We got to like 86s, 85s. I said to Dara, you cannot do this. Just take it out at 83s. Got out at 83s. All good there. NVIDIA, for whatever reason, has refused to smoke above at this 113 level. I guess it's asthmatic at this level. I don't know. It does not want that smoke. We keep bouncing off 75s. She's like, cool, NVIDIA. But I have no interest in adding to you because I haven't seen you prove that you can get to 113. Yes, NVIDIA, I'm talking to you. So I want to see here, we're bouncing above 70s. If we get below 70s, I'll get out. I know I don't normally stay this long. This is like a little bit different for me, but I'm not seeing anything that's telling me NVIDIA wants to break lower. I'm just seeing a little bit of stubbornness on its part. Maybe that reflects stubbornness on my part, but that being said, NVIDIA can continue to get to 112.90s. It just can't break above into 113s. I have only 1/3 of this position left. I want to see what we do here if we get to 113s. But if it decides it would like to be a range from like 112.75s to 112.90s, NVIDIA, I can play you as a small range. By all means, I'm willing to add. I just don't. Okay, we broke above there. I'm going to stop my conversation with NVIDIA. Apparently, NVIDIA likes being talked to, Sharif. Breaking out here above 113s, but I don't know if we can hold above 113, so I'll get out of 113.01s. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. Please just punch. Let's keep going, markets. Microsoft here as well. Oh, Microsoft, you're the recipient of the first pushback of the day. It is below VWAP here. It did make a higher low, especially that interesting area of resistance support flip-flop on the 5-minute chart here at this 426.83. So push above that. We wick above VWAP, and then we pause. I don't want to short Microsoft here. I just want to be cognizant of these levels. MSFT, though, just might not be a chart I'm reading really well, so I might have to let that one go. But UM, which is, the Russell has been giving you a lot of interesting moves lately. Shout out to Sharif, who was mentioning this one earlier. Russell here, around 22222. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. Now, do we have a slightly lower high? Oh, for sure. And I don't want to only take 90 MA bounces. Just because it worked on NVIDIA does not mean it's going to work on every single chart, on every hither and dale. Do you know what I mean? But I want to see what we do here because we have had these higher lows. Looks like we're trying to form some support. I'm watching IWM around this confluence of twos that we're seeing, 22222. So I don't have a verdict on this one yet, but I'm going to wait for jury deliberations. Going to voir dire the stock, see if I have any way to see what we do here if we push above that 222.40s before I decide if I have enough conviction to take the trade. But yeah, if anyone wants to get involved here, again, say it again, make sure we have everybody voting, exclamation point, vote. Oh, sorry, join, don't exclamation point vote. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's Microsoft, maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's AMD, maybe I almost said A&W, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's Apple, whatever ticker you want to get involved in. If you want to hear how Sean or Neil would trade it, if you want to have Sharif tell you what exactly is going on with this from a catalyst perspective, get in that chat and get involved. Fake moves sell, says Mama Hua. We also have Kun Chin Lee saying this is a fake bounce. So some people saying that this bounce might be a little bit anemic. We're going to have to find out if we've got the iron behind us, if the iron's hot in these moves. But let's wait and see here. EWM still hanging out around 222s. I don't want to jump into a trade on that. TSLA pushing above 230, so that could be an interesting look. Right now, just kind of waiting for things to come into my levels. Trying to be a little bit more of a patient trader. Because as bears versus bulls, shout out to you. We'll sometimes say in the chat, patience, PAYTIENC. How are you doing?
Good. Not good, but good. So I got stopped out again of my Apple trade as this one breaks through the volume weighted average price on the way to 218. It's very close to going green on the day. It's just got to break above 218, and then that's where Greensville is. The closing print from Friday as well as pivot points, both at that exact same level there on AAPL. So watching this one like a hawk, it did find some good support at that 216 and 2/3, 216 and a half, where it had some pre-market action down there. Wasn't alive to that, but this market recovering in a way that I didn't anticipate, quite frankly. Like we're still, only up 0.5%. It's not like huge, but we are at VWAP right now on the NQ September contract. Watching this one to see exactly what we do with the volume weighted average price. We had a whole bunch of resistance at 19,250. That didn't hold it back. So if we really clear VWAP here, it looks like it would be or will be possibly a good recovery on the day. Just got to see exactly what we do here. I feel like I haven't had a read for these markets the last little while, so I have to be careful exactly how I've been trading it, trying to stay positive on this and not really, get down on yourself because it doesn't really help a whole lot to be annoyed, but keeping an eye and wanting to know exactly how to, play it the right way. I mean, you see a whole bunch of green candles coming in, but for me, I was unsure. I mean, is this a deeper retracement into a more of a bear move, or is this an outright reversal? That's kind of always the question that traders have issues with. Is this a retracement or is this a reversal? Right now, getting a bit of a rejection off the volume weighted average price on the NQ September contract. Keeping an eye there. Keeping it on Apple at 218. Tesla's also at VWAP at that 230 area. So interesting look for a lot of these ones. Nvidia's right back at 113, which is the closing print from Friday. Could encounter resistance in and around there. So really looking long now, but I need a little bit more proof, and that's a hold above the volume-weighted average price on the future. And if you're going to take Apple long, you want to see it at least hold positive. It's going here. Apple, it really is a little bit of a stronger one, of almost $1.50 now, or more than $1.50 off the bottom. I did not anticipate this. I thought, negative catalyst for Apple, even though it was a recipient of a couple of price target increases lately. I didn't think it would have this kind of strength. So keeping an eye here. 2 topping tails right now, at least for the moment, on the NQ September contract, not topping tails, sorry. 2 candles that really haven't cleared volume weighted average price too aggressively on the future, but it is looking like it's weaseling its way up now. This is kind of what I'm looking at here on my side chart. That's what I keep looking at. It's working its way through these resistance levels at 250. It's broken the VWAP, and all we really have is that 300-point level in some of these wicks here. Obviously, the IB high, 19,377. We're still about 100 points south of that at the moment. Packing my patience. Let's see what we get here on the future. You have Microsoft at VWAP. You have Tesla at VWAP. Google just barely breached it. Apple a little bit up above it. So is Amazon. Still hasn't worked its way into it. Nvidia, but the future is, and it's got these markets confusing the what out of me right now. So I'm trying to just stay put, but I'm feeling awfully long here as these names weasel their way up. So let's look at small cap gappers for a second, see what those are up to. COMM continues to move up, and ON continues to have trouble with 80s. Not much going on there, but ARM finding that support at 138, and it's been weaseling its way up. Bless you, Ram, into 143, looking to go 144, where VWAP is. ARM got a bit of a downgrade today. Not really, but they were commenting negatively about some of the macroeconomic headwinds that could hurt it. For example, the weakness in Android market for Android phones, as well as these AI PCs not really being all they're cut out to be. So keeping an eye now on the future as we are really breaching that level on the NQ September contract today. Right now, Microsoft, Meta, and Google all above the volume weighted average price. So is Amazon and Apple. Is it time to go long here? I personally don't know.
Yeah, bless you, Ramin. Yeah, I tried to take Tesla long here, ended up losing 8 pennies. I want to clarify. What am I clarifying there? I just want to say, I got long 21s. We were bouncing off 20s for a bit there. I was like, okay, cool. I get involved. We get to 320.39s. I'm like, 230.29s. I'm like, or like what? Like 20 pennies in the money, all good. Then we fall, we make lower highs. I'm like, Dara, I don't like this. We break decisively below 230.20s here. I ended up getting out at 12, so I lost about 8 pennies on this trade. But I was like, I don't like it when I'm seeing the book. Adara, trust yourself. Get out of Dodge or get out of the Cybertruck, as it may be. The stressful one does continue to live up to its name. But Tesla making higher lows in the book. We fall here. I was trying to take the short of the 230 breakdown. Didn't end up getting it. It's all good. I watched, though. We get to like 229.50s. Then we bounce to 230s. Come back down. Now we're bouncing around 70s or 80s. Higher lows in the book. I think Tesla's curling for a move higher. But I don't just trade Tesla. I look at other names too, I promise. I enjoy the Cybertruck, but there are other trading vehicles to look at as well, including NVDA. NVIDIA, bit of a topping tail candle. Happy I got it where I did. That 113 level was certainly pretty spicy. But now we're actually trying to push higher. But why is this interesting? I mentioned earlier that when NVIDIA had its move down, it really did not give a hoot about this, earlier pre-market range we had around 113 to 114. 113.40 to 114. But look now where we have that wick of rejection. That's right, the bottom of that pre-market range, 113.40. I think this is interesting. This could mean nothing, of course, Sometimes the market really doesn't care about previous levels, but I want to be cognizant of what I'm seeing on NVDA. Tesla also in its own little range, like I said, that 229.70s to 230 that I definitely have to be aware of. McDonald's making new high of day. This was an earnings trade that I guess originally investors were not a huge fan of, but then they said, I'm loving it. And Microsoft climbed a little bit. McDonald's. Different ticker that starts with an M, climbing a little bit higher here. Look at this area here in McDonald's. 260. We have this move up here, push lower, then we come back up, and look where we bounce. That's right, 260. Resistance and support, flip-flops. Then we bounce off it over a wick basis. So 260 is a level, and McDonald's, not Microsoft, is certainly an interesting one to me. I like that we're bouncing off the 9 EMA. I want to see what's in store for this MCD, McDonald's. So that's an interesting look. Yeah, we do have that Tesla 230 bounce I should be aware of. But also, I was seeing CrowdStrike, actually. I haven't looked at this one yet in the day, but I just remembered it was on the sector board. It was actually green, even though it had a price target decrease. Currently up about 3%. So, okay, CrowdStrike may be kind of rangy. This goes on my side chart, but you know what's going to strike now? Some knowledge from Neil. So we're going to see what's going on with the real deal with Neil. His lesson of the day.
Get it, Neil.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. I was just about to take a bite of my salad. I'm like, oh, you know, Adara's mid-thought. I'll be able to have a little bit of the egg salad that we have on here. I feel like we've been getting egg salad a lot lately. So first lesson, if you don't like egg salad, then don't eat the lunch here and be on the salad menu. But the second thing is, if you like earnings season, there's a really sort of easy setup. And I was just talking with a trader on the floor about this. And I was going to talk about the simple earnings breakout trade. And he just mentioned it last week on a name that I didn't even think about. So I'm going to lead off with the name that I hadn't thought about, which is GE. But the idea is, we know catalysts are important to the market. We know that a stock doing excessive volume or good relative volume usually needs some kind of a driver. Well, what better driver than earnings? We have a big, massive earnings week here with Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon. The big names are starting to come right through. But during earnings season, you're going to get daily, at least a few times a week, a stock that just seems like it wants to go and gives you a tremendous one-time opportunity. So GE is the one I want to start with because this is the one that one of the traders on our floor who's been around a long time was just talking about. I think you want to lead off with this. Like, it's pretty obvious. There's your volume spike day. Pre-market makes a high. You see it try to go in the other direction, kind of head fake in the pre-market, and then break out. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen this exact same thing. Gapping up, giving back, to the point that a lot of people give up on the stock. And then there's just one trade here. 170 breakout. So why was I thinking about this? Because most of you have probably looked at McDonald's today. And McDonald's, what happened this morning? Clear top at $256. Lulls you into, hey, we're going to the downside. They actually missed on the top and the bottom. Same store sales actually were a decline for the first time in a while. But it traps shorts, possibly under 250, and then starts trending into the upside. Trend, consolidate under. Oh, looking at that break at 256. And then just gone to the upside after that. Not incredibly complicated. And on top of that, you would have gotten some dip buys, albeit, I think, a tricky one. And I'm going to throw something in here because this is something Obi and I have talked about for quite some time. I'm now looking at this. I don't know why this didn't save, but I'm just going to throw this trend line up because if McDonald's breaks this trend line, I'm going short into VWAP. It's that simple. And we've been doing this on explosive runners. If it makes a nice pattern trend up after the opening breakout, I'm going to look at that trend all day long for a reversion back in through it, especially if you can make a double top. But you had GE do this for you. We showed that last week. You have McDonald's doing pretty much the same setup as this as well. And on top of that, when you look at McDonald's, it goes breakout right into this resistance on the daily. Like, how clean is that? But there can't be more than those. Oh, let's look at ON, up 14% today. We knew they also reported. Key thing here, do people usually trade McDonald's on this show? Probably not. ON, not a name that you're going to look at very often. GE, certainly not a name we're going to look at very often. But what do they have in common? It's earnings day. Now, this is an extreme example because you're breaking huge early in the pre-market. But look at what happens here at the open. At the open, you are dipping once before 9, and then right here at 9:30, there's your red candle right into the open, dips into a previous key 76 level, holds a higher low, and it climbs higher. Broke out at about 78. I tried to join late. It's like, what are you doing? You got to have it here. You got to have that first breakout when it traps people that you're going to be selling into 9:30, and then off to the races. They all have something in common here. They all reported. They all had very, very clean setups at the open. Now, ON is a continuation trade, whereas both GE and McDonald's were like this gap up, dip, and then break out the high. And we know breakout trades can go either way, but what's so great about the breakout trade is it's so binary. Like, hey, you're only putting this trade on earnings on McDonald's. It's a very clean and obvious level to look for a breakout trade. When it happens, you're like, if it breaks 56, I'm going long. If it never breaks 56, you don't have to make a trade. It's like this trend trade. Well, it either breaks the trend to the downside and then I take the short, or I'm just sitting there not trading it. Maybe you could be scalping long off of this. So I feel like earnings season is a unique opportunity to find things like this. Not always in the big cap names, which obviously you'll be in and out of more. Like, we love NVIDIA earnings, Tesla earnings, and all that good stuff. But every now and then during earnings season, you're going to get one of these names you're not accustomed to trading, like a GE, like a McDonald's, like an ON Semi, which is going to provide that big, clean breakout. Dip, rip, even dollar. You get in. If it rallies, you hold some for the dream, make that money. And we always talk about expanding your horizons as a trader. That's not just trading setups. It's about taking a breakout setup and just simply applying it to a stock that you might not normally trade. And an earnings season is the exact time you want to do it, because then you've got the extra volume, the extra volatility in some of those names that you might not usually get them. So very, very simple strategy there. Shout out to anyone that already had McDonald's or ON today or GE last week. Props to you on that. But let's add those to our toolbox. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil Roberts, baby. Dropping hotlines every day around that noon hour. Catch Neil every day. Yeah, around that noon hour. And he will be dropping hotlines. So shout out to him. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. I've been continuing to watch the future here because we're still at 19.3. A little zig, a little zag. You've got a lot of good recovery on some of the Mag 7 names. Google looks like it's really breaking out above VWAP there. So is Apple, but both coming into key area. Well, not both. Apple coming in a key area of technical resistance at 218 and 2/3. We had a bit of a double top there at 1040 and 1045. Still keeping an eye on the futures. It's not really blowing through 19.3, so we'll keep an eye here. This was a bit of a tough level overnight for the future. I was watching this level yesterday in the aftermarket, and we definitely had trouble taking it on a closing basis. We were up above it. I mean, we got like 30 points above it, but definitely right now some selling coming in. Charlie, Adair, Sharif, hi y'all. I'm late to hop on today. Was there a significant Tesla catalyst? Yes, sir, there is. Morgan Stanley adding Tesla to their whatever favorites list or whatever. Top picks. Yeah, and a whole bunch of reasons. Cost cutting, really important for them. Product diversification, moving away from cars like energy storage and solar and Optimus and some other things. They're also very happy with not the margins, but I can show you in a second here. Just keeping my eye on the future. Yeah, so basically Morgan Stanley giving them the nod, and that has Tesla at the highs. I believe it was up like over 6%. Now about 5% as it recovers a little bit above 230. Good strength. I think we're going to hold on to, looks like right now, 19.3 on the future. We'll have to wait and see. But you're getting all sorts of green candles right now on AAP. Where is it? AAPL as it breaks through the high there. Good strength for Apple as we break through 19.3 and hold above 19.3 on the future. So good strength coming in on these markets. NVIDIA not participating too much, but not a bad look. It looks like it is really more the Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google show. And we're still not at highs for NVIDIA and Tesla though there, but good recovery nonetheless.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned NVIDIA here. I took a couple NVIDIA shorts as the thing kind of trickled to the downside. You guys know I was like talking like, oh, 113.40, 113.40. What was that voice? We had a bit of support here. Like I said, the pre-market at 113.40. Oh, I didn't even realize there was even more confluence. We wicked into it on the way down, then continued to go lower. Then look where we cannot get above. That's right. 113.40, hello. Don't know what that was. Took that short here around 113.25s, got out around 113, low teens, so took about 10 pennies on it, larger position. Then I took a smaller position at this 113 107s, I think. I wanted to see us stay below 113.20s. We did. I got out around 113, so not a massive trade. But then I wanted to see what we did here at 113.80s. Why? Because that was an area that, I'm going to switch to the 5 minute because that was one. Okay, there we go. So in the 5 minutes, you could see here, and this actually did manifest, that 112.80 area was really weird for NVDA. We took our sweet time eclipsing that area when we had our breakout back to 113. So I wanted to see what we did there. We had 112.80. We held it. We pushed higher. I wasn't involved in that trade because I wanted to do some more watching and waiting. But I think NVIDIA, I want to just echo Streef's sentiment on this one being a bit bamboozling. If there are levels you like, and if those levels are anywhere from 112.80 to 113.20, maybe 113.40, those levels have come into play, but they're not always going to manifest the way you want them to. Nothing in the market ever will. So that is just my brief spiel here about NVDA. Microsoft, hello. I've been talking about Microsoft more than I've been trading Microsoft, but because I just never really trust my read on this name. But we're kind of coming back to that one of those previous highs that we had here, 128.50. Look at this bit of a topping tail we're getting. We had this big old bullish candle, bulls going growl. I don't know what sound bulls make, but the bulls did that. Now we get a bit of a topping tail candle. I think we could push higher. I just think we have to be aware. Yeah, that's the sound bulls make. They have money coming out of their behinds. It makes a running sound. That's what. Shout out to Sean there. Bulls making a running sound. It's just as I was saying, Microsoft getting a bit of a bearish candle. Microsoft's like, what do you mean? And pushes higher. Good look for MSFT. Not one I want to force a read on just because I don't really feel like I have one, but NVIDIA I like. Tesla, like I said, for book scalp purposes, has been going all right. And SPY continuing to push higher here from 546.30, bit of a chop and churn. Now we're at 546.75, so good look there for the SPY. CrowdStrike, as I said as well, a skosh rangy. If we reject, I want to take a short. I saw that you just were munching on the apple.
I did. I fat fingered though. I took everything out mistakenly as per usual. So I got to get better with that. But yeah, that's my first win of the day. So I'll take it. Yeah, the future on the way up, baby. 19.3 getting cleared quite aggressively. I am trading on the TQQQs if I'm going to trade the future. But that is a beautiful retake of 19.3. I am still a little concerned, even though we've broken above it. These three candles right here from 1020, 1040, and 1045, all topping till that kind of the same area we're at now, 19,320, even though we broke it. So I'm a little concerned with this level, but we are above it and we've got a good little move here. So if we retrace and reject these three topping tail candles from earlier, do we really give back the whole up move, or do we come into a VWAP, for example, make a little bit of a retracement, then break that high later? That's if we reject, right? I'm not saying we were, I'm just saying that there is this level here that we need to concern ourselves with. That's all. But everything else doing quite well. Apple above that level as well. These topping tail candles that came in at the same time on the future as an Apple, 1040, 1045. That came in, 218.70, and we're dancing with 70 right now. So maybe we didn't clear the level as decisively as I anticipate or I think. Right now, Apple's still dancing in the 80s. Yeah, I'm going to be looking to trade this one as it's really recovering here, up 0.4. Definitely not the biggest name on the day, but a great recovery off that 216 double bottom, 216.5, double bottom. All right, you guys are asking about TWOU, saying it's curling back up. Look, I got to tell you, I don't think I feel like I've had a good read on TWOU, but here it is. So if it's not respecting VWAP, then don't use VWAP. And in this case, it's a little bit above, a little bit below. To me, that doesn't spell a whole lot of respect. What I do see respect for is this yellow line on my chart. The yellow line is a 20-period exponential moving average, and this time frame is on the 5-minute because the exponential moving averages are different on different time frames. And as you can see, all the closing prints, without exception, have held up above the 20. They've also made incrementally higher lows, not by much, but incrementally is incremental, even if it is a penny or two here. So good luck, but it's just not the cleanest of small cap gappers. It's up 125%. Good respect there. Let's see if it can get above that 289. We're rejected around 1145. Let's check 3. 3 is really the level, even though we've gotten to 329, because all the closing prints have been south of 3. So super interesting exactly what's happening right now on TWOU, but it's going to have to decide whether it wants to zig or zag or whether it wants to be a little bit directional. Amazon just absolutely flew to the high side, and I don't know what's going on. I don't see anything on the blotter, news blotter that is, but there you go. You get that big break of that key area of technical resistance on AMZN that on the day. 184 was a bit of a tougher level, although the IB high did take us to 184.75. You can see that every closing print, essentially subsequent to the bell, has been below that 184 level with a few wicking candles here and there. These two candles over here at 12:10 and 12:15, the first of two candles to close above the 184 level on the day. It is finding some resistance at 184.5 after that big boy move up. The future, though, not hitting, the brakes at all. It's all gas, no brakes, blowing through that 19,300 and a fifth, and now looking to weasel its way into the 50-point level. Ultimately, though, that 77-point level, the high of the day. I'm still, I don't know. I'm just still a little suspicious of said market. We'll keep an eye on that. As Amazon moves, Meta's moving too, Katina, man. It's just not Amazon on its own. 472 just got touched there by Meta as that big boy V-shaped recovery continues to materialize on the MAX7. We'll keep watching this. I'm seeing some top and tails. Oh boy, on the future right now. Do we get a rejection, or is this just a way to trap the shorts, baby? What's going on with said lights? Why are the house lights on? Oh baby, the house lights are on, Adair. It feels like the morning again.
I know, right? All of the lights. There's a while where we kept singing that every morning, and we were just all having in each other's heads. But yeah, right now, all of the lights for me are on the SPY because as Sharif said, well, brain, hello, wake up, good morning. We do have these lower highs here on, not lower highs, but a bit of a topping tail candle on the future. And I also am seeing a bit less of a topping tail candle, more of kind of this potential reversal here, this lower high on the SPY. We cannot reclaim that 547 level, which we claimed earlier, and which was also a bit of a pre-market level. So interesting look here for the S&P 500. I was initially interested in going short here, just below 60s, then decided to cancel the order. Wasn't feeling as confident about it as I would like. Especially if you look at this recovery in the SPY, it's been wild, it's been crazy. That itsy bitsy spider just keeps climbing up that spout, to use a phrase Obi has used before when talking about the S&P 500 on this here show. So I think this is an interesting look here. But you know what else is interesting? If you want to look at the market, if you want to find out what news we have, we'll also do that. Get involved in the chat. Join, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. But also, you should take a look at our sponsor, Benzinga Pro. Thank you very much to Benzinga Pro for their awesome support. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also, because I saw someone asking about this, I put this in the chat. With regards to speaking of news, we do have the Zuck man himself, the Zuck train, as Sharif refers to him, and Justin Wong. Right. They will be talking at the SIGGRAPH conference, but not until 6 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Talking at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're going to have to wait and find out what the results of that, well, not results, but we'll have to find out how the market reacts to that as of tomorrow. I'm making it seem like they're part of the Olympics. I love it. It is the Olympics of earnings week, though, this week for sure. With we got Meta, we do have the Zuck train, coming into the station with its earnings report. We got Microsoft, we have Amazon, oh boy, so we've got, and then also Apple as well. So as Ryan Faluna referred to Apple on the market recap, Big Mama. So lots of massive earnings reports coming up here. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. Meta is flying, says DayTrader. Oh yeah, Meta's flying. With Amazon flying. Meta though, actually flying into a bit of an interesting area for me. So I want to pull it up. That area I see on my side chart is 472. What is the actual area? I want to wait till I have the real number if it loads. Okay, so we actually eclipsed it, but this 472 area is kind of interesting. Meta, do you want a range? Do you want to give me 467 to 472.50? Meta, do you want a range? I would be super cognizant about getting involved. We did have that nice spike in this with Amazon, so this could be a news-related thing, but we have a smaller spread here in Meta. That spread is tightening up. I like this as a range. I will wait to see what we do at 472. I would risk into 472.30s. This is a trade that does make me quake in my boots, but a scared trader is a deficient trader. If you do something like you owe it to yourself to get involved. So Meta, I might be stepping into that Zuck train right now. Choo-choo, make room for me on its way to the downside. Small position, I would be very, very cautious. This is a trade that does make me nervous, but as we have a little bit of a breakdown here, I want to break in to Meta. Let me in, trade. I got my ticket.
Nice. I like that. I'm looking at the exact same trade as you. 472.80, the high of day on Meta. The previous candle went into 65. So, you know, obviously on a $471 name, it's essentially the same area. Let's see if we get that rejection. Topping tail, huge topping tail candle right now on the 5-minute chart. So there we go. We get that big move down. Let's see if we can get into the Zuck train. So we're short the Zuck train now. Let's see if we get bamboozled. We're short at 66s. So that is that's a bit of a tougher level to get there. I was looking for a little bit more or a bit of a better price. We'll see what we get there, and hopefully we don't get upset. Let's see if we can weasel our way down, showing 53s now on the ask, 40 on the ask. The bid, on the bid, the ask not dropping for whatever reason. Let's see if we can drop a little bit more. 42s now there, waiting for that print. It's not giving us the print as it's holding up above this level. So that is a little bit of trouble, and that pops right back up. So that's trouble here if we can continue to move up. So there was a buyer at the $0.50, and that's no good. Yeah, that's what happens with Meta. It's super spready. Sometimes you can't get the print, and now we're getting a bit of a pop back up. So I'm going to try to pack my patience on this trade. So we'll go like this, and then we'll look to cover. We'll just put it in our stop there on this one. Let's see what the sharage is on this one. Yeah, okay, so we're good to go there. And do we get the print yet? So the ask still at 65s, the bid at 43s now. The ask now is dropping to 59s, but it's just the bid isn't dropping, or sorry, the ask is not dropping far enough. So the spread will get you in trouble with this, but we're down back to 19.3 here on the fuge. So do we bounce off this 19.3 area, or is it just a quick wham bam thank you? And I looks like I will get stopped out of Meta here, dude, because let me go back. Where's my Meta screen? So I did get stopped out of Meta there. So big, yeah, not a great trade. We tried to take that. The $0.50 did not let us in, but it looks like it's still coming back down. So maybe we did get bamboozled a little bit here. I'm going to keep my eye on the future at 19.3 because I think that there might be a trade to be had at this level over here if we do bounce it there.
Yeah, I'm in a SPY short right now, but I think it's going to be pretty short-lived. With me, the pun's basically always intended. Basically, I like the whole dollar levels on the SPY. And also in Tesla, like generally, if I'm going to book scalp, I don't know why, but I like to see what we do. I do know why. Whole dollar levels can be interesting. I like to see what we do at whole dollar levels. The SPY, we had that break below 546. We stayed below 546. I like the look. And also, on the 3-minute chart at least, and this is where I got a little bit bamboozled by myself, the 3-minute chart looks a lot more bearish than the 5, which is usually what I trade off of, but I need to switch this because I have the 3-minute for some reason on my chart on my side chart. So when I look at this, I'm like, wow, what a bearish look. We're below the 9 EMA. We've got a topping tail candle. Woohoo. Didn't know what that voice was. But this is a little bit less. Right now in the 5, it actually looks like we're bouncing here. I want to see, I don't like this way that we've kind of curled back up here. I want to see what we do here, if we can get back below, but I don't think we're going to. If we have any kind of bounce here, 546.10s, I'm going to have to exit the SPY, crawl my way out of the spider. I don't like this. I'm getting out. There we go. Not the trade of anyone's dream. Next time, Adara, make sure you're looking at both charts before you hop in on this trade. So it looks like we're kind of bouncing. This is not a long I want to get involved in right now, but just something to be aware of. I want to talk about that trade. Meta, I was not able to get filled. I was very frugal. I was like, I want my 199s, which was, in retrospect, not realistic. Alas, I was not able to get filled. It's all good, baby. You got to find some more trades, find some more opportunities, get ready to see what else this year market will have to give you. Now SPY coming back to 546s, but again, I want to be more patient there. Not the proudest of that last SPY trade, so it's all good there. Just keep waiting, keep looking, keep searching. EUM, I've been looking at a little bit, not extensively, but just an update for anyone looking at the Russell. I like that 222.22s earlier, and right now we're just below it. Let's see if we're able to have this pop off that previous area of support or on this 222 level. But right now, we're going to talk about something that will pop up every once in a while in charts. It's going to be island gaps. So let's, boat over to that island. Row your boat over to island gaps. Thank you, Sharif.
You can swim, you can float, you can do whatever you want. Just find your way into the island gap. Traders, today we delve into a less common but intriguing gap pattern that is known by the term island gap. This unique formation can offer valuable insights into potential market behavior. So let's get right to it and talk all about it. So what is an island gap? An island gap is essentially characterized by a gap in the price chart that's surrounded by trading on both sides, hence the term island, right? Essentially, it appears as an island of it appears as an island of open price bars isolated from the rest of the price action. And I'll show you exactly what I mean in a second. Here we are. We're pumping. We're moving up. We're moving up. Oh, all of a sudden, there's a catalyst overnight that helps shoot things up. But within like 5 different candles or 5 subsequent candles, we're all of a sudden gapping down. What happened? So we'll talk a little bit about what the sentiment is of the market when we typically see these island gaps. But let me tell you quickly, there are 2 types of island gaps. One is a reversal, one is a continuation. 9 times out of 10, they will be a reversal pattern. So you should have a bit of a bias when you see them that they will reverse, but they don't always do it that way. Here is one basically example. I mean, it gaps down and it fills the gap quickly, but look how quick the second gap on the side over here gets filled, and we continue to make new highs and actually break the high of the initial island gap. So sometimes it can be a little bamboozling, and we're going to talk about how to be able to spot whether or not they're continuation or reversal patterns. Here is one I wanted to show you guys because this is actually live on the Apple charts right now. So this is a bit of an island gap between, like, say, 232.5 and 237.5. We gapped up there aggressively overnight and then gapped right back down. Who remembers this move down back on the 12th, I believe, of July? So this is a live in living color gap, island gap on Apple. Obviously, not tradable at the moment, but could be tradable in the future if we do work our way back up there. So the formation of the island gap, super important. So to form an island gap, the 3 following conditions must be met. 1, a gap up or a gap down occurs, creating a space on the chart, obviously. Number 2, the price retraces to fill the initial gap, creating a second gap on the opposite side of the original gap. And then number 3, the price moves away from the filled gap, leaving it isolated like an island, okay? So that's what you should be looking for there. What is the significance, though, of these island gaps? What are they telling us about market sentiment? So island gaps can indicate a significant shift in the market sentiment or a significant shift in the underlying conditions in which the market is trading. They often signal a potential trend reversal or continuation depending on the accompanying price action. That's what we're going to talk about right now. We're going to talk about identifying reversal or continuation patterns for these island gaps. Now, we'll start with the reversal because most times it will be a reversal pattern. So initially, what you're looking for is a breakdown below the lower gap for an upward gap. So if we're moving up, you're looking for a breakdown below the lower gap for an upward gap or a breakout above the upper gap for a downward gap. So this works both ways. It works for the longs and works for the shorts, and often suggests a potential market reversal. You should also be looking for, if it's a reversal pattern, you should be looking for increased trading volume accompanying the breakout or the breakdown, which can strengthen the reversal signal. And you're looking at the RSI, you're looking at the MACD. Specifically here, what you're looking for is to see if there's MACD RSI price action divergence. What that means is the MACD, for example, may make lower highs, or the RSI may make lower highs, but the price action on the actual chart continues to make higher highs. In that case, you have a bearish divergence, and typically what you'll get is a reversal after that. So you got to keep one eye literally on the price action and the other eye on the stochastic or the oscillators. Now, how do you catch this as a continuation pattern? A continued move in the direction of the initial gap will suggest to you a possible trend continuation. So if you get that island gap to the high side and then you gap down, but then you fill it like the chart I just showed you, that's what we're talking about for continuation patterns, okay? And you're looking specifically here for increased trading volume accompanying the continuation through the gap fill to the high side. And you got to look at the RSI and the MACD or whatever other oscillator you want to use. Here, though, you're not looking for price action oscillator divergence. You're actually looking for oscillator price action convergence. So you want to see the MACD make higher highs if the price is making higher highs, as well as the RSI, or the opposite. If it's making lower highs and lower lows, you also want to see that on the oscillator as well. So how do you trade these island gaps? First, we'll talk about how to trade the continuation pattern, and then we'll talk about how to trade the reversal setup. So if an island gap is followed by a continuation of the previous trend, so in this case, let's call it a bull trend, your entry, you're going to consider entering a long position after a pullback to the upper gap for an uptrend, or a short position after the pullback to the lower gap for a downtrend. And I'll show you depicted on the chart in a second. Your stop loss for the continuation, you're going to place your stop below the lower gap for long positions or above the upper gap for short positions, and your profit targets here, bit of a tougher ask, but you can use the measuring move to see how much the gapped up and what it's projected to print in the future. You can also use fib retracements or fib extensions to identify those. And if there's a clear chart pattern at the end of the gap, or the actual island gap itself is a chart pattern, you can look to that to kind of gauge entry. Reversal patterns. If an island gap is followed by a reversal of the previous trend, and I would submit to you most of them are, then you're going to be looking for your entry here by waiting for a clear break below the lower gap for a potential short, or a clear break of the upper gap for a potential long position. Your stop loss here, you're placing your stop order above the upper gap for the shorts and below the lower gap for the longs, and your profit targets, again, you're going to use fib extensions or retracements. You can also use a measured move, as well as if there is a chart pattern there that you can glean, look to see if that chart pattern allows you to project the move out of the break of it. So here's the look. Here's the island gap bullish reversal. You're going down, and then you gap down, but within 4 candles, whatever time frame it is, you're already filling that gap. So you're reversing that down move. So your entry would be on basically the high of the candle that fills the gap, and your stop would be right below that gap level. So you get in here, and your stop would go like this, and then you try to ride the trend. Conversely, for the bear signal, you're moving up, you're putting higher highs and higher lows. Boom, you gap up overnight, you get a 3-candle island gap. You want to get short because it gets filled. So what do? You enter the short on the top of the candle that fills the gap, and then you put your stop below the area where the gap gets filled. So if the gap gets filled, you're zigging and zagging, and the trade is no longer valid. So you just got to keep that in mind. Trading these reversal gaps, a little bit different than trading the continuation one. Hope everybody prints on that, Adair.
Yeah, it's interesting too that there are the different types of island gap. Looking for an island gap. Yeah, shout out there to island gaps. And shout out as always to Sharif to putting out the lesson there. And I like that you gave us an in the wide gapple and apple.
You forgot
in
to
the
shout
wild.
out the Island Boys.
You got to shout out the Island Boys. How dare we?
Are you a fan of the Island Boys, Adair?
Sounds familiar. I don't know.
You don't know who they are?
It sounds familiar. I don't know.
It's like there were 2 twins. Okay. They had like super spiky blonde hair, and they kept singing that Island Boy.
I know the song. Yeah. I didn't know that was what they were.
Yeah, and they were like, they're twins with like dimed out, or what is it called, iced out grill?
Because I do know the song. Okay, that's interesting. I have to look them up because I've heard that song. TSLA trying to bounce here off 231.50. Not anything island related, but it is just happening. It's trying to ride that Cybertruck there up that island. I don't know. Good look here for TSLA. Microsoft, I find every time I see something, that thing moves before I can do anything. I mentioned it like that 428 bounce. I'm like, let's try to get involved. Microsoft's like, way far away from that for now. So definitely had to leave that behind. I want to talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA 113 has been interesting. I shorted this and I fumbled the ball with the rest of the position. I got involved here around 113s, got out like 2/3 of this, 20 pennies in the money, all good. Then I add, because you're making lower highs, then we flip and I'm like, Adara, get out, didn't get out, ended up getting out here around like, I think just above 313.10, 313.15. So not 113. So not exactly how I wanted to execute the trade. Probably ended up slightly flat on it. So should not have added, but it's all good there. You want to learn, you want to grow. And it's like, Adara, if you're seeing stuff in the book you don't love, wait, don't add to the position. So let's wait and see here. Swagger 101, or Swagger 01 saying, what about AMD? So let's take a look at AMD. Thank you for reminding me. And it's like, if you want to know what Sean and Neil, though, have to say about AMD, there's a way you can find out. Vote. Get in that chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it is AMD. Maybe it's AMC. I don't know. Maybe it's Gumme. Maybe it's Apple. Maybe it's the market. Whatever you want to know about, get in that chat and vote right now. AMD, there's a couple interesting levels for me. AMD is on a chart that's going to make me push back my chair. It's not one that's going to be super excited right now. However, there is one level I do not dislike. And it's not perfect. It's not going to come every time, but 141. Look at this. Like the old rum band or the JID song named after the old rum band. Look at this base here. We've bounced off 141 a couple times. We get up here to 144s. Then we come back down. Look where we bounce. 141. Look a little bit lower, mind you, but we do bounce at 141. Then we reject VWAP. Actually, I guess sort of another level. Reject VWAP around 142.20, but I am stretching a little bit. If a level isn't there, don't worry about it. That being said, we come back, make a lower low, then we bounce once again at 141. So I think if there was a level in AMD, the closest I'm seeing is 141, maybe 142.20. But this chart is not like anything that's making me super enthused to like get out of bed, push back your chair for anything, right? It exists. It's happening. 141 though, bouncing here in confluence with with the 90 MA and those previous bounces is not bad. Yeah, shout out to you, Dirt Poor. I do have a lot of fun here being on this show. The markets really excite me. What can I say? Best of times. Gator Man mentioning a chart I haven't looked at in quite some time. SoFi earnings July 30th. Let's make money.
I just heard the Katina man talking about it right now.
That is amazing. Yeah. So SoFi, how are you looking? No fi? Yes fi? Let's find out. Shout out to Anthony Noto, the CEO of SoFi. I just feel like I see him talking on CNBC.
I just like his name
a lot. Pardon?
I just like his name.
Right?
Noto.
It has power. There's power to it.
Hello, Noto. Remember that Hello Moto?
Yeah.
Hello,
I do
Noto.
remember that. That I do remember. So I get like not much like AMD. There's a couple levels that are kind of meh there, but there's nothing like that is screaming at me. Nothing to push back my chair over. Bit of a base here at 748. We reject a couple times at 748. Then we quadunk. We actually, another sort of level here at 740s. We bounce, I guess 739s. Have a couple wicks into 739. Push lower highs, lower lows. Trying to make a higher low here though at 727s, but SoFi right now for me would be a no-fi. We're gonna have to wait and see what it does on its earnings tomorrow, alongside its pal PayPal, which is also another finance-related names. They're also gonna be reporting earnings tomorrow. So let's take a look at PYPL as well here. Lift us all, Meta, says Ricky Peters. Yeah, I mean, Meta's trying to lift somebody. Happy I wasn't able to get into that short. I want to show those, Sharif, for quickly extricating yourself from that short, because that Meta was a wild beast.
The hell out
it
of
acted
there.
like it wanted to short and then it did not care.
Yeah.
PayPal, you got to push back, because look at this, 58.80. We have this pretty massive area of resistance, lower high. We climb back. We get to 55.80. Make a lower high, then we break out. So shout out to PayPal. To be clear, the breakout was nothing major. We get to like 58.95. It's a cool 15-cent breakout. But PayPal could be interesting for me here. Look where we're coming back now, this 55.80. Not one I would trade today. Volume kind of meh, but PayPal could be paying you and your pals if you're looking to trade that one tomorrow during earnings. Something I will keep an eye on. Gatekeeper saying, but Adara, Wi-Fi. Oh, good SoFi Wi-Fi fun. Shout out to Gatekeeper. Great look here for you. And
Apparently, Wi-Fi doesn't mean anything. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's actually true. It was on Jeopardy. Yeah. So,
Interesting.
I mean,
My-
if it's Jeopardy, Adara.
I trust Alex Trebek, RIP, and co.
Did you like Mayim Bialik?
I haven't seen, I know she was on your
Yes,
favorite show.
yes, yes.
I haven't seen much of her as a Jeopardy host.
Do you know that she's an actual neuroscientist, IRL?
I did know that.
And
I thought
she
that
was
was
on
really
Blossom,
Yeah.
did her thing in the 90s, stepped away from acting, got a PhD
And then
in
she
neuroscience.
blossomed,
big
yeah.
deal. There you go. And so she was actually helping them with the writing, Adara, because she had this science background. And
That was a lot of the CSI cast as well. A lot of the people playing the lab rats, as they're called in CSI, they were actually
That's
science
interesting.
people. Also, fun
Helps with the writing.
Right? It does help.
Yeah.
It gives you perspective.
Yeah.
Interesting Wi-Fi story as well. I have
Go.
a friend whose grandparents, I have a friend whose friend's grandparents apparently saw the free Wi-Fi sign at McDonald's. This is back in 2013, and they asked for free Wi-Fi. Which is just
They didn't know what that was,
No,
but they wanted it. It was free.
and they wanted it.
And I
so
want-
shout out to
Blame 'em.
my friend's grandparents there with the free Wi-Fi. Yeah, right. PayPal continuing to hang out of this 58.80. Not one all trade. Microsoft a bit rangy.
Everyone's saying it means wireless fidelity. Maybe I'm wrong. I swear it's Wi-Fi.
Wireless
I
fidelity.
swear it was on Jeopardy. Everyone's saying it's wireless fidelity, and they're probably right, but I'm just regurgitating what I heard on Jeopardy. All right, so I got long on Apple 218.45. I was able to take everything out at 77s. This is like the best trade that I've had all day. I haven't traded well today. That's now two, I guess, positive trades in a row on Apple. It's holding the 10 exponential on the 5. It had really ugly topping tail candles, which really had me questioning my life's choices. But quite frankly, it held a very key area of technical support. It was very directional. So if you wanted to see it hold up, it had to be at that first moving average, which was essentially the 10, the green line right there. As you can see, the solid green line, not the dotted one. That's a pivot point. So AAPL looking to weasel its way back up. I've also been seeing this gnarly range on NVIDIA 113.50. Well, I don't know what's going on with that, but it's been putting in higher lows, so I'm a little concerned to taking this because you feel like the top might come off at any moment here with this 113.5, flat top possible break. Now, this 113.5 had a whole bunch of, support to increase its importance as a level. Initially, it was resistance, though. Look at all these bottoming tail candles right there, right at the open, all bouncing off 113.50. We also had a little bit of a consolidation area low there in the pre. So 113.50, an important level on NVDA, at least on the day. But the future is maintaining its upward trajectory. I can say that, I promise. So we'll, if you really do believe in the direction of the future here, then entering short on NVDA might be a little bit tough, and it's now breaking through that high. But I still think, we could get something on this. So I'm just watching it to see if it breaks directionally, and it looks like it is getting some support. Now, it behooves us to look at the book to see if there are any bids moving up here bigly with this name to see if it could support a bit of a down move here. And we're definitely putting in higher highs and higher lows on NVIDIA, at least locally here, looking to break that 113.60. Still hasn't done that right now. But it's a bit of a, I would say 113 to the low side, maybe, well, it really is 112.80 to the low side. That was before this range got broken at 113.50. Now it's all the way up into 60s. We'll see if it can get directional here. It looks like it is. NVIDIA's breaking out through this range. So the next level I'm looking at is the volume weighted average price at 114 level. So if we continue to move up here, and it looks like we are, because the future is holding above 19.3. It's not flying up, the future, but if the future stays above 19.3, you think NVIDIA is going to remain above this level right here. So good strength on NVDA coming into that 114 VWAP area. There is price action resistance for whatever reason at 114.40, 114.50. That takes us back to this consolidation area over here from around 10.15 to the big boy Huadunk at 10.50. So right now, keeping an eye on the Mag 7. Also, Meta put in a gnarly looking top and tail. Ooh. But it was followed by not a Huadunking candle. I don't know if that's English, like all the double negatives there. But yeah, look at I was looking at this candle. I'm like, okay, this thing is going to flush now. And it found all sorts of support. It really didn't tank. It didn't even come down into the bottom of the top of this resistance candle here at 472 and 2/3. As Adara mentioned, today it will be a sit down between the Zuck train and the Monster CEO. Jensen Huang and Mark Zuckerberg are going to sit down together. What is it going to be, a fireside chat?
Fireside chat.
Fireside. They're going to sit down near the fire in the middle of summer. Makes pure sense, right? I would have rather an air-conditioned chat. I would have been good with an air-conditioned chat, Adair. I'm just saying, air conditioning is important this time of the year. But anyway, yeah, so keep your eye on NVDA, keep your eye on Meta. Obviously, Meta's been one of the biggest buyers of Jensen's products. They were doing it initially to recommend videos on Reel. We know how good that is. I think Reels is a flaming, relative to TikTok. The suggestions are just absolute poop.
Fair.
That's just my opinion.
Some of the recommendations are weird.
I don't like the recommendations, and I don't like how it understands me. TikTok, though, let's not get there. You know how I feel about TikTok.
Yeah.
But no, seriously though. So they were initially using these GPUs to make recommendations for Reels. Obviously now looking for AI, their use of Llama, as well as a metaverse. We saw how much Meta is losing in the metaverse, about $40 billion in the last 2 or 3 years or something like that. So we'll keep tabs on that. Great day today though for the Mag 7. We're covering a little bit off Friday's weakness there.
Yeah. Speaking of recovery, I don't know, there's no transition. I took Tesla short here. I want to explain why, because I'm sure it looks a little bit bamboozling. This is based on the book. I watched, and I don't know, I've talked about this a little bit, Tesla at this 20-cent level, or the fifth of a dollar, as Sharif will sometimes say. Tesla's been kind of interesting at this level for me over the last few weeks. And what I've noticed specifically for Tesla today, we'll get to a new whole dollar level, say in this case, 232. Yes, I know I scalped 7 pennies out of it. It's whatever. I'm okay with that. Clearly it broke lower, but basically my thesis with Tesla was we get to a new whole dollar level, we hold it, we get into 20s, we try to break above 20s, we can't break above 20s, then we start flipping from resistance support at 20s, and then we break lower. I don't know why Tesla's doing that. It doesn't matter why Tesla's doing that. Tesla doesn't care about my feelings. All I know is that Tesla's doing it on the book. So I decided to respect that. We get into 20s, we get back below 20s. I took it short 232s. I did not have enough confidence in the trade. Clearly, I got out at 90s, so fun, 10 pennies, if that. But you know what? I took the trade, took it with decent size, was confident about at least that much of a move. The thing with Tesla to remember as well is it is still an uptrend, which was also part of why I didn't want to overstay my welcome. Bless you. So that was something, that happened here. This was my Tesla trade. That is what occurred. If Tesla bounced here of 80s, because also look at this 80s level here on the 5-minute. This is nuts. We wick above it, not once, but twice. We get a little bit of a bearish look, then we get a big old green candle, roar, or clump, 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 say the bulls. As Sean was saying, we got that bull clopping in there. Then we get a bearish candle here. So Tesla being a deeply bamboozling name, I stand by the trade, should add a little bit more confidence, but it's all good. Confidence comes with time, it comes with practice, it comes with effort, and it comes with work. And every trade I make, I hope to gain a little bit more confidence so that I can, continue to hopefully grow as a trader. Like I said, I'm always very grateful to be sitting on this floor with everybody to be a part of this community. I'm going to stop my Oscar speech over a trade that was a cool 10 pennies or less. But the point I'm trying to make is with each trade, you want to grow and learn. And so that's why, something I'm trying to do there. I love that long though on the TQs because I don't think someone who's in it, he made like a very Muppetish face.
Well, I'm worried.
There.
I don't have a read on the market,
That's
and
fair.
I'm like, I can accept that when I do and when I don't. So, when you don't, you're always a little worried when you get into positions. At least I am.
That's
So
fair. I agree.
we're long at 48. So we're looking for a 19.3 hold. It did bottoming tail, did catch a bid super quick. So we're gonna put an out on this one just to cover our what end. So the stop is in place. Let's see if it holds 19.3. There is some weakness right now on some names. Meta finding a bit of a bottom on this bottoming tail or topping tail. Hammer inverse. I'll get it. I swear I'll get it. This hammer candle over here looks like it dipped into that 472-ish area, got bought up quite aggressively, right back into 473. Wow, that was super quick. Bottoming tail there on MET. Let's see how our future position is doing. All right, not great. Well, we're not out of the money at least, but not really flying to the high side here. Let's see if we can hold generally that 19.3 on the NQ September contract and weasel back up on the TQQs. I'm also keeping an eye on META because this bottoming tail candle right into 472 and change, got bought up quite aggressively. So if that's the case, well, then Meta is really bullish here. And it's single-handedly, I think, pushing this future area up. All right, we'll wet our beak there on the future. So it was the right call, I guess, after all. We'll see if we can get a bit more here. Let's see if we can pamp up a little bit more, maybe into 19,350. But if I had to guess, we're still probably in this range that we've been in on the future since around 12:15. Right now, it's 5 to 1. So we've been in it for almost 45 minutes over here on this range. This range is about 300 points to the downside. The top side here, you could say probably around 30 points, even though the wicks go above 40. The closing prints, though, south of that level. So we'll keep an eye on the future. I'm also interested on AAPL because it's been weaseling its way up into 219. Hasn't taken it quite yet. But look at all these umpteen amount of 10 exponential holds. Oh, baby. I mean, if you're not even going down into the 20, doesn't it behoove you to break 219? Let's go, Apple. Get real. So we'll keep watching that. We'll see if this one flips a switch or whether or not we can continue to print to the high side on this one. We're nicely in the money on the future, looking for that bigger move. Let's see if we can get something out at 77s. I'm just going to go ahead and hang out with a resting order at 77s to see if we can wet our beak in and around there. We're talking about 66.77. That would probably require maybe a high day touch on the actual NQ September contract. We're at that quarter point level right now as I look on the side screen. So good move back, I guess, into positive territory for all the Mag 7 names. Nobody left in red territory right now, save and except for NFLX. And I don't include that in the Mag 7, but that's just my choice. It used to be part of FANG, so no disrespect. But it's only done like 1 million shares on the day, bro. Like, that's just not enough to get things going. So that's the only one that's actually negative right now. Everything else in Mag 7 world, positive, 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 and possibly headed to the higher side. All right, let's see if we can weasel our way up a little bit higher here. I'm seeing Apple at the local high, but it rejected 219, and Tesla's waking up, Katina Man and Adara. So you guys have been trading a storm up on Tesla, looking like it's working back, guys, into that 233 area, high day. The Katina Man was long 227. I mean, that's 228. I mean, that's still quite ridiculous, bro. I'm not even going to repeat that. Because he said it's only $7. And like, I don't want people thinking in the chat that $7 is not good. I say that, maybe they get the wrong idea, Katina Man, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. How long have they been watching? He said. Yeah, they want no, but maybe they're new, Katina Man, no big deal. 233 on the way. There is TSLA. Great strength on this name. Good recovery as Morgan Stanley adding them back into their, what is it called again, Adair?
Their top picks list.
Top picks list. And that has everybody, I guess, punching long. So we'll hang out in this future trade as we continue to zig and zag above 19.3.
Also zigging and zagging is my pal NVDA. NVIDIA, if you don't want the 30s, I don't get to say it in your trades, so watch out. Yeah, I'm getting out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA, let me out. Thank you. What did I do here in NVIDIA? Why did I do NVIDIA? Let me talk about it. We were bouncing off 40s. For a while, I was like, cool, NVIDIA. Do your thing, 21. Dope. Why did I like 40s? I'll tell you why I like 40s. Look at this. Look at this. I've been talking about this 40s level all day. We had that massive base at 40s. Then we reject off 40s a couple times. Come down, swoop below, pop above 40s. Look where we were trying to bounce at, and also the 90 MA, 40s. Look where we couldn't bounce anymore. Jeez. So I left. Got involved at 40s, got out around 25s. I saw the decisive break below 30s, was like, hi, NVIDIA. Did not work out. Happy I tried it, though, because you miss 100% of the trades you don't make. If you have confidence in the trade, you owe it to yourself to take it. So that's what we do here on.
That's funny.
It was pretty
I love
funny.
how you yawn mid.
Can't help
I don't
it.
mean to laugh. But
No,
yeah, it's good. I know
yeah.
you're good with that.
Thank you. I am. I do get a kick out of it myself. So shout out to NVIDIA. Well, actually, you don't get a shout out to NVIDIA because that was not a successful trade. But I want to shout out you for your short future's looking bright over here from my pal Sharif. We don't have an auction today at 1, just to let everyone know for housekeeping. No auction today at 1. The only number we had was the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. Came in a bit lower than the previous number, negative 17.5, versus previous print of negative 15.5. So good times. with regards to that. NVIDIA, if you want to bounce off 20s, maybe, but I don't really have a level on you. Like I said, I have the new playbook for trading after one, and one of the key points is don't do it unless I'm obsessed. And so that NVIDIA trade was a clear example. So I'm going to wait and see. I'm happy with the trading I've done so far today, and I don't want to be messing around with that just because I feel like taking trades to take trades. If my levels come in, cool. There's another name I'm looking at too that I'm a little hesitant to trade because I haven't traded it all day, and oh boy, it's Amazon.
Oh boy.
That should have been a cue in and of itself. But why do I like Amazon? Look at this bull flag. Mwah. This one's on the way, so it's to the upside. We had that move up. Look, we're bouncing off the 90 MA every single time. You want to give me 184 bounce Amazon? The reason I'm hesitant to take this is because when I take a trade that I haven't looked long enough at the levels of Microsoft earlier today, I find it goes a little bit more awry, so I want to be cognizant of that. I want to watch, I want to wait. I'm going to go take a little bit of a walk, and I will be back, and hopefully these markets will be ready for me. Amazon, I see you. But what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the future. We're printing on that, so I did get back there at the $0.50 to add for a possible hold. We'll see if this one can hold that 19,300 area on the NQ September contract. I'm trading the actual triple Qs. I mean, I don't have much left in this trade. I'm looking to see if it holds up at 19.3. I see Meta coming down into the 10 exponential now. So Amazon, sorry, not Amazon. Well, yeah, actually Amazon and Microsoft both touched the 10 exponential. Tesla is really the only one that's really directional. And Apple is also hanging out near highs at that 218 high 80s. But you're getting a bit of a retracement on some of the names, NVIDIA included. And that's having, I guess, a depressing effect on the NQ at the moment. So we'll see if it gives way at 19.3. If it does, I'll get out of this one, but I'm looking to see if these ones at the 10 exponential can hold up. So right back above the $0.50. It behooves us to load up Tesla though, because we were talking up a storm about how this is the only directional one. And here we are at 233. Oh baby, Tesla's breaking 233 and possibly headed into HOD at 234.25. And this one, it doesn't take all that long to move this one. It could be at the high a day in a matter of minutes. We'll have to wait and see, but that is a great recovery off that, I guess, I don't know, 50 exponential dip. I mean, I don't even feel it did hold up at the 50. It breached the 50 on the 5. It held 227 for whatever reason, not a level that I had an eye on. And you had a double bottom there, and then it kind of defended that 227 and 2/3. And Tesla is pamping on the way up, again added to that Morgan Stanley list. I keep forgetting the name of it, and Dara's no longer here, so I can't ask her. It's favorite ideas list or something like that. And it's having, I guess, a bullish effect on the future, but you've got some of these other ones that are retracing, like NVIDIA and Meta, which are kind of keeping the future a little bit lower here. So I've been waiting, packing my patience at 57s on, or not 50s, at 60s on the T triple Qs, and I haven't been able to get printed as it's been zigging and zagging a little bit above, a little bit below. We'll try to pack our patience. There we go. Now we get the fill on that reload. Let's see if we can ride a little bit higher. I'm still waiting with my other order up at 777s over here, or 777s, excuse me. It's not an airplane, Sharif, calm down. So we'll see if we can weasel our way up there. Coffee trader, Tesla, test old trend if you really look at it. All right, well, that's a good observation on your part. Let's have a look to see if you're accurate on this one. What time frame are you looking at it, Coffee Trader? Because I'll just look at the 15 over here, see if this was an area top. So, I mean, look at these 2 days, the 25th and the 26th. They all had very similar area tops at 226. We don't come down into 226 today, so it's a bit of a bamboozler. This 227-ish area. Well, where is that area? I guess maybe a pre-market or the IB high on the 24th. That's not something I would have charted. That's not something I would have been alive to. I wouldn't have selected that. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, I would have had eyes on that. That's not accurate. So yeah, maybe you're accurate on that in the sense that it held that level from a few days or from early last week, but that isn't the level that I would have charted. So I'm packing my patience right now, see if we can weasel up a little bit higher on the future. Reg says Longevron. Let's have a look at LGVN, one of the ones that I would love to see, flourish and do well if what they're actually developing is the real deal, Ram. Because Alzheimer's does sadly run in my family, and don't want to see that smoke. Yeah, you too, huh?
You don't want that smoke.
Yeah, no, I don't want any of that smoke, Adira. LGVN pumping up there 4 a.m. overnight on that headline. The headline is that they did better. Here it is. Longeveron shares rise 14% at the highs, not right now. After positive trial results for their Lomacel B, which we know obviously is for the treatment of mild Alzheimer's. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, I'm one of those ones that will pound the desk on it, but right now it's not the best look as it does break down below the volume weighted average price. And yeah, kind of almost at those, if I was Adira, I'd go like this.
Push back your chair? So would I.
Rammer said on a fall. Mark and Randy built this nice little rail over here, Ram, because there are stupid people like me that would have fell. Here's what I'm looking at, Ram, though. This 350 area, that was a consolidation area, the high, essentially, on Friday, and now we're holding that exact top. So we gap up above it, and now resistance becomes support, at least momentarily, as it weasels its way into the 20 exponential on the 5. That's at 371. Let's see if it can make its way back up into 4 and 405, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So this is a good look. Not right now, though, on Longeveron, but definitely bigger picture, good look there. The Fuge still zigging and zagging. Nothing doing over here. We still haven't got our double 7 prints, but we de-risked obviously at 60. It's still above 13,300. But I remember when it did this on Friday, and the one he is the Canobe, was looking for the mean reversion, and he was right and I was wrong because it absolutely tanked back down below. What was it, Adira, that level? Oh, it was this level right here. It was 19.3, Adira, because that came in bigly there at 140 right before the end of the show. This is the level I'm talking about right here. We were below 19.3. Now we're above 19.3. So it's a little bit of a different picture, Sharif. We were doing the dance with absolutely no shorts or pants at this 19.3 level, but from the south side. And then the selling came in and we big boy Huadunked off 19.3 generally. And then we found support at VWAP at 19.150. But today, we're doing said consolidation, but from the north side of 19.3, not the south side. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what we get, but I'm not taking out my long on the T. Triple Q's Adira. Sorry, I'm getting excited.
I like it. You should be excited. I like what it's doing, a little bit of a range. I love it. Shout out to you. Kyle Burdett wants someone to say big. So shout out to Big Spile Burdett with the $2 super chat. Do you also want to say it?
Hello, Big Spile.
Oh,
how are you?
Shrew's not going to give you the big, but I will. That's okay. Thank you so much to Big Spile for the $2 super chat. That actually is a great transition into the chart I already have up and want to talk about. If you guessed it was the SPY, you'd be correct. I like what Ricky Peters had to say here. I actually already had the chart up. I was looking for myself, and I see Ricky Peters, bless you, saying any chance we look at the SPY and try to technically analyze the flat consolidation pattern. I can try here. One level, I actually drew this earlier, that I think is really interesting, and that's why I was kicking myself because I went short here, was look where we ended up finding a little bit of a bounce after falling down a little bit here on the SPY. So this 546 level, it's a whole dollar level, which is always going to be a little bit fascinating to me on any pattern, even if it is an ETF, but we're like off the market. But what's interesting too is this level kind of came in a couple times earlier. We had a bit of a wick above and then rejected here right before we open, right at 9:30. We come and do this again at 9:45. Wick even higher here, up into that pre-market area of that 540, what was this, 546.50? Come back down. Pop higher, come back, and then below, we try 546 again. Can we do it? Nope, wick above. Then start a nice descending channel here, lower highs, lower lows. Flip, flop, flip, flop, flip, flop. Then we come back up, make a nice pop up here, have no issue clearing this level, but then we come back, and this is where we have that nice bounce of 546. Now, though, and this is what's really interesting to me, and why I have my whole preamble, is now 546 is starting to look like a bit of a bottom of a potential bull flag. We had this nice move up here from 543 all the way up into 546.80s, with 546 being the start of this kind of pennant pattern here. I think if we continue to bounce here off the 9 EMA, I think that'd be a nice look. If we can pop above, decisively above this 540, 660, trying to make a bit of a bull flag. I think that would be a great look here for the SPY. On the flip side of that, if we break below 546, I would be looking out below, and for myself, that's the level I'd be looking at for a short. I would like to see us break decisively below 546, even maybe below this area we wicked into a couple times, 546, 545.85s. We break below that decisively with a viciousness, with an aggression. That's what I want to see. And also, there's something here too. I want to shout out, because we had Sean here in the chat saying, in my opinion, time should not affect your trading. It's about the levels in the movement. I agree. And the reason I bring up my 1 p.m. trading rules is because I found for myself, I was unable to, at least in my opinion, correctly read the moves for whatever reason after 1 p.m. And I noticed, especially, I've been taking the trading really seriously, trying to step my game up, especially since going live. One thing I would notice when I was doing my reflection, when I was doing my journals, is that I would not be trading very well after 1 p.m. I'd give up any gains I made in the morning and then some. So I basically for me, it was like, how do you modify that? If you know for whatever reason this is an issue you're having, what changes do you make to implement that? And that's why I started my 1 p.m. trading rules, because I think trading should be entirely about levels and movement. So if there's any ways I guess I can mitigate that to make myself better able to see the levels of movement, that's what I found those rules help to do. So I do want to shout that out. That is why I have my whole 1 p.m. trading rule, because I do totally agree with what Sean has to say about the levels and the movement should be key. And so if I can take out that factor of bias, which for myself is my inability to trade after 1, if I can change, if I have a different approach, if I have a different strategy or playbook, I found that to be helpful. And I try to view that as the same way as anyone would view, if you're short biased, if you're long biased, you have to work with that. If I am tired biased after 1 p.m., that's something I want to use not as an excuse, but as something I'm aware of and something to turn into my secret weapon. And so I found the trading after 1 p.m. improved after I implemented that. That I just wanted to address. That's why I have that rule. So shout out again to Sean. That's just, I guess, my way of trying to make my trading more about my levels and the movement, because that is ultimately what should matter, whether you're trading here with the midday with us or you're trading with the big kahunas in the morning and the afternoon. Speaking of the big kahunas, in our new audience segment brought to you by Real Trading, if you want to hear what they have to say about any stock that you're looking at, that you're eyeing, you're like, what do I think about this one ahead of earnings? What do you think about this one after earnings? Put that ticker in that chat. AAPL, GOGL, TSLA, SPY, EWIM, whatever ticker you want to talk about, go in the chat, exclamation point, Dwayne space, $, whatever ticker that is. We're going to do that lesson soon. But right now, I want to hear from Sharif. How is your trade?
I got into Meta because it's been holding the 10 exponential on the 5. Hopefully I don't get stopped out, but it's a bit of a tougher trade. I'm 0 for 1 on Meta on the day. This is the bad trade over here. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. No matter what. Not even if I get shut down, I still won't get upset. But I'm going to continue to watch. Now, I'm in the money on the future, but I'm still waiting for that 777s to come in. And what does that mean if I'm still waiting for it? That means we're still in consolidative mode. We zig a little bit below 50, a little bit above 60. Here we go, 70s coming in. Well, that's not a bad look. Let's see if we can weasel our way through 70 here and print at 77s. We're about 10 pennies from that. So got to pack said patience right now, because that trade ain't coming in. The other trade that's been going on for a little bit of time right now, and it has been this 219 top on AAPL. Now, I'm not going to be quick to want to short this monster, but there is a bit of resistance right here. Here's the book, 219. There's only like 36 lots, dude, but there's a bit of a hidden seller there because we did reject off 219 with no size. So iceberg likely at 219. How big? You're going to have to keep your eye on the tape to gauge the size that's printing at the moment, because you're not going to see that on the book right now. The tape, ain't nobody can hide from the tape, baby. Well, there it goes. 219 broke. Big boy size propelling this one forward. The dead one's on the way up, baby. And it just broke 219. 219.30 is the high of the day. So we're still not there yet. Go Meta. All right, so we get the print on Meta nicely here. About, where are we here? Almost 40 pennies in the money on Meta. Let's see if we can weasel our way some more profits. I wouldn't mind a 473.5, 473.25 touch. We're 50 pennies in the money on Meta. I'll get it right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm kind of slow today. So we'll see if we can get something maybe around, let's just go 27s, because what's life without whimsy, Adara? Nice move there. Tesla breaking up. Tesla's almost at high days. All right, the winds of change have been coming in on said future. So Meta moving, Amazon moving, Goggles moving, the future's up. Nvidia's dead money today. What the hell is Nvidia doing? Tesla's moving up. Apple's moving up. Amazon is still about 25 pennies off the high. We printed that high right at the IB high, 184.75. We're printing 50s now. So who can complain about that move on AMZN, especially if you had a trade right at that 183 area, a bit of a consolidation area there. So keeping an eye on the future, keeping an eye on Meta. And I did wet my beak. Oh, baby, we got double sevens, Adara. There it is. So we move up on the future and we're moving up, but, well, we're still rejecting 19,350. So we'll have to see if we can work. I was going to say weasel, but I use a different word. Work our way through that level. AAPL rejecting 219.30, coming back into 219. Interesting look here on the dead one, Apple. Where is it? There we go. Let's see now if it uses 219 as a level of support. It certainly used it as resistance earlier, not necessarily rejecting off it, but not really able to break through it, hanging out around 219. Stan O says SEFV is strong. Don't have, I don't wonder if
maybe it's a serve typo because the R and the F are right.
I'm assuming, yeah, he's got to mean serve because remember what Scott H was showing us, and there it is.
Correct.
High day, SERV, multi-day play. This thing's been on our radar. Derek can vouch this for a while now. We've been keeping an eye on this. Good look right now on SERV as it breaks through high 1740 right now, the high a day. Let's look at the 30-minute to see exactly where the said resistance. No, nothing locally here. So this is all higher highs, higher lows. Every day we move up a little bit higher on SERV. What's the daily chart look like? Okay, so I guess this was IPO day back on March 11th. So we opened up at 23 bucks. That's really the only level that we ever have higher than where we are right now. That IPO opening March 11th, $23. Ended up closing on that day though at $5.33. So yeah, it was not met well by investors there.
Yeah, before we do the lesson quickly, I was talking because I gave my SPY analysis on the 5-minute chart there for Ricky Peters. And then Big Smile said he's not interested in the SPY until we see like a 542 to 537 area. And I said, yeah, like, no, that makes sense. Wait till it gets a little bit lower. It's a bit consolidative. And then he said, go to the 30-minute chart on a multi-day basis and see what I mean. I totally agree. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. If you see here, and I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but this 542 was a bit of an area, as you could see here a couple times on this 30-minute. We kind of closed near there. If you're going back to what day is this? This was a day. This was the 24th. This is last Wednesday. Then we had a bit of a chop and churn around here. If you're going early on Thursday, and then we close around 537s. Well, sorry, 538s, but we wick down into 537. So that's an interesting look as well. To become back to open around 542 on the Friday. So I really want to shout out Big Smile Burdett. I don't know if I'm reading these levels correctly, but I think I pick up what you're putting down here on the SPY with regards to that 542, 537 level. Something I'm seeing on the SPY, though, for myself on the 30-minute are slightly higher lows and a flat top around 547. If we get to this 547 again today, I might be interested in a bit of a long. I say might. I want to wait. I want to see. But yeah, what I think is great is in this community, we have so many different people looking at different styles. And I think that's one thing I really wanted to shout out to Big Smile. That was a rhyme. Don't know if it was supposed to be, but it was. And it happened. And I'm happy with it.
Love it.
Let's talk as well, though, about island gaps.
Island gaps.
Island gaps. No trader is an island. And sometimes gaps are an island. Serve is, what was that stock called?
Which one?
SERV. Someone was asking what the name of this company was.
Serve Robotics.
Serve Robotics. Yeah, they were an NVIDIA investment. NVIDIA invested in them. That's what their whole deal was for Serve Robotics. I remember what that catalyst was. That was a couple weeks ago, I believe. So that was what SERV was. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to the people in the chat helping out with that as well. But so what is an island gap?
Sorry, Adair, I'm sorry.
Island gap.
I can't stop.
So an island gap is characterized by a gap in the price chart that is surrounded by trading on both sides. It's going to look like an island gap of the opening price bars isolated from the rest of the price action. He's pleased with the punch that I sang there. He's pleased with his island punch. He's pleased with his Hawaiian punch.
Oh, yes. Well done, Adara. Well done, Adara.
Thank you. I love the support here on this desk.
Of course.
With the gaps. So here you go. So you've got This is like one example of an island gap as a reversal. You have your pattern, la-di-da. Higher lows, we actually look like we're in a flat top break. And we kind of do. We get our island gap, then we come up here, chop and turn. Then we gap back down, and the price reverses. We make a lower low. That trend, where did it go? It's gone now. We had an island gap reversal. And here's a bearish reversal as well for this island gap. We have our uptrend, then we gap up. We end this gap by gapping back down and become lower. Couple different ways these island gaps can manifest. Here's one island gap reversal here as well on Apple. This is a real live example in the wild. We had, of course, this nice push to the upside on Apple at WWDC, which was a wonderful wild time for Apple. Have this uptrend. Then we have this island gap up to 235, 237, that area. When that gap ends, Apple's uptrend comes to its own end. The trend is no longer your friend based on that island gap there. So thank you to Sheree for bringing us that in the wild example, because we love in the wild examples here on Trader TV Live.
Yes, ma'am.
How do these island gaps form? Is it like a Galapagos island? Is it like Stonehenge? How do these islands form? Well, to form an island gap, the following conditions must be met. You want a gap up or down that creates space on the chart.
Is there any, you got to put me, I mean, I'm going to have to put dodo birds on the thing next time. Like, come on, Galapagos, dodo birds,
yeah, right?
Charles Darwin. Come on, the dodo bird.
The dodo.
Come on, let's go, baby.
Yeah, the dodo might be extinct, but island gaps are certainly not, because you can see them on the wild. We just saw one recently here in Apple. So how are they formed? Well, you've got a gap up or gap down, creating space. I love this back and forth. It's my favorite. Like, I live for this. I live for verbal sparring. So you go to gap up or gap down occurring, which creates space on the chart. Then you have the price retracing to fill the initial gap, creating a second gap on the opposite side of the original gap. The price then moves away from the filled gap, leaving it isolated like an island. But I got to shout out Jeremy Newman, who says, but no Long Island? Well, you could be long or short island here. Face it, if you have a bearish gap or a bullish gap here. I gotta shout you up there, Jeremy Newman. I'm a simple person. I see a pun. I like it. So shout out to you. But why are these island gaps significant? Well, they can indicate a significant shift in market sentiment. Significant is, I think, what I was trying to say. Significant? I don't know. But market sentiment or underlying conditions can be shown to have a bit of a shift if you're looking at these island gaps. And they often signal a potential trend reversal or continuation, which is, of course, going to depend on the price action that you're seeing alongside them. So here's some ways that you can identify a potential reversal or continuation on island gap. We're going to start with reversals. So is this island gap a reversion, man? Let's find out. If you have a breakdown below the lower gap for an upward gap, or a breakdown above the upper gap for a downward gap, that could often signal or suggest a potential reversal. Also, increased trading volume accompanying the breakout or breakdown can strengthen that reversal signal. Indicators like RSI or MACD can show divergence from price action. Showing divergence from price action can also identify or confirm a potential reversal. But how do you view them as continuations? Well, continued move in the direction of the initial gap can suggest a possible trend continuation, and increased trading volume accompanying the continuation move can strengthen the signal. But then also, again, to mention these indicators as well, if you got RSI or MACD aligning with the price trend, that could confirm a continuation. How do you trade these continuations, though? Well, if you've got an island gap followed by the continuation of the previous trend, here's some things to consider. You want to look at your entry. You might consider entering a long position after a pullback to the upper gap for an uptrend, or a short position after a pullback to the lower gap for a downtrend. What about your stop loss? You might want to place a stop loss order below the lower gap for long positions, or above the upper gap for short positions. Profit targets are worth noting as well. You might want to use technical analysis tools like Fibonacci retracements. We don't tell lies, but we can tell fib.
I love that.
Or extensions to identify potential profit targets. But how do you trade a reversal with an island gap? Well, if it's followed by a reversal of the previous trend, here's some things to look for. For your entry, you might want to wait for a clear break below the lower gap for short sell, or a clear break above the upper gap for a long position. Stop losses as well to be aware of. You might want to place your stop loss order above the upper gap for short positions, or below the lower gap for a long position. What about profit targets? Use technical analysis tools, again, like fibs or fib extensions to help identify potential profit targets for your new trend. So that here's some examples. You've got your island gap bullish reversal. You're in a downtrend. Then we have, this is the island. You might call it bull island or long island. Shout out to Jeremy Movement because you can go long here. Then you push up here and your stop loss would be kind of the higher point of this island gap, right? Then we push higher and maybe your buy stop order is going to be around here. So interesting look. What about island gap bearish reversal? So you've got your bullish gap. We push up here. Then we have our island, and it's going to be the exact flip, right? Your bearish gap is going to be where you start to look interesting, and that's where you might want to have your sell stop order. So there we go here. That is what we've got going on here on that island gaps. So if you like island gaps, definitely, or any kind of gaps, stay tuned with us for our second week of gaps. I was want to shout out Sharif for the lessons, but look at the SPY here. I was saying I like SPY depending on what we do here at 546. If we break blue, I have my eyes peeled on the SPY for a quick little short. But a lot of people, while I was yapping there about the lesson, were mentioning NVIDIA. So before I go back to Sharif, some people were tagging me, asking my thoughts on NVIDIA. Right. I think that NVIDIA 112.80, I mentioned this earlier, was a big area of chop and churn. Look at how we bounced off that earlier. The fact that we broke below, that is an interesting sign. If we come back and reject again, that could be an interesting area for a short. But be aware, we do also have a bottoming tail candle into that 112.50, which was a pretty interesting support area too. So I'd be watching that range between 112.80 or 112.50. If we break in either direction, that's something to keep an eye out for, in my opinion.
All right, just took 20 pennies quickly on Tesla there as it dipped into the 20 exponential. We're at 19.3. So lots of different possible trades here, really depending on what the future's doing. 19.304. We have Tesla at the 20 exponential. Meta's there as well. You also have Amazon on the 20 exponential. Then you have some stronger names like Google and Apple and Microsoft that haven't made their way down into the 20 exponential, that are still on the 10 and still making higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but certainly higher lows. So we'll see, number one, can Tesla still hold that level, or is it going to give way? So just took that quick trade there. But look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, let's call it a spade a spade. Shout out to the one. He is the Kenob. This is distinctly different. You're getting a lot of weakness here on NVIDIA. You got that break of 112 3/4, which was kind of like the middle or the area support here during the midday at that 112 3/4. You got that decided break. We actually broke below the $0.50, 112.43. It's continuing to put lower lows and lower highs. We'll have to wait and see. Does this 112.50 hold up? This is an area, I want to say a consolidation area top or an area top. Maybe not necessarily consolidation, but you had 1, 2, 3 candles reject exactly off that level, and these 2 candles were south of it. So do we come back down and now use 112.50 as support? We definitely used it as resistance during that 11.25 till 11.45 time slot. Get it, Adara, on that level. So we'll see if this one can continue to drop, or does it find some support there? Tell us all about that print.
Yeah, we had some time on the SPY. I said I wanted that 546 area. I said we have that 546. I'm watching, I'm waiting, I'm scheming, plotting, scheming, trying to get money. Shout out to Drake's for this thing, if anyone knows that song there, which is weirdly one of my favorite throwback Drake songs. What did I do here with NVIDIA? I want to talk about it.
Okay.
So this is not NVIDIA, this is the SPY, Dara. I still want to talk about it, but not NVIDIA. I want to talk about the SPY. 546. I get short 546 at 1. I see us break below 546. That's why I waited. We break below, we come back, we chop a turn, I get short. I say, if we break above 546.20 decisively, you gotta go. That was an area we kept rejecting. We get to 15s, then we come back down, we chop, we churn, we break below. I wanted to get out 2/3 of the position here at 88s because that was an area, as you could see, at a wick basis, we came to a support a couple times. So I said, I want none of that smoke if we bounce here. Well, I wanted some. I wanted 1/3 of the smoke, to be clear, because I did keep 1/3 of the position in. I took out that, like I said, about what, like, I want to say, what I got it was, so I got like 13 pennies here, but then I got the remainder out, 30 pennies in the money as we had that break into 70s. Please just punch with this SPY trade. Bears vs. Bulls asked on Friday, is SPY your favorite ticker yet? I don't want to play favorites. I do love Tesla as well, and I don't want Tesla to hear that I've strayed away from it.
I think you'll have a big fan in Big Spile.
Yeah, I showed it to Big Spile. I know Big Spile said he was waiting till that 542 area.
Fair.
But people trade things differently too, which I think is key as well, right? I totally agree with his levels on the 30-minute. As someone who like scalps and these kind of levels, I'm pretty happy with what I did here on this S to the P to the Y. Bit of a redemption trade from my earlier, very ill-fated and honestly ill-conceived attempt to scalp this 546. But that's what's great about the market. Sometimes they give you opportunities for redemption. Redemption's on your mind when you think about me. That's what I was saying, or the SPY was saying to me. I listened to a lot of Drake this morning, guys. I apologize.
I'm
My
surprised
Wi-Fi's
by
been
that.
down, so I just worked out to old Drake. So it was like the only music I had downloaded for some reason on my phone. So we just worked. Okay, yeah, I deserve that fail button, Fabian. I know. I just needed some decent workout music.
Why doesn't Fabian like him though?
Okay, I'm a Kendrick fan. We know I'm predominantly a Kendrick fan, but I just, I love, that's why Fabian.
So now
we
know
I
what
knew
Fabian
that's why.
liked.
So shout out to Fabian. But also thank you to Bears vs. Bulls calling me Spy Dara. Much appreciated. Also, Bears vs. Bulls, shout out to everything you do. Shout out to everything this community does. And if you want, as a part of this community, because you've liked and subscribed and all that good stuff, if you want to be part of our new segment brought to you by Real Trading, if you have a ticker you like, if you want to see Sean and Neil talk about that ticker, what levels they would have given, if you want to have Sharif tell you what the news was with that ticker, get in the chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's TQs. Maybe it's the SPY. Am I looking at the charts on our screen? Yes, I am. Maybe it's Meta. Maybe it's Microsoft. Maybe it's Serve. Maybe you want to be like Sharif over the weekend playing tennis. You want to serve up that stock. Whatever you're interested in, get in that chat.
Why is the camera on
Exclamation
me?
point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're involved in. Thank you very much, Big Smile. I appreciate that. Happy that I was able to execute this trade how I wanted to. And I appreciate Kyle as well saying, be aware of this VWAP here around that 545.30. I am watching VWAP. It's something I want to be cognizant of. This is not a trade I want to hop into because the level I felt better about was that 546. So let's see what we do though. It's something you want to watch out for as the SPY's VWAP and SPY's. Oh, we actually got a little bit of a bounce on the book here at VWAP. This could be an interesting look here for the S&P 500. But I see you are trading another future derivative. How is your trade going?
Well, I just got stopped out of the long, so I'm looking short. Now we're distinctly below the volume-weighted average price. I remember this sell-off on Friday was pretty aggressive to the downside. So let's see if we can participate in a bit of a mean reversion trade here. And hopefully the reversion, as the one he is, the Knob, likes to say, hopefully it won't be all that mean. We'll look to what our beacon, something in the 80s. I'm seeing all sorts of selling. There it is. Go down, Mr. Spy Man. Let's go. Well, the T-triple-Q Man, Mr. Q Man. There you go. All right. Let's see if we can take 20 pennies here super quick. Let's see if we can dip down. Well, not quite yet. I was looking for that 75 print. We are finding some support right now at the 50-point level, that 19,250. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower here. I'd like something around 75, but we are getting a lot of VWAP bounces or doji candles right now on some of the Mag 7 names, except NVIDIA. NVIDIA is about to break 112 where the players aren't dwelling today, so we'll see if that one can continue to go lower. Tesla just bounced off VWAP. We had some break or Meta bounced off VWAP as well. Amazon is also at VWAP, so critical levels for those bad boys, because if they give way at VWAP, we could see a gnarly market correction over here. And I'm looking at this on the NQ September contract on my side chart, seeing if it's going to give way at the 50-point level, 19,250. And it's giving way a little bit, not like a lot, but let's now put the order to wet the beak at 77s in case we get a flash crash down. Thank you for that. We'll see. Yeah, I love it too. I mean, how can I not? I've been saying wet the beak forever, right? So keeping an eye on that. But I do feel we may get some support here with the 50-point level. Yeah, I'm going to take this out. Now, if we tank back down, I'll get right back in. But there is big boy size right now at 250, at $66 on the T-triple-Qs. I don't know if anybody saw that. Yeah, look at that. That was a ridiculous amount of lottage there. That's 1,000. That's almost 2,000 lots. It's getting killed though, and it just got taken out. So good strength right now. You're seeing a bounce on all the Mag 7 names. I was about to say irregardless, but I don't need to go through that again. Yeah, I know, right?
You were right.
Yeah, I know, right? But immaterial of where you are right now, you're moving to the high side on the Mag 7. Even NVIDIA held that 112, even though it dipped below it super quick. What is that noise? That's drilling. I was like wondering what I couldn't understand.
Asking what's that noise to me is a question that
I know.
Sometimes I don't have answers.
That's all good.
I didn't even notice until you said it. Yeah.
It's quite loud. There's a lot of drilling. Okay, Nader, everybody's talking about SERV. We have been served up a halt over here, Adara. I'm sorry.
I liked it.
I know. Well, you know, they're not Adara quality puns, but, you know, we're warming up. Yeah, okay, so this one moved up, and SERV is at the high of day, 1858. It certainly didn't halt, though, at least not yet. Let me look at the 1 minute. Am I inaccurate? No, we haven't had a halt on serve yet, guys. It was about to halt. That was a false halt there at 50, high 50s thereabouts, retracing right back down now. Keep your eye on that 18, that 1780 possibly for a hold up. SERV, oh baby, this one is going, but so is the future. The future holds up at around 19,250. It's still south of VWAP and still, you know, kind of zigging and zagging a little bit. So we'll see how this one ends up going, but serve's got my attention now that it's breaching the high of day again. NVIDIA involved in this name, taking a big or an investment in it, and as a result, it's been moving up. I don't remember, like the last couple of weeks or something. It's been, you know, on our watch list, on our scanner, in our purview for the last little while here, Dara, as we trade this bad boy. What is everybody else looking at? Sam Jack says NVIDIA dip buy. Not a bad call out there, Sam, because you definitely had some resist or support earlier at 112. You did get a breach here on the 5 minute chart, but you can tell like this was not the IB low because that was at around 1130. You had, it looked like to be some outsized selling. The majority of the prints though, that 112 area is a good look. So I hope you print on that, my man. Let me know how it goes. Amazon holding VWAP. Meta didn't quite make it down to VWAP, but held the VWAP area softy. Looks like it's holding above that 428 level. Didn't quite make it down to VWAP. Neither did Google. It's still above 169 and 3/4. And Apple didn't even breach the 20. It's still holding up there. Tesla as well holding up at the volume weighted average price. So if we get a gnarly move back up and claim 19.3 again, oh baby, hold on to your hats. We could have a big boy bear trap in the afternoon, but who knows? Who knows what we get? We'll have to wait and see, guys. 135 right now. What's everybody else looking at? Rob EV, NVIDIA profits on serve investment. Oh, yeah. NVIDIA profits up on serve investment. Yeah, it looks like it right now. I don't know how much they bought this per share, but clearly it's been up and to the right the last little bit, already up 40% today. So I haven't looked to see what the move has been. What are you looking at, Adair?
I'm staring at the SPY here. I'd love to say I've looked at other things, but that would not be the most truthful of statements. I've mostly looked at the SPY. The SPY, I want to shout out Big Spal Burdette saying, like, you know, keep an eye on this around VWAP. It was interesting around VWAP. We come here, we bounce kind of beautifully off that 545. I watched the book here at 545 because I wanted to see. You guys know I love those whole dollar levels. Oh, yeah. I was like, maybe we could take a bit of a scalp. There's no scalps to be taken. We bounce. We come back, initially rejecting 545.30 a little bit, but not with any kind of viciousness. Right now, we've seen a bit of a whiffle waffle between 545.30 and 545.50. I'm not shorting this here. It's not my type of trade. Like I said, I think this trade worked because I was really patient. I really waited for it. I don't want to hop into a SPY trade on levels that I'm only kind of meh about, but there's one stock that I've been watching levels for quite some time, and I've played to varying degrees of, I don't want to say success, but it's been varying degrees of meh. NVDA. So there were a couple of decent trades on this. There were a couple trades that I probably rushed into a little bit. My last NVIDIA trade, I was just scalping this around that 113.10, 113 area because that was giving you your little pop and drop. But as you can see with these wicks, NVIDIA has been super bamboozling around that 113. But I mentioned earlier, one level I liked on NVIDIA was 112.50. Guess where we're popping into right now? That's right, 112.50. Yeah, and like as Sharif said, the players have not really been dwelling at 112. We kind of wick into 112, we kind of hop back up. Any of these big players in this stock, that's not the level they're looking at. But this 112.50 has given you a bit of chop, a bit of churn, a bit of zig, and a bit of zag, as Sharif might say over here. So this has been an interesting one to look at. Thank you, Ricky Peters. I appreciate that. That SPY was really fun. And I think one example of, like I said, that's why I don't think time of day should matter for trading, but for me, I found if I'm going to take a trade in the afternoon around 1, I had to be one of the levels that I'm obsessed with. And I'm happy that I had that commitment to the SPY trade. But this NVIDIA, this one, we tried to get above this 112.50. Let's put it this way. This bounce to 112.50, not anemic. This attempt to bounce into 112.50, very anemic. That one needs a ferrous gluconate stat. We got to get that iron up. Give it a burger. I want to wait a couple more times, but if we keep rejecting 112.50, I might have a small position, but I want to make sure I'm feeling really confident, because that's how the best trades get made. That's how you the bread gets buttered or whatever, the sausage gets made. I don't know. whatever idiom you want to use, that's how that happens. That being said, NVIDIA now can't even get to 50s. We're getting to like 49s. So these lower highs in NVIDIA do make me tempted to get into a very small position. Sometimes, you just want to take, well, now we bought back into 50s. NVIDIA, make up your mind. I'm going to pull this chart away for now. We'll see what happens when I come back to it because I don't want to rush into a trade here. But Mahmoud has been mentioning IWM. I sort of had my IWM on IWM around 222s. That was the area I said I was kind of interested in. Right now, though, I have to be honest, much like what I was seeing with some of these stocks earlier, IWM not really giving me any huge levels, I gotta say, Mahmoud. Other than that 222.20s, which was a bit of chop, a bit of churn, we push higher, we come lower, we chop and churn again, couple tests, and then we break below. Until we get back to 222s, there's not going to be a huge level for me in EWM. I have to be honest with you. We're near low of days right now. Another area I might like, you guys know I like these 90 EMA rejections. We rejected the 90 EMA a couple times in IWM, so if we get that again, that could be a nice look, but I don't want to force or try to find any levels where there aren't any for me personally. For me right now, there's nothing I'm obsessed with here on IWM until and unless we get back to 222. That reminds me, there's this Winnipeg pizza place, and their number was 2222. Great pizza at a great price. So very niche Winnipeg reference to anyone who knows Pizza Hotline. You could not, you always knew their phone number. Let me put it that way. But IWM on a bit of a bull flight on the daily chart. It gets a pushback. Look at this. We pop up here to 226s. We bounce here, 216s. Bless you. Bounce off 218s. Can we bounce off 220s? Can we get a bull flake here on IWM? Can we get a little bit of a rustle in the Russell 2000? Can we rustle our way back to the upside? I think if we can get above these topping tail candles, I don't think this is a bad look. As TI says, or I'm paraphrasing, grind don't stop, Russell won't quit. So let's see if IWM can go get it. Shout out to anyone who maybe got that reference. How did the TQs go? I love those candles. I love those triangles, as you would say.
So short covered there, then flipped long on the bottoming tail at 19,250. Was able to take a nice, I guess, 15 pennies at the top there. Not a whole lot to write about, but nice hold. Now, I'm watching out here. The reason I got out here and I didn't hold it is because we got into 19.3, and we know 19.3 has been a bit of area resistance zone. First, we claimed it, then we broke below it, so I didn't want to watch this mean revert back and lose my profit. So I said get out at 19.3, and if it takes 19.3 on a decisive basis, you can always get back in, maybe with a bit of a worse dollar cost or worse price, excuse me. But peace of mind to me there was important. Anyway, we're coming right back down now, so we'll see if we reject here. I'm telling you one thing. If we make a new low below 19,250, I will run back from that green screen and come back over here and punch short, because that will be a newer low and after a long area of consolidation, which we could call accumulation for the short. It hung out around 19.3. Who remembers that week on accumulation and distribution? Hey, Neil remembers. Ram Yam doesn't remember, and she doesn't care. Yes, Ram Yam,
she said that with like the most blase.
She was so happy and proud of herself that she doesn't remember and doesn't care. Shout out to the Ram. I was going to call her something different, but I didn't. SERV up. I know, guys, I've been looking at it and I really want to get at 18 and I didn't, and now it's flying. There we go. We got at 18.14. That was where the order is. SRV is going. Beautiful hold of 18 here. Yeah, sure, it does dip below it, but look how quickly that wick got bought up. And if you had your stop below the consolidation area low at 1780, you didn't get stopped out, even though, excuse me, this one did dip into 88. So fantastic look for whoever's trading this. SERV continuing to move up over here. Big Spile Burdette has just messaged me something over here. I'm an island boy with, what's that movie called? Castaway?
Yes, with the volleyball, right? Wilson, the volleyball.
He's like, I'm an island boy. I can't believe you guys don't know. A lot of people in the chat don't have any idea what we're talking about. I thought these guys went viral like all over the internet.
I don't know their name, but I do know the song.
Yeah.
I
don't know what they're called. Singing. I don't know what they're called. The Island Boy twins, because they're identical, right? Anyway, so shout out to Big Spile. Always giving me a chuckle. Freddie, the friendly guy. Sharif. Yeah, got to get the short. Don't wait. Short that TQQQ. Short it. Or long the SQQQ. That's what he says. That is it. Train's about to leave the station, son. Oh, I didn't say son, but you know, I want to say it for a fact. I don't disagree with you, Freddie. I like that. I like that look because we're coming into that 19.3 and we're doing this rejection dance. Now, I was looking for a big mean reversion off that 19.3 drop, but we didn't get it. And we didn't get it because we definitely have support at 250. Look at these bottoming tail candles over here from earlier in the day. That's around 10.15, 10.05, even not even the IB low. Sorry, that 10.30 drop there, all around 19.250. So we hold up there, but most notably, we're rejecting 19.3 right now. So I like your look, Freddie. What I'd like to wait for, you know, that confirmation that we always talk about here on How to Trade Midday. I need that big boy confirmation. If we don't get it, you know, I'm not gonna just jump into this. But yeah, what your point is quite well taken. 19,300 rejection should spell trouble for some longs. Let's look quickly over here at the side chart, see what's afoot. There it is. Who is this Ram? His name is Fly Soldier. Am I allowed to show this? Okay, I didn't show it. I took it off. I took my ear, Ram. Come on. Yeah, no. I didn't know if I could show it or not, right? So I took it off the screen real quick. Yeah, she yelled up a storm there. Love it. Yeah, I take the blame, Ram. It wouldn't be on you. I clicked it. I put it on the screen. You're good. So that's what I'm looking at there. Adara. Spalding was not amused, says Glenn Smith. No, he was not. He didn't want to be Wilson. He did not choose. You know what kind of broke my heart, though? And this was a little weird on my part. When he gets on that raft, he's trying to get away from the island, right?
Yeah.
So he takes Wilson. He mounts Wilson on this, like, post.
Yeah.
And then the big storm comes, or he falls asleep or something, and Wilson floats off. And then Wilson's gone, and he starts, like, freaking out. Wilson's gone.
That was his friend.
I got it, but it was a volleyball. But, like, I actually sympathized with that.
Yeah.
It's insane. The thing didn't talk back. You know what I mean? It just looked at him funny while he was talking. And yet, I felt bad. It was like the human in me, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's like, yeah, I mean, honestly, he was probably better with his raft to Wilson than Rose was to Jack on Titanic. So
straight up.
Literally, I'm sorry. I am
right there. You got some grievances you want to let go of?
I am a Jack could have lived truther, is all I'll say. That's all I'll say to that. But also, Swagger01, do not worry. I actually had CMG up already. So let's talk about Chipotle, or as my father called it this weekend, Chipotle. So they don't have it in Winnipeg, I guess. So I had to explain what it was to him. But yeah, so nice bounce here on VWAP a couple times here for CMG. This is day 3 for earnings. They reported Wednesday after the close, Thursday and Friday trading post earnings. And this one was pretty interesting. We had a nice little move up here for CMG right after the earnings report. So I'm going to pull my chart back up. And then their guidance for their margin guidance was not as good as what people were expecting, and so then it had a little bit of a move to the downside from that. You could certainly see that. Look at this Wednesday chart. We wick up here into 60s on the daily. Look at that. Okay, sorry, I'm going to have to go lower because the post split. But yeah, we have this wick up into 60s. Really great lick. Then we come. We're not really able to get above that. We've kind of continued to drift lower. Although this is not a bad look right now in the day. I think if we can close above this wick we had here, like around 5150s, that would be a nice sign that we've actually truly formed some support at 50s, because Chipotle has not been getting a lot of guacamole since that split. It's been crumbling to the downside. This bowl has not been refilled. So I think it might be some nice protein there for Chipotle. If we can get up to that 51.50 on the daily, then that 54 might be nice as well. We had some chop and turn around there. But if I am to get back to the 5-minute chart, yeah, I mean, I have to say this just looks like continued earnings strength. This one has been on my side chart, but not one that I've traded because the volume has not been as intense. To be clear, we have had almost 10 million shares traded on the day, about 9.6 million shares, but the volume's petered out a little bit. I mean, right now, I would say, yeah, if you continue seeing higher highs, higher lows, I think Chipotle, or Chipotle, whatever you'd like to call it, could be an interesting one here to keep an eye on. So CMG, you could be munching on some profits there if we continue to see that higher highs, higher lows. That being said, a bit of a topping tail into 51.2s. Also, you know, you have to be subscribed in order to join the chat, so definitely please hit that subscribe button. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. If you want to get involved in our new audience segment brought to you by Real Trading, if you want to hear some real trades made by Sean and Neil, the Confidence and the Neilage, if you want to be part of that, get involved in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you're involved in. I also want to shout out Sharif for giving us the news for that segment.
I appreciate you, Adara. And like how often, I think you can vouch for this too. We always have people putting different tickers in the chat that we're not able to get to because we're trading something else or something else is getting our attention. Sometimes you guys want to know how Neil and Sean are trading things, not Adair and I, the big kahunas, right? So if that's your case, if that's what you want, if you want to have your ticker talked about, because it hasn't been talked about today, then get into the chat right now. Exclamation point. And use that, type in that word join and the $ in the ticker of your choice. And well, Katina Man's back from the walk and talk. He's on the phone. He picked up passports. He's headed to London, baby, and he's ready to look at the names as selected by you. I'm going to slow things down for a little bit here now. You guys know how much I love Arsenal. And Arsenal now has completed the signing of Riccardo Calafiori. They said they could never sign an Italian in his prime. They are wrong. We did sign the Italian in his prime, Katina Man. This guy is going to defend up a storm for Arsenal on the back line. This guy absolutely flourished during the Euros. He's supposed to be a center back. He can play on the left and he attacks, which is really important for Arsenal styles. So the first of hopefully many signings this year for the Gunners. And yeah, there's apparently this other Spaniard that they have their eye on, Mikel Merino, who played up a storm as well. Now a Euro champion, obviously having won that with Spain. Apparently, he's next on the docket, and they're looking at getting his signature from Real Sociedad. So the Bologna deal is done. We have a good relationship now with Bologna, with having signed Calafiori, and Tomiyasu as well came from there. So pleased, very, very pleased. Shout out to Big Adam DeLuce there as well, who is booked, by the way, Katina Man. He's coming in October, so hopefully we'll be able to take out Adam and jam with him around these parts. I don't know if it's Adam's first time to Toronto, but we're very excited to have him here, and we're going to have him in the studio, obviously, show him things around. And yeah, that's going to be the look there. So nice. Good look. VWAP Trader, I see you want to talk about UNH, baby, United Health, one of the biggest Dow components out there. So yeah, we're gonna look at that. In fact, I'll vote with it. I'll vote as well your way, my man.
Sure,
so
he wants to give United Health. He wants to be reunited with you in the chat.
There it is. All good. It's all good. No, and that's what I meant by bullying your friends to vote with you that way, because you only get one vote. But if you bully others around you, well, you may get a couple of more. So I'm just going to help you out there. We're going to join UNH. Blaze Wavy says Real Madrid with several love sign eye things. Yeah, obviously Los Blancos. It's good. Neil's chirping me in the chat, always about the bullying. I'm the one that gets bullied around here, not the other way around. That's the way it is, so shut up. Blue Arrow's an Arsenal fan. I like you now even more, Blue Arrow, even though you're already my favorite color, obviously blue being said favorite color. Are you looking at anything of importance here, Dara?
Yeah, I would love to talk about this Tesla top return. I took Tesla 232 long into 232.20, then I took it short 232.20 into 232. I've been waxing poetic all darn day about Tesla and those 20-cent levels. And in case anyone missed my weird spiel, what I've noticed, like I said, Tesla, I've been looking way more at the book lately, and it has, I would say, exponentially improved the quality of the Tesla trades. For now, anyway, this is my second day of doing it. But what I want to say that I've noticed is Tesla, at least today and a little bit on Friday as well, when we get to a new whole dollar level, we'll get to 232, we'll get to 230, like whatever, let's say example 232, we get to 232, then we get to 232.20. We try above 232.20, we can't get above it, we come back down. So I tried, knowing that that pattern could repeat itself based on what I saw in the book. I tried that, it worked in both directions. Again, these patterns aren't always going to repeat ad infinitum, but just be aware that sometimes these patterns do exist. So that's my little spiel with regards to Tesla's bizarre. We get to a whole dollar level, get to 20 cent above. This the same thing I did at this previous yeah, also 232. So taking it short 232 after that failed 232.20 break. So again, weird pattern, but if you notice something, whatever works for you, maybe you might want to try it. That's just my personal strategy for trading TSLA today. And not for every whole dollar break, but for a good amount of them. And for the most part, it has worked. I also want to talk about AMD because Swagger01 really wants to talk about AMD. Shout out to you. I know you wanted to look at NVIDIA as well. So Swagger01 wants to see what the swagger is with these chip names. And I'm sure these chip names are certainly singing No One in the Corner Has Swagger Like Us, to shout out both Paper Planes and Swagger Like Us, which honestly was a who's who of 2008 rap. Shout out to weirdly one of my favorite throwback tracks. So good look on that. AMD though, I mentioned earlier that one for, okay, now AMD gets a pushback. I didn't give it one earlier, but it gets one now. Why? 141. We bounce at 141. Bounce again, lower high, 141. Quadunk. We come back to VWAP, chop a little bit lower, and look where we bounce in confluence with 9 EMA. That's right, 141. Then we pop our little head above VWAP. That 142 level, though, that we had a little bit of resistance earlier, it becomes resistance here. We reject it on a wick basis. We're not even close here. We reject it on a wick basis. It cannot hang with 142. Sorry, guys, this market's getting me really excited. Then we push lower. Get into this 140-60s. Look where we're currently trying to reject, below the 9 EMA. That's right, 141. AMD, for whatever reason, 141 is a level, but AMD reports earnings tomorrow. So let's see, Lisa soon, we're going to have those numbers. So let's find out. But before we get Lisa and her Lisa suit, let's see what we've got here going on the daily chart on AMD. Looks like I'm missing some data on my AMD daily chart. But yeah, not seeing anything major on this 141. One thing I do find interesting, though, is look at this push down we had here at one point at 144. 144, we kind of wick above, can't get there. And now today, we had a pretty massive wick here into 144. So I think 144, for whatever reason, could be a level to keep an eye on here. But at least on the intraday basis, 141, we're rejecting it again here on my pal AMD. Shout out to you, Swagger01. No one in the corner has Swagger like us, said Lisa Su, NVIDIA, and ARM.
I think that level that you were shorting up a storm on Tesla came right back in.
Yeah.
And I tried to get short there, and I chased it, and I'm like, no, this isn't the right move. Maybe I should have, because it's giving you 60 pennies and more right there as that range continues to rinse and repeat. For whatever reason, there's a seller in and around that 232.5 level on TSLA, and that's been a local top, taking us back to about 14 minutes or so. Started around 20-1. We've got about 6 minutes left on the show. I want to leave you with a couple of ideas because Serve is really pumping here, but there's a couple of things that are happening. Number one, we're below 19.3 on the future, and we came back in there and we rejected it. Keep your eye out for a decided break below 19,250. I think if we do that, then we mean revert quite aggressively. Concurrently, keep your eye out on Meta at VWAP, Amazon at VWAP. We weren't that far away from VWAP on Tesla, a little bit away from it right now, but now you have the likes of Apple curling down, breaching the 10 and the 20, looking to really give way at 218 there. We'll have to see if it can hold up at 218. That's where VWAP and the closing print are. But this was a local area rejection. You can see it on Apple. That was the IB high. We couldn't really break through that area initially. So a bit of a tougher look right now. I don't know. I think we mean revert likely here on Apple. And if the last few days on AAPL and the Mag 7 has been any indication, is that we're going to zig and zag, and where we don't really have a decided move one way or another right now. We haven't broken down below the Friday lows. We haven't broken above the Friday highs. We are still very much ensconced by Friday's price action. You can kind of just see that. This is Friday's price action. This is right now. So a bit of a tougher trade right now, or not tougher trade, but definitely a trade of indecision right now on Apple and some of these other Mag 7 names. The other one I want to leave you with, SERV, because this was going. Let's take off the side chart and have a look at the actual trading screen itself. This is an interesting area right here, but we're putting in a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Be careful. Again, all these chart patterns are fractal. However, their failure rate goes up. The lower down the time frame you go, down. So look for 1780. 1780 was an area resistance level. Then we took it. And so we use it as support now. 1780, 1775. But this looks like a bit of a head and shoulders pattern, albeit on the one. If it does, I don't know. Let's see if this one huadunks, but it looks like it might be setting up for a huadunk right now. Likely a pay for shorts type of situation. Let's check if that is the case. We'll put 1925. Yes, it is a pay for shorts type of situation. Shout out to Real Trading, the best real trading or the best prop firm trading on the planet, Adara. And I'm willing to bet you over here that the shorts on Serve are going to be like very, very, very cheap and almost inconsequential. That's how good Real Trading is. And they always give you the best tools at your disposal. And if you don't, best tools. And if you want some more tools, guys, make sure to check out Trade Ideas worth that 20% off. And with that, I'm going to give it to Darren and weasel my way on over to the green screen.
Good luck with the weaseling. Thank you so much to Sharif for always happy to be trading next to you here, and shout out as well for his segment. Thank you for putting together the lessons. Thank you to Freddie the Friendly Guy for your kind words here in the chat. We're always so happy to be here every single day. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do. Calvin Francis saying Amazon short, and I gotta say, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down here. We had that gorgeous bear flag here in Amazon. I said I like that 184 bounce around the 9 EMA. We try to have this breakout here. Look at this wick into 184.60, but oh boy, we're not able to hold that breakout on Amazon. We actually break down below the 184. It's where I should have been looking to short, but Amazon was one that I said I hadn't been looking at as long for levels. We break below here. We come to bounce here beautifully, might I add. We bounce gorgeously off VWAP around, where is this, 183.60s? Then we come wick into 184, so support to resistance flip-flop, not once, but twice. Then we come back to this area to bounce at VWAP. Now we make another topping tail candle. And where do we bounce into? That's right, our last candles, our last doji candles here with that resistance at 183.80. I love this look on Amazon. I think on the 5 minutes, really clear. I think if we break below VWAP and retest, that could be a great short. Shout out to you, Calvin Francis. Great look. Chill Vibe says, we're going to the big boys now. Indeed you are. In just 1 minute, you will have Neil spreading his kneelage. You'll have Sean and his confidence. And you'll be able to have those verdicts on these trades you want to take. Hope you guys had fun here with our show. I think there were a lot of fun opportunities. I think today was certainly one where I feel like I learned a lot with regards to just sticking to names that you like and you have a good read on. Like I said, I've been looking at my P&L during the show, but I just took a look now that I'm done trading for the day. Please a bunch to say 3 green names, 1 red name, and shocker, the red name was Microsoft, which I had not looked at long enough before I got involved. So I think, again, make sure you have a plan and you stick to that plan. Whether that plan is a sticky note, whether that plan is levels you've charted, whatever it is, stick to it. And definitely stay tuned to hear every single day. I'm so happy to have everyone here with us. I hope you guys had a fun trading day. We've got Amazon earnings on the docket, Microsoft earnings on the docket, Apple or Big Mama, shout out to Ryan Faluna, and we've also got Meta this week. But right now, in just a few seconds, we're going to have our my pal Sharif there on the green screen. Whether you were red or green on the day, hope you guys had some fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Sharif's at the green screen.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join Adair and I on the midday How to Trade show and get your vote in the chat there. There is the triple Q. Still, we're definitely not near those July 12th highs, but another positive day for the triple Qs. We started that recovery on Friday, continuing today. The ES and the NQ both in positive territory. The opposite of the Dow and the Russell down below 1% today as it really caught a bid after that sell-off in tech. So we'll keep an eye on this. Up 0.4 right now is the triple Qs. AMD, the first one as selected by you guys, a little zig, a little zag. This one was a positive at times, negative at times. Barclays chiming in on this one today, maintaining their overweight rating, but dropping the price target down to 180, guys. Chips have been mixed today.
Barclays hating on the chip. No, just look, we obviously have earnings coming from AMD tomorrow after market. So I feel like that's the reason, it's going to make the top of the list here. Pretty weak day on AMD. I actually started bullish on this stock, even though I don't have a long position. Ended up much better in other names. We'll get to ARM and NVIDIA, maybe when we talk about NVIDIA and OM. But it's all about the chips. I had this one for a 143 level. Let's go back over here to see why 143. So Friday, 142.5 was resistance. Thursday, 143 was resistance. So I thought if this thing breaks out above 143, it could really rally. Instead, it failed to break. Came right back in, showing the weakness that we've seen in NVIDIA or in AMD the last little bit. I had some scalp shorts. It came back into VWAP, wicked me out right in here before it started to really turn to the downside. That's when you had ARM and NVIDIA really fall apart. ARM, thankfully, we're in the short for that one, but missed out on the VWAP retracement. I think this afternoon, you're under 143. You're trend down overall on the day, still putting in lower highs on the daily. The other bad thing about AMD is you're underneath the 200 period moving average. You're underneath the May low. there's not much to like unless it had held on to that 143 level. So with that, I think it's a VWAP retrace this afternoon. Just got to be able to hold on for dear life. So much pressure AMD has been under. And I think a lot of people forget about this because you look at the chart of NVIDIA on a daily and how strong it is. But I mean, AMD has been more expensive. Most of this AI rally from a PE basis, AMD's actually been the pricier one a lot of this rally. And that's why it's getting punished a lot of times as harshly as it is. Still green on the day. As weak as that chart looks, it's actually up more than the NASDAQ, believe it or not.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at this right now,
Surprising.
0.31. The NASDAQ is starting to come right back in. We only have one trade out. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the jungle. We're back. Oh, I could take a fill here to show you guys because I still have some decent amount of shares on right now. We're in SOX L right here. Let me see if we can get a fill. There it is. So there it goes. All right, we're over $1 right now in the money. On SOX. I know it's like every time we come back, it's like, what is going on? But there's the real trade. We actually talked about this live on the midday show. And then my only AMD trade was actually also live on the midday show. And this is another good one. Although we are going to be red on NVIDIA. We'll talk about that. AMD was great against this 142. I let it go when we broke this level. So again, we were short 142.75. We get out for flat. But at the meantime, we still do wind up taking $1 on that move as well right there. So, I mean, today's going to be a really good day for trading, and you're going to see that as we go over the next couple names coming through. But I did not trade ON. Neil did. We'll talk about that when we get back from Sharif.
12 1/3 or 2/3 here, Sean. What a move up for On Semi. Big move up this morning as they reported earnings beating revenue, beating EPS on the top and bottom lines, and really highlighting the areas where they're doing quite well. Good automotive look for them as PCs continue to suffer from cyclicality. So I'll have to keep an eye on this one. Neil, though, how'd you trade it?
So if you remember, like when Obi and I have been on, at least recently, a lot of the trades that if you don't have the trend to the upside, I've been looking for like one of these like reversion trades. And I'll get to Disney probably because it's a very similar concept to where things went wrong for ON. So ON Semi, big break. I'll go to the daily chart first. Big breakout when it broke 70, 200 period, 50 period, all in the same day. Got to 79 up top here on the daily chart, all of it looking pretty good. I first went dip buy into 79. That didn't work. I'm like, okay, if it breaks this, we actually left you saying if it got to VWAP on that move, we'll just dip by VWAP, which would come all the way. Did not trade it till that point. So 79 on the daily, took it for about 25 cents worth of risks. That wasn't bad, but wanted it back into VWAP at that point, never got it. When it finally made it to VWAP, it was breaking trend. So if you look at this one from the pre-market, even if I slap the other trend on it, like this trend up here from the open, you broke that. And that's the reason we get out here, and then the reason I went into a short. Now, obviously, it kind of held on to the top of the trend line while breaking out of VWAP, but I'm not going to sit there in a short at like 78.50 on a strong stock and give it all the way to $80 just because there happens to be a trend line going with it. So it did hold the trend in terms of no longer breaking back above what it was, but hold on to VWAP. Super strong name. I don't necessarily have a trade for this in the afternoon unless you like a VWAP bounce on ON Semi. But much like 3M on Friday, this was the one that just the early break on earnings. McDonald's did this as well, GE a couple of days ago. And then when right at the open, the first available dip, the next available even dollar level, tried to break out that trend line. No continuation whatsoever. Super, super strong name, ON Semi. I think this will be a good one for some continuation tomorrow, especially before you get those AMD earnings. Because once you get the AMD earnings, it's going to be about AMD.
Yeah, tough trade there on ON. Yeah, I didn't look at it, so back to Sharif.
All right, Sean, we'll go to the next one, NVIDIA. I know you looked at this one. So a couple of different headlines today with NVIDIA. Jensen Huang expected to speak initially at 4:30 at the SIGGRAPH conference. That's essentially a conference for computer graphics enthusiasts. And at 6 o'clock, he's going to be sitting down with Mark Zuckerberg. So that's going to be really interesting to see there because Meta is one of the biggest purchasers of their GPUs. There's this headline as well, reportedly developing a new version of its flagship AI for the Chinese market. We know that the Biden administration has been putting in these embargoes, NVIDIA looking to get around it by exporting a B20 version of their Blackwell chip, guys?
For me, NVIDIA was, it was a name that we had written down on here. It will be my only red name today. We have one red name today, so not good, but that's fine. Like Neil just mentioned, sometimes you make a trade, it doesn't work out. And this one we did that, but we didn't follow our rules. We were waiting for 111. With big tech earnings on deck, NVIDIA should get some love on these calls. Dip buys, right? Well, it was good early, and then we lost it once it finally broke. So we could just break this down. Getting involved here, I kind of felt like we were coming back. That must have been VWAP or something, why we would buy 115.40. But we were playing against VWAP. Then we start to break below 115, and we kind of get out of the way, but then it comes back into the 200 period. And not only that, remember I talked about this? I was like, if we were here on Friday, I don't remember what the name, I don't know if it was ARM or what it was. We were just going to go back. Oh, it was Tesla. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That trade is great until it fails. And then so right there, it comes down to the 200 period and we get out of the way. But again, when you're trading bigger size and you lose even 15 or 20 pennies, it's enough to put you red, especially when you just scalped out of some of them. So yeah, NVIDIA not great, but again, what did we write down? Just stick with what you're doing. NVIDIA long right there, 111. We wrote it down. It's right here, 111, 111. The low of the day on NVIDIA, and again, Shreve was right. We went down and grabbed our passports. Low of the day, 111.50 right there. So, you call the bottom, but you don't have it, so it don't really matter. But right there, 112 right now is where this player is dwelling. I'm going to try to go long again down here at this bottom and just make it sing. Because the thing is, we're already short SOXL right now. SOXL, just by putting this trade on, it's already P&L like 2 or 3. ARM is not... ARM. Oh, wow. I should have talked about ARM when you talked about ON Semi. This name is a banger name right here. ARM today, man, we called that at 150. Neil had this as well. It's a big, huge trade, ARM there. But this is proper risk management, man. It's like you take it, you wait for it. We didn't take it out the bottom. We did get out, I guess, when it broke there, 142. But again, would have liked to got out at the 50 period. Cost ourselves about $2 or $3 there on ARM, but this was a monster, man. 150. We yelled this out at the beginning of the day. So when it prints, man, there's no surprise that ARM gives you this trade there today. This stock, I like. I actually like this for another reload short too, if we can get to 144 right now. SOXL, still that dollar in the money. We're going to wait to see if NVIDIA comes a little bit lower right now. So that's my talk of NVIDIA. We're going to buy this dip in front of 111. But cautiously as the market pulls back.
Yeah, double. So this 111, just if you haven't pulled it back all the way to Thursday, it's not just Friday's low. It was like that close area. If we lose that, I don't think you got much left going on NVIDIA. There was a seller at 115, and obviously any chip name you had at that moment was going to the downside. ARM was probably the biggest mover, I think, in terms of dollar move and percentage move, at least from what I checked. But NVIDIA very clearly was a 115 seller. I dumped out there and did not flip, but looking pretty nasty. There's only one spot. It is this low double bottom. If NVIDIA doesn't keep this, I think it's in trouble. I do have eyes on one other name here. Intel sucks. VWAP double tapped already. He's been holding VWAP all afternoon. I'm just sort of saying. All these things are trending down. This is just adjacent to a VWAP move if it gets back into the bounce. See how tightly it's been holding it pretty much all day long. So I have some semis other than NVIDIA that could give you that VWAP retracement. I don't think NVIDIA is getting there.
Morgan Stanley giving Tesla the nod today, adding it to its top pick list. A few reasons, some of them basically de-risking away from China. A smaller portion of the revenue now comes out of China. They also like the product diversity, not just focusing on cars, but really focusing on self-driving, Optimus, some other things, storage capacity for solar as well. And they think it's a better financial position as they were able to shore up some costs. We know that layoffs were an issue there. They have also put the Monterrey facility, the Gigafactory being built in Mexico there, on hold for a moment. There was also this analyst analysis today about basically the self-driving that we're going to get word of in October. Keep an eye out for that. That got delayed from August to October, guys.
All right. Glad to be back. Glad to have given this trade. Sucks not to have been here for this. So there's Tesla. We wrote this down, a little bit of cheese action in our ear there. I like that. Welcome to Packer Nation, my guy. All right, so as we go down here. Yeah, geez, yeah, getting that paid right now. Same.
There's a 201. I don't know about that.
Same, yeah. I mean, all these guys are jokers, right? I mean, the highest paid guys right now: Tua, Burrow, Jordan Love. You know, I mean, Dak will probably be the #1 guy. No, Dak will be the #1 guy in probably in a week. And so let's talk about that. All right, so there it is right now. The next contract that gets signed will be the biggest. That's how it works, right? All right, so right there, 227.10 came into play. But look, this is the #1 P&L name for a reason. It's because we believe in it and you put on shares. Like, I don't feel bad saying that. Like, you know, that's what we do. You know, and maybe we sound like a broken record, but if you don't take trades where you like them, you don't put on risk, then yeah, that you're not going to have the big trades. And this is a big trade. So all the way up, we get out at 230, 230. That's a good trade, man. And there it is. We like that 228 break. It's a nice break from here. We talked about that little level this morning. It is your #1 trade idea over here on this sticky note. I mean, you guys watch this show for ideas and for winning trades and hopefully for other things as well. But if you're looking for that, there it is. It's your #1 trade breakout here. If you want to read it. From this level, upgrade from Morgan Stanley. It's why we're looking at it. It can really fly if it breaks. So it does that. It goes upside, and now it's a big trade. So that's Tesla. I really think that Tesla is an amazing stock to trade, especially when we get those catalysts. You know, and I mean, we know it can really get going. I mean, we have the biggest trade of the day on a stock that was up $6 when we punched it. So, I mean, we missed the break of the pre-market. That's the best trade around. But after that, man, it's pretty easy does it on Tesla. This stock never went against us. Huge upside move. And there it goes right now. It was a 228 fill. And that last piece out on our last 10% is 232. So it's only 450. The ARM trade was bigger, but this one had bigger net. So more money made on Tesla, but very, very similar to the ARM trade. So that's what it is. I mean, it's a good one there. It's Tesla. It continues to fly high. And I like it, man. Again, a nice replay back from their lows, coming back in, trying to fill that gap. Next stop, 240, and we'll trade it off of that. But hey, man, it's Tesla, and it was a doozy right there today.
I almost feel remiss mentioning this because I think it's going to be the jinx. I don't believe in the golden cross or the, whatever you call it, the death cross. Not a huge fan of either one, but Tesla's going to do that with any kind of push up and a strong close in here today. If it holds this 5%, you're going to get that. What's more interesting to me is this keeps on disappearing. It's kind of it's a loosely drawn trend line, but you remember that top end of the trend. Tesla basically came in, attempted to break down underneath the previous trend, held on to the 200 and the 50, and now breaking back higher. So I think as long as this is holding the 220 level, it's about 220, 225 in here. This is going to look pretty strong. So you dip right back into that previous trend top. Looks pretty good. For the record, there was a hot moment where Tesla was at the high and Rivian was at the low. And I like relative strength and weakness. In that moment, I was like, okay, look, if Rivian's just doing this when Tesla's going up, I'm going to join the trend on Rivian. Didn't notice until it got down to 16. This double bottom off 16 even, bounced twice. Not 1601, not 1602, like 16 even bounced twice. I had one short 1610, but all of a sudden this 16's holding pretty good back here on Rivian. And this is the difference between Rivian and Tesla. Rivian hasn't broken this trend to the upside. So it's caught a higher low here at 16 and suddenly looks pretty decent. That top of the trend is starting to converge with $19. So if Tesla's dragging everyone to the upside, we're not there yet. You're still a couple of points away. But if this converges to the point where you have a higher low going into a 19 break and then this trend line up top on Rivian, yeah, that's a break that I'm going to want to be involved in. For now, I think it's still a short to pop at 17 even. Nothing really changed with that here today. Just note the fact that none of the other EVs decided to go for the ride with Tesla. At least none of the ones I looked at. Rivian's up 0.2%, but I mean overall it was still a downward trend because it did gap up. Sharif?
The best day for Google so far since over here, that is when we got the Search GPT headline coming out of OpenAI. and its association with Microsoft, and that's what Google did. Still haven't obviously recovered anywhere near where we were, but a good day for second strongest name in Mag 7 world today. There was a minor headline. Phillips Securities, not an analyst rating agency that I'm too familiar with, upgrading Google there to about $210 price target and changing the rating from accumulate to buy. Again, not a rating that I had eyes on. Good day for Google though, guys.
Accumulate. Yeah, I never heard that either. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really. I mean, it doesn't look. Every rating, they just have their different levels, so it goes from one to the other. Is it up or is it down? I feel like you probably just do that to differentiate yourself from everyone else, and then get people talking about it. So congratulations, because it worked for a hot minute. I didn't trade Alphabet today. That said, I think I like what I see on the daily, at least going into this. I guess gauntlet of earnings is the best way to put it. Like you came right back into where the big break happened in April, held on to like 160, the low 160s, kind of a weak day two after making this bottom. Like you see a hold of low 160s, a decent higher low, but all kinds of resistance at this 170. This looks pretty good if we get above 170 and a half. Try and fill this $2 or $3 gap in. But very, very tight range, and it plays both ways. So let's talk about the day trade. It plays both ways. Like it looks like if it were to break out that top, it looks good. But you're starting to see, the head and shoulders into a flat bottom at 169.5. And if we lose this, the market goes red. I just see potential like flat bottom break into the downside. I'm in Palantir, which was not a good long this morning. Had the long off 27 quarter, didn't work. Had the long off at 27, started to go, didn't work. Then it came into VWAP. VWAP here. Now it's starting to head back into the downside. That's bouncing off 27 even. So we're just trying to get back what we lost here, noting a 27 even is holding. If 27 loses it here on Palantir, just looking to see where the bid picks back up. Like I'm not bidding until I see either we bounce off 27 convincingly, get past the 10s or so, or you break 27 and just see where the chips end up lying here on PLTR. They report, I feel like we said at the end of the month, Palantir. No, it's next week. Next week on August 5th. Yeah, but if it gets back to VWAP, I'll be definitely taking some out if it breaks 27.10, and then look for a reload off of VWAP up there.
All right, I didn't. I just saw what Neil was in Disney here, and I was looking at it as well. It did break through our 92 level. We had 92 written down as possible shorts for that. So I was looking about this 92.60 area, which was the high of the day, possibly looking to short Disney up there. I was looking for some short ideas. Google, we're still short SockCell, and I'm close right. I mean, I guess we have to do this. I was close to looking at the TQQs right now, the futures for a potential long right now. So that could come into play as well. But yeah, Google, man, buying the dips. You guys know that. I was talking about buying the dips here the last couple of days. So this is the largest holding in my portfolio. I don't like any stuff that's happening with it right now. I don't like that Search GPT stuff. I don't really like any of that. But that's too bad. It's a nice move down. What are you going to do? Wasn't able to buy anything down here at 160. We did buy into this dip, though. So they missed on earnings. We didn't get it the first day. We got it the second day. So I'd have to look to see where. It's in and around here somewhere. But not a good move there for Google off earnings. Broke through the 50-period moving average and kind of continuing to go lower. I'd like to take some out, but I don't want to take anything out underneath the 50-period. Maybe it's time to buy it back. I feel that this is in a little bit of trouble just because some of the stories aren't the greatest, like what I was just talking about. But again, their quarter was pretty good. Let's see if Meta, what they talk about with their advertising and how strong this consumer is when we hear from Amazon. So we'll wait to hear about Google. I mean, the Pixel's not a huge revenue driver or anything for them either. So not too worried about that kind of side of things. We continue to look at search as a problem, as AI, but they'll figure it out, right? I mean, they still have Gemini and all that stuff. It's not, they'll get it going. Yeah, they have lots of levers to be pulled. So I still like this stock, but not as much potentially. Thank you for all those votes. Try to vote more. More people voting, more on that. Let's make that as popular as we possibly can. All right, so I'm just looking at this. You came back in with the TQs here or the futures, whatever you want to look at. You're back at the 50-period moving average. No matter what you're looking at here, that's been pretty key, right? And so here's a move down. We're trying to hold it. So if you want to get back upside, I think 67's a play, but for sure, because that's been the last couple days. But until then, man, we'll have to look here, 65.50, where we're at right now on the TQs. I chose SOX L to go, and now SOX L, of course. I mean, dollar on SOX L, so that's going to be a good trade coming through. It's a tough day, man. We have 3 positive traders here on the floor. It's a little tough heading into the day, into the close. Just pick your poison, man. There's going to be lots of opportunities. You just got to find them. And if you can, then you want to hit them and hold on and see if your sort of thesis plays, right? And I think that that's something that's really important here as well. So again, a little slow into the summertime, see it. And Adara mentioned something about not wanting to trade too much past 1 o'clock. I think there is some importance to understanding levels of trading and what time are your best times. But I've never ran that study because for me, it doesn't really matter. I think it's more of a psychological thing, and I'll tell you why. Because if something sets up now, I'm going to take it. Like this SOX L trade, if I said it's 1 o'clock, therefore I'm not putting on this trade, it's set up, so I put it on, and right now it's P&L number 3. And we just put this show on, we just put this on for an hour. I feel like there's different trading techniques that you can use during the day and during different hours. And that's what Adara was referring to for sure. Slowing down maybe and figuring out, what to expect. But at any given time, anything can really happen. I kind of feel like we have a lot of traders around here that maybe stay away from the open. Can be good, cannot be good, right? We missed that break in Tesla off the pre-market. And there's been some great trades in NVIDIA and all that kind of stuff with pre-market low breaks and high breaks. So, if that's your game, you want to stay there as well. But especially when you're first learning, and pretty much like all traders here are pretty much learning, you can never stop in this business. And it's just like you want to make sure that you're able to take the right trades when they set up for you. So this to me is still a maximum position. It didn't matter the time of day. I like this SOX L trade. It was at the 50, at the 200, at VWAP, boom, 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 and bang, all the way to the downside. So I wanted to address that a little bit there. Because I think that that's important that you look at that. And I think what else is important too is that you run your own numbers, right? I mean, I think it's not like we're running like a lottery here, but you just want to make sure that you look at your numbers and figure it out. If you do make a lot of money at the close, like there's traders around here that really don't make any money pretty much at all during the day and then hit the close. And that could be a big trade. If that's consistent enough, then that's what you want to look at. And if you really hit off the open, you should hit off the open. If you're really hitting off of the closing 10 minutes off that imbalance, great. There's so many different opportunities in this market, and that's really what keeps me here and keeps me interested. So, I just wanted to address that because, even though it's 225, my biggest thing is like, oh, it's power hour. And it's like, okay. And I see it and I'm like, okay, let's go 3 o'clock power hour. And then it's like 3 is the same as 2. So just understand, I think economic.
Depends on volume.
I think that's a good one, volume. And as it dries down, and I was going to say too, economic releases, right? Like if Beige Book is at 2 o'clock.
Oh, like on Friday. On Friday, this happened, and this happens every now and then. Like on Friday, there was, the chips were all shorts on Friday.
Right.
Everybody knows that. There was like this short the pop VWAP thing happening on NVIDIA, but right at 10 o'clock. I don't even remember which economic. It doesn't matter which economic number it was. You can look at the calendar. But like right at 10 o'clock, it popped into VWAP, and it did that thing. It wicked you out, and then went right back to the same pattern it was doing before. So that's what matters, because all you had to do was know the number was coming out, maybe not sit there, wait for the number to come out, and then jump right back into the trade that was working before. Instead, if you were shooting perfect on NVIDIA shorting VWAP, at that moment you lost one and then you had to get back into it. And that had everything to do with it wasn't the fact that it was 10 o'clock, it was the fact that the economic calendar just had something that moved the market. Sometimes you get the algos pulling quotes and an economic number, and until they come back in, you want to work and wait until the next trade. The other thing is things like this serve that everyone's talking about. Low float runners. Like for this time of day doesn't matter, volume matters. Like volume really matters for these. If you see on Friday, serve was running like crazy on Friday up until about noon, and then once it failed the high, declining volume the whole way. Now note the difference in volume today, where I guess the longs are having a heck of a lot more fun. It's not that it's doing huge volume, it's still doing less volume in the middle of the day. But you're holding up the volume spikes much, much better when it's retesting those highs as opposed to really, really declining volume. I did have one trade on serve at 18. That was it right here. It went to 18, it went to 17.97. I shorted it on the way back. It essentially went to 17.30 and then kind of stopped out break even, and you're seeing it trend higher. So if it does like a fail break of 19 or 20, ideally 20, that's probably where I would get involved this afternoon, just looking for an even dollar trade. I was not really on the stock at 19. That actually looks pretty good. So I'll wait around for 20 bucks here on serve. Palantir is just chilling at 27 even, trying to break down at this point, and we're looking for some VWAP retracement. I mean, the market, while up, still feels to me like it's lower highs from 9 o'clock, or sorry, well, from 9:30, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock if you're looking at Chicago time. So I want to look for some VWAP retracements in here. Whether or not we get like an Intel, that's a possibility. This one could pop into VWAP for us. AMD maybe. NVIDIA seems rather unlikely, as weak as it is on NVIDIA. If anything, I mean, NVIDIA almost looks like it could be like a trend break back to the upside. Keep talking about when you have these steep trends, what happens when they break it out. NVIDIA kind of looks like that in the other direction. If it's good for a short, these are also good for explosive breakout longs as well. Might have a look at this for NVIDIA.
All right. I'm searching, I'm asking Gemini here. I need some more drills for tonight here. I got some fielding drills. I got a funnel ball, which is pretty good. You got to get the kids to hit kind of like in a funnel area there where they can't hit outside the zone. You get guys standing like around the pitching and try to hit it that way. I think.
Have you ever tried? Well, there's like a game that it's kind of a game. I had an old coach that would do this. Like basically every position position's like a number. You can make it easier, make like an area a number, and then you tell the batter if you're doing soft toss or something simple, you're trying to get them to hit to that. Right. But you don't say shortstop. Like you say like it's like 5,
right.
2, like that. That can be kind of
might
cool
confuse my kids. But
if you have different colored balls, a really good one is, and this is.
Like you catch the white one, you throw them at them, and you catch the different one.
Catch the colored balls. Really good for tracking. I love that. But I tried that with Erin. She's like 7. It's like that. It's kind of
that's hand-eye coordination.
It's a little too early for my daughter.
Yeah, that's
which is fine. She got frustrated. She's like, I feel like it's okay. You're 7. I wasn't doing that drill till I was like 12 or 13 years old. So but I'm pretty sure that like your girls could probably handle that one.
Yeah, probably. These girls are something else. Erie Pages, Airy Pages wanted to ask about day trading for a living. I get in trouble sometimes because I speak too real about it, but if you put a question again in the chat, I can specifically answer it because I don't want to say the same thing I always say. So if you ask me more specifically, I could definitely handle that. And you can ask either of us. We'll talk about that for sure. All right, here comes stock sell right down into $42 again. This was one where we were just lucky enough to look for lucky. Sometimes you misuse those words. Fortunate, that's kind of like lucky too, isn't it? But anyways, it's just a matter of being able to sit down. And we had just got back. I got back in about 5 minutes within sitting down. We put on this AMD trade short because we went to VWAP. This was fine. I mean, actually, like this is still a good stock for us. We actually wound up making more on AMD than Mara here today. Mara's my third, or was one of the names that we barely got out of. Right there. We barely got some money out of Mara right here. I mean, look at this epic drop. I was actually talking about this with Pat. Huge move to the downside right there. Like it never broke 23. We had written down on here $23. I mean, sure, it's lucky. Just like we wrote down Coinbase 255. Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if you had left yet. So did you see my note about brisket as well? What day are you here? You're here all week.
I'm here all week.
Okay, good. Oh, you're okay. We're all here all week. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were here Friday. That's why I suggested Thursday. Right. So I did.
Yeah, we're not doing Friday because last time we said Friday, you weren't there.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
We could do Friday. No, but if you're here this Friday, confirm.
But he said he was here the last time, and then
I just don't want to. I mean, the people. I mean, you're dropping stuff like brisket around here, and I don't want to be playing around. Especially Neil. He didn't have it last time.
Every day is brisket.
I didn't get Taco Tuesday that one time.
Well, Taco Tuesday we got it. Yeah.
Friday.
That's true, Neil. Come on, man. We get tacos. But the brisket is the
brisket's a different story.
All right, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. But Thursday or Friday is brisket day. So, all right, good.
That's what we like to see.
All right, safe travels there, Randy. But what I was talking about with Mara was,
I forgot to get a water.
again, we had it here on the sticky note, which now has some of my drills written on it that I'm doing. But here is the other sticky note right now. Pat will go get you a water. Pat, you want to go get Neil a water, my guy? There he goes. He probably is trading. Yeah. Hey, Pat, grab me one too, man. All right, man, there he goes. All right, oh yeah, by the way, so here's the real sticky note. We had Mara written down on here, hard to see, $23. It turns out that was the high, so we can talk about it, but at the end of the day, I wanted the long, and I mean, crypto today continues to get kicked, man, 67.3. It did have a 66 handle on it at one point, but Mara's still downside, and the reason why we liked Mara at $23 is pretty easy. When we missed this one, we were mad. And that's what I was talking to Pat about. It's like, this is the big trade that you have to have. So I just didn't want to miss it again. But it looks like the short turned it around. So if you're, by the way, wow, now this SOXL, man, shout out to Real Trading. Let's go. Let's floss this one off because SOXL continues to go to the downside. Anyways, if you're looking short, the short was there for Mara. I always say this, man, you got to feel comfortable in your own skin, as I hear new skin heading lower in my ear. But you got to trade what you know and know what you trade. And honestly, like looking at Bitcoin there was not looking at it enough early to know that it was getting faded pretty much once the market opened up, which would have given you that Mara short up there at $23. But that's a little bit of a hard take in there. So just again to talk about this because this is a banger right now. SOXL is actually ripping up the top right now for trade. So. Yeah, $42. We're sort of touched down here a little bit. There has been some nice support in and around there. 41.70. Thank you, our friend. Everyone loves Patrick, and maybe we'll get him back on one day if he wants to. 41.70 down here, I feel like is a good area. So we only have about 10% left. We try to do better on that, but again, good name here today. Trying to hold out for a push lower as the NASDAQ looks like it wants to turn red finally. So let's see, man, under VWAP, under the 50 period, I'm only looking shorts here into the close.
Yeah, I'm favoring that, but Palantir's catching a slight bid after it broke 27. So, 27, I thought you break 27, market's going down, Palantir would just flush it. But that's not what's happening. Like it just gets to sometimes even dollar levels are really good on Palantir. Today, not really doing much. If you just took it the first time it broke 27, I thought it was going to do that, like immediately lose the bid, go down like 10 pennies or so, and then come back to the upside. So if we get a VWAP retracement, I'll have a little bit left on just to see what happens. And if it breaks again, look for the 80s or 75s as a low. Otherwise, VWAP is going to be the play. What's holding above VWAP is Apple. Well, I mean, a few things probably are. But Apple just bounced off VWAP for a second time here since we opened the show, since 2 o'clock. So once, twice, 218, a bit of a level. Apple tried early, lost, had the double top in there, then had a VWAP retracement, which worked. So thankfully, it's been good, despite the fact that this is kind of a strong stock and I've only been short. I say it's strong, double bottom, higher low, same top, right? So overall, it's positive. It's green on the day. It's not like it's doing any better than the overall market. It's about the same. But we got away with it because with the early short, we're able to just take it out. Like you have a level you're playing off, if it breaks, just jump out of the trade. Now VWAP looks pretty solid here on Apple if it's able to hold. And shout out to you, Coffee Trader. Yeah, the other thing I'm looking at, NVIDIA is not strong, but it was just this trend that it's trying to break. So if you look at, you can look at it from the top, but if you just put it from this like non-VWAP retracement, it's holding the same trend line. I think if it breaks out that trend line, I might just play like a quick little like scalp break and give it a tight stop to like because it'll break this at like 120, 112 quarter. So if it breaks that at 112 quarter, I don't want it like rejecting it. Maybe just give it a really tight stop on a trend break trade and see what happens there on NVIDIA. But right now it's just gliding toward that low on NVIDIA. So there's not going to be, if there's a VWAP retracement, there's a missed opportunity in a long on NVIDIA that we want to try to grab. And as we say that, the market's heading lower one more time. 19.2. I don't know if we're going to be able to stay green today. Looking for some other opportunities for shorts, just anything that's at VWAP or setting up pretty well. Like ARM is not doing much, but 143 looks pretty good for ARM. Like double top 143, VWAP 143. If that were there, we'd certainly like that. I haven't looked at Micron today, but that one, Ugh, come on, low. There we go. Also downward trending. Going into these earnings for AMD, you have a lot of weak chip names. This could be a VWAP retrace if it gets there first. Keeping an open mind of whichever one's going to set up.
Double play drills. So I wrote those down there. I feel like we had some missed opportunities this weekend as we play. And I want to give again another big shout out to Royal York. Thank you so much for hosting such a great tournament there this weekend. As next up for us, hopefully Kentucky, as we'll probably get to there maybe next year with these girls as we go. And then here's my lovely daughter who actually won. There was 5 games. She won the MVP of one of the games, which was really nice to see, as she's our new first baseman right now. We didn't, this tournament, our strength is pitching, but Royal York plays rookie ball, and they were doing pitching machine. So our kids hit off the pitching machine for the first time. 3-run home run for this one right here. And I just get choked up. It's amazing. And then today we go with a different team practicing with our house league team, which is this Red Jets. So we shout out to that. We're in second place right there. Here's my brother.
Maybe the Jets, but they got the right colors on.
Yeah, well, we move up to the Red Sox. So we got some Danny Jansen. Oh, that's what I meant to ask you about that. The Leafs start their fire sale. Here's my kids, by the way. And by the way, so my daughter, we just played 5 games in a row on the weekend. Today, she's at hockey camp all day, hockey practice 4 to 6, and then has to motor to baseball practice 6 to 8. So, soprano salad is what we're having tonight. I meant to.
What the heck is a soprano salad?
Exactly. I wanted to tell that.
Does that have anything to do with the show?
Apparently it does. Okay. I'm going to find it out. Ramin not the other day, but last time I mentioned.
They ate it on the show, or it's an actual.
No, it's like an Italian thing. Hold on a second here. So this is like what it is here.
If I go to Rome and order a soprano salad and
Rome?
get laughed at,
I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, when you go to Rome, there'd be lots of things there. Big Italian, here it is. Lettuce, tomato, celery, onion, pepperoncini. You get to put like a little bit of, there's some meats in here as well. This is called Big Italian salad, but anyways, it has olives in it. Anyways,
good.
No, it is really good. It's really good. But anyways, my wife was making that tonight, so I was just thinking about like what we're having for dinner. I don't know why that came up.
Soprano salad.
Again, soprano salad. Yeah, if you guys.
Who knew?
Who knew at all? Better off doing homework. What's up, Piper? Our kids here in Canada don't get homework. Isn't that strange? There's absolutely no homework. So that's weird because they feel like everything you need to study needs to be done in school.
You know what's interesting?
Absolutely wild.
My daughter's French immersion class, it was a split 1-2.
Yeah.
They were actually giving them workbook stuff. And then parents were complaining.
Right, it's wild.
Complaining about it.
Wild.
So,
it's wild.
Look, I'm not going to get, without getting into political, it's
not
I had
politics.
homework every damn day. I had homework every day growing up. That was, you come home, and the best part about it was going through when I couldn't understand something, my pops would help me out with math, moms too as well. And when daughter doesn't understand something, she'll come to us when she had her worksheets, and that's what you got to do, man. You work why are we looking at the TV?
It says CNBC London because they're waiting for me to come. I didn't tell these guys to shut it down until I got there.
Why the heck is it shut down? Oh, I think I know why. You know what happens? I think
told you why.
No, they did this happened last time on the Olympics. When they go to show highlights or something of the Olympics, they have to then put that up if you're not entitled in your region to get it. So we're in Canada, we're not supposed to be able.
We don't even have Super Bowl ads. It's
it's so
crazy.
Silly.
So it's like whoever owns the rights, which I guess would be Rogers, because it's on Sportsnet and TSN. That's what I've been watching.
CBC
on
has it as well.
Yeah. Okay. See, right now I have coaches messaging me about how we're going to afford to go to Kentucky. I don't think we are. All right, here goes Soxel.
Gotta get sponsorship.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I get those sponsors going on here right now. All right, so nice move. Are they watching the show?
Dude, sell chocolates. I'll buy all of the chocolates.
Yeah,
you know how I roll.
Yeah, I know.
Do that raffle you guys did last time.
The raffle was good. Yeah, thanks for sponsoring.
That's
that was.
I am a champion.
Trader TV Live is sponsoring actually.
I'll buy a lot of chocolates.
The helmets. They're sponsoring the helmets for the girls' hockey team. That's nice. You can be a little Trader TV Live sticker on there.
Use a baseball.
Hilarious. All right.
Baseball has helmets too. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, no, we should. Yeah.
If you don't wear a baseball helmet, you have a problem.
Yeah. That would be illegal to do that. But definitely wear helmets for sure. 100%. All right, let's look for some more trades here. Are you in something recently?
Apple VWAP is about to come in 218. I feel like that's the first thing. I want to short something at VWAP, but literally nothing is giving you a chance to short it into VWAP. So Apple maybe bouncing here, just looking for it to make a push. Like since I first called it up, it's just chilling here at the quarters, and I want to see it push down, give us a bounce. We'll bounce and go. Nvidia might get, Curtis Cash saying Nvidia might get going. I mean, might is the operative word, but like the first thing I did when we pulled up Nvidia was draw trend line, say if it breaks trend line, I'm going long, and what is it doing? Nothing. It's just gliding lower and lower. So look, it's Apple and Nvidia that I'm, like those are the two things that I'm looking at for VWAP, and then a potential, I know Nvidia is weak, but maybe a break in this trend line to the upside. Now it's looking like 112 would be the break here on NVDA, but it just keeps chilling further and further to said downside. I just want to see it break this trend.
All right, so I just went into NVIDIA. So let's see it. We could take 15 cents immediately. We'll take 15 cents on about 20% of it. We just started this trade. Oh, as a matter, I was like, what the heck just happened? So I punched in, and then immediately I had a stop order because when I went for my Waco, by the way, I don't know if anybody has a relatively new passport. They are sick with it. The new passports are wicked awesome. I'll have to show it to you
have
after.
one, because I just got mine.
It has it's like this red Canadian. It's really, really cool. It's much better than the older ones. Anyways, probably because they're much, I don't know if they're expensive or not. 10-year passport was only $180, 10 years. I think that's a pretty good price right there. I don't know. But anyways, so I got punched in and punched out immediately. So that's why that red is there. So I just punched straight back in. So what can happen if you don't trade responsibly? I had a bid down here if we broke 1150 to think about getting out, but we didn't have a long. So the minute I took a long, my trigger automatically triggered out because it wasn't 1150. We had an order higher than this that if it broke this way down, then we were to get out. So we're in and out of that, but we're back long. So we're long at 71 right now on NVIDIA. Let's props that trade up as here it goes. We'll see. There it is, out 87s. Let's go. We'll see if we can make it back, man. It's our only red name today. We're going long NVIDIA. We talked about this an hour ago or 44 minutes ago when we went live. You guys asked about NVIDIA. I said I'm going long down here. It's written down on the sticky note, which now has double play drills written on it. Is going long. Those of you asking, daughter 9 and played with 12-year-olds this, 9, son 12, but I'm talking all baseball is for 9 and 12. And the no homework thing is for both of them. My son goes, it's because I got all the work done during school. Yeah, right. But anyways, nice move down there. And their report cards are stellar, so I don't know. But anyways, nice move to the upside right there on NVIDIA. We wrote down 111 is what we liked. And now that I look at it, this is why we wrote it down, is because over the last week or so, we only took it down once. And that was on wow that day. If anybody was here that day and remembers how insane that was. And it's funny because I was in there and Neil got a good fill on Meta. And I was like, I almost just in the middle of the show put a bid down here at 107 because
I got lucky.
I remember the last day I bought NVIDIA right before this dip down. So I was already long, like basically right here, 113, 114, thinking we did pretty good from a dip from 140 into a name that I know I want to get longer in. But at the same time, and I said this story to Fabian, I don't think you were here. I looked down at my NVIDIA and I just told this to Mateo the other day, and this is like not, a humble brag or anything. It's just how crazy some of these stocks went. I looked down and was up 638% on NVIDIA trades in my longer term portfolio. And I was like, huh? So I just said, all right, if this is going to dip down like 20% here, or whatever this move down was, we have a little bit of sort of leeway here to buy a couple more shares. You never want to, again, make your decisions based on, what's going on in the portfolio. But I really like the stock, and it just shows you about investing in things for the long term and believing not just in your stocks is what I'm trying to do here on the show, but holding something for longer term. And that's nothing. You guys probably out there have that trade. To go something up 6 times, NVIDIA was like $100 3 years ago, and it split at $1,400. So, that, that's the thing.
Yeah, let alone this recent run.
Right, and that's the story I told. We used to have this big guy here who was my bodyguard until he left, Peter. And anyways, this big, huge Greek guy, shout out to you, Peter. But anyways, I remember this guy was laughing. I said, man, I just bought NVIDIA at $100 because I'm mining crypto. I'm spending like hundreds of dollars on these GPUs. I have no idea. My son's setting up mining rigs in my basement. I said, I'm just going to buy some NVIDIA. And the guy literally was like, man, I can't believe you're buying this at $100. We've just come from like 30 and this and that. And I feel like that's part of it there. So and this was only 3 or 4 years ago, $100 to $1,400, real quick.
What a stop.
Right there. So, and I was saying the same about Tesla.
Tesla.
There goes Bob, but there it is. 1,000% to Shakib. Shout out to you, Shakib, as we'll go Hydration Nation, one of the original members right there. I know you like Alibaba, but it will not be up 1,000%.
1,000% by 2028. Look,
you
man,
know,
I
next
hope
presidential cycle.
I know a few of us hope that, but I don't think we're going to get 100.
I would love that.
We'd all love that. Anybody that's been holding Alibaba for quite some time, maybe let's make SoFi do that too, right?
That'd be nice.
So SoFi's they report tomorrow morning. SoFi, PayPal. Tomorrow morning, aftermarket, we'll get
the market is
big.
tanking.
Now we're coming right back in. Okay, so Apple's pulling into VWAP. I usually bid like 22s, but it doesn't matter. Like it's holding VWAP for now. So I got some 21s. It's double tapped it. There's just not much happening, and then you finally see something which is holding around VWAP, and now the market wants to go down. So I'd like to see this get to the $0.50. That'd be fantastic in terms of finding some short opportunities. As I said, I liked Intel at VWAP. Maybe I should just like it at 31. I have an old line at 31 because it's an even dollar. I'm just going to get rid of it because it doesn't matter here today, which you should always do. Like clean up lines on charts. Who cares at this point? So maybe this at 31 would be a bit of a short. Just looking for an opportunity on the south side. Apple VWAP looks good. I was saying Microsoft was strong earlier, but now this is even underneath VWAP and not looking as fantastic as it was before. If the market is going to bounce, Meta looks even worse than Microsoft. If Meta loses this bid. Meta was so strong in the middle of the day. It is bizarre. Like at lunchtime, Meta was like the strongest stock there was.
I was looking to short Meta too.
And now, when something is that strong and then reverses all the way, it feels like it should be a short. So I don't think we see VWAP in here. Previous bottom, 467. I think that area here, you already saw it wick once. Maybe back into that level. If we're just not going to be bouncing, then we're going to slowly trend to the downside. Got to pick up some names. If we're not going to get VWAP, you have to look for alternative opportunities. So Meta at 467 looks like it could be one, given the reversal it did. I don't know what you call that, like an A-shaped recovery.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. N?
Like whatever that is, it was so strong. It was like program buying on Meta, and then it stopped, and now you're breaking underneath. So, yeah, reverse U. I don't
Who
know.
knows?
It's whatever it is, I consider it to be weak.
All right, let's props up a little bit for anybody dip buying NVIDIA. I mean, again, we talked about what we wanted to do right now. We're in the money again on this dip buy. We just bought some 1150s there. This is the trade. I mean, I haven't gotten any out. You guys can see my positions as we go to the upside right now. 11.59 right now for NVIDIA. Waiting for something out to 69. See if we can take a dime on 5% and then see if it goes back up. I mean, I would like to. And again, I talked about this because Adara mentioned, and I'm glad that she did, about changing up the style a little bit. Like if you're short, you're catching it right now. But when you're trading against the trend, especially now into the afternoon, this is where you just want to start stacking some stuff up when you're against the trend. When you are with the trend, you can reload these positions or hold for more downside. So I really love the midday stuff that they talk about because it's teaching you guys things. But this is actually like real trading here where we're putting something on VWAP and then showing you how to profit from this, or at least how I am. I mean, it doesn't work all the time. We talk about that. We talked about NVIDIA not holding the bid earlier, which will be our red stock today. But just with very, very simple strategies, AMD is a very positive stock today. ARM is a wicked stock today. The number one stock, I think, for both of us, ARM. Mara, again, a wicked stock as well, but just the other way. We were long. We're up on Mara, obviously, as you can see this. But we got out of the way before this happened as Bitcoin really slipped up a little bit there. So that's a pretty simple trade. NVIDIA right now, it lost its 114 and the 200 period there. We're able to get out of it. But whenever that happens to me, or whenever that happens to a stock that I'm looking at, I will lose on this trade. And again, this is know yourself. I will lose on this trade 100% of the time. When you base like this into the 200 period, I'm going long there every time if it's a stock that I like. double play balls, which is what I like on that as well. So that's NVIDIA. And right now it's the same thing's happening. We're in today's low here for NVDA. We did not get out yet. Oh no, we did not get hit at 69. Okay, I thought we did. So what we're doing now is we're buying this day low, seeing if we can be a hero and let this go back up to the upside. If it does not, we have our spots where we're going to get out. And on the majority of this trade, we are not averaging in anymore. We took this down here against this bottom. If this bottom breaks, fine. This is not a big position. I want to try it again right down here at 111. We're going to try it at 111. That's going to be my breaking spot. Give me that. We still didn't get that at 69. That's not me with 4,000 shares. Dude, there it is. Do not worry about that one. As well, Hot Dog Cannon it up. We're at our highest spot today, but we're all about to get a lot happier when we find out what Adara's got to say over there at the desk.
Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much, Adara. And if we hear anything, we'll let you know on our Benzinga Pro as well. There was a little something on that new, but not much movement there. I'm just mentioning ARM is another thing. It's a Super Bowl this week for earnings. ARM reports on Wednesday as well. It's just like NVIDIA comes third. AMD comes first tomorrow, aftermarket. But when ARM reports, I am this time, if we get the 200 period moving average, I'm determined to actually get back more shares into this stock. It's not crazy that you could see a couple of days pushing down into 105. We've seen it do crazy things multiple times here. I think it's got another chance, especially to the downside. Expensive, all that good stuff. But I want to be dip buying on these earnings as long as things don't get completely out of hand. So we're going to look for that possibly on Wednesday. We'll see what happens. It's not moving this afternoon, but what is starting to go, let me go back over to Apple. It just wicked VWAP here and then came right back up. So we added on the wick of VWAP, so now it's actually testing the 218. If we get up into the 30s, that's where we're sitting on the offer. Still looking for my chance to get a pop that I can short on Intel, but nothing just yet. Once we get it, we'll let you know. Like 31 looks pretty good. VWAP obviously looks pretty good as well, but just a bit of a dip on Apple. We just pick up some more. Let's go back to Adara.
Some news here potentially with regards to that dip on Apple. I have this article circulating here from Barron's just getting published at 2:50 p.m. saying that Berkshire Hathaway may have sold some more Apple stocks. So again, speculation of further Apple sales here for BRKB. Keep an eye on AAPL. Mild volume uptick to the downside with regards to this report circulating of potential stock sales continuing from Berkshire Hathaway.
All right. Yeah, that's...
It was a decent volume spike, but it's just coming right back here.
Remember that story that he sold at, what, 190 or something like that? Good job. All right, so NVIDIA right here. So I just puff past that story. Honestly, what was it, Bloomberg reporting that? Okay, so 111.75. And if they sold, they sold. I mean, we don't know the reasons why. It could be tax reasons, could be anything. Like we said, I mean, I just sold some NVIDIA. That's probably not worth the price, not worth a press release, of course, right there. But as you go into that right now, there it is right there, 111.75. Another out for us on NVIDIA on these dip buy opportunities. So again, a quick one, just about stacking. I mean, we won't make everything back that we lost on NVIDIA, but we've made back some right now as we start to go back up to the upside. So let's go NVIDIA. There it is, man. And again, this is like I said, I'm going to start to take some questions in the chat because I've put on these trades, man. SockSell, $1.30 in the money. There's NVIDIA. We just put it on. Now 25 cents in the money. I don't know. I mean, we're sitting here, we're trading, we're putting on the trades, and hopefully showing you that, yeah, man, this is possible. And, you know, that's trying to put that proof in the pudding, right? There are a lot of traders that pretend to be traders and some that are. I like to think that we are, and hopefully being able to prove that to you guys every single day by showing you live right here. So, all right. So thank you to Bears vs. Bulls here. The name is CRAP stock. So I won't say that word in case it does do something to our algo. Right now, thank you for that. Bears vs. Bulls says, what time of year? So we're just going here off the chat. I actually did see this up here too. Am I taking the team to Kentucky? We'd like to. We'll see if we can get that, like we just talked about, some funding. Right here, something stock. Best time of the year to trade. in my opinion. So I don't really have a best time of year. I really think at these earnings and whenever you get catalysts like this is going to be a really good time of year. So I don't necessarily think that summer's the worst time. I don't think fall's the best time. September, I mean, I think that you should look at some of the seasonality wow, 40 cents right now on NVIDIA. Okay, I mean, it's just a stink face look from to the stock again anyways. But there it is right there. So I just think that you want volatility news. So I come in every single day expecting nothing, but looking for everything. And I think that's part of it, right? Is like, I don't know what I'm going to trade until I actually get into the office. Obviously, I have some ideas, but if you do follow the sticky note, most of them are the same names, just different ideas every day. So I look for catalysts. So I think best time of the year to trade is when your stock has catalysts. So that's the first question. Did I see the drop on Carvana? So I'm fine answering individual stock questions. I was more looking for like macro things or things about trading floor or trading like that. Yeah, because did I see the drop on Carvana? No, but I can look.
No, I didn't see it either.
Right there. Do I see Tesla at 240 by end of week? Yeah. I mean, what's Tesla at right now? We had it at 228 long, 231. That's an easy one. I say yes to that. As again, we saw Tesla earnings bring down a lot of names. And I feel like it brought down Google as well. So you had a little bit of a flush there as these guys came out and reported negatively. Now, the thing is that, again, high seas, high tide raises all ships. So if you can come with a strong Microsoft quarter and just people feeling better again about AI, remember, Tesla has a lot behind it right now. The robots, all the AI stuff as well. They talked about power generation. There are, a few good things happening. As right there's $50 for NVIDIA. So again, in talking about time of day to trade, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, it's just if it falls in, this fell in, we take the trade. Maybe it matters for your expectations, but how in the bleep, bleep, bleep are you going to know how far NVIDIA is going to run right now? You want to use Fibonacci's, you want to use all that? Great. Knock yourself out, okay? But I'm telling you, out of everything that I hear around here, the best way to learn how to trade is by actually trading, having real skin in the game, and that's what's changed for me. Having shares, having skin in the game, and being able to make the right decisions at the right times, regardless of what time of day it is. So right here, this comes up to the 50-period moving average. So yeah, like right now, I only have a third left. Look at all of these outs here at the 50-period moving average. There's 3 of them. Right here. Boom, boom, boom. Now, if we can climb, great. We're going to have a big trade for you. It's another trade alert. Another dollar in the money here 42 cents in the money on NVIDIA and $1.30 on SOXL. You might say, like, why would I be long NVIDIA but short SOXL? You're right. That makes no sense. I have less than 10% left of this one. So if this can come back in, great. We more have to deal with our NVIDIA trade, which we have a third on right now and bouncing around a little bit. So all right, so I'll just keep going.
Yeah, on that
with
note,
some of the questions. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
2 things. One, NVIDIA broke the trend, so I'm in on the dip. And then Apple went to the $50. We scalped off of VWAP there, got to the $50, starting to turn around. If we get VWAP again, we'll go again at 218 change. It's like 218 teens is where the bid has come in, but it needs to break out 75s. If we break that out, I think we get to 219. Obviously, you guys can see 219's been resistance all day long. So until that breaks, I'm thinking longs are done at the 219 level on Apple. So we'll go station to station on that. For NVIDIA, I was just simply looking for, I drew the trend from here, lower highs, all that good stuff. You close for the first time above the trend line. So I said, if it closed above the trend line, I'm going to go long. So it closed above the trend line, dip right back into that support. If it loses it, that's underneath 70s to me on NVIDIA. And here comes like 1.
Let's go.
So whatever you like, a couple of longs. If shorts had come in first, like VWAP shorts, we probably would have had those, but that's not what happened. What happened is the longs just started to come in and look pretty solid. So I'm going to get first offer at 120, 112 and a quarter. If it breaks that, I think you go 112.75, 2 set upside. I still am looking to short the pop at VWAP on some weaker names. But the NVIDIA broke trend, so we got in long. I'd love to see Intel at VWAP, and then we'll try to short that one as well. So lots of things moving around in here. I saw there was this halter. I'm just going to say there's that serve stock that was doing all that crazy stuff in the morning. or today in a general sense, ISPO, which has just halted a second time, has less than 1 million shares worth of volume. It opened, like this is, look at the nothing that was happening on this, and all of a sudden a couple of big volume spikes. It hasn't crossed 1 million shares and is incredibly illiquid at this moment. Unless volume starts to really pick up on this, this is kind of one of those stocks that's in a no-fly zone for me. Like Serve, pretty tradable for a mover. That ISPO, not very tradable, at least for anything that I would look at.
Oh man, at some point, you know, like we look at this NVIDIA, now this is 75 cents in the money. Like we just put this on, you know, so I don't, you know, we're starting to get some other pieces out. We talked about still having a third. Now we have 20% left. So it's a nice move to the upside as it keeps on going. And I'm just glad that I just talked to you guys about that time of day and it not really being overly important. And I think this is a good example right there. Because, you know, even in here, like I didn't get any 75-cent winners on NVIDIA, but it comes into the level that we really liked. I mean, we wrote down 111 on this board. So when it comes into 111.50, we're taking it. So there it is, man. It's a nice move. It's a nice move to the upside. We'll just continue to watch it out right here. I did feel a little bit some kind of ways here. We did miss this stock sell, just like Tesla. You got to punch out once it breaks the 50-period moving average. That's something that we've done work on again. And we really like the 50-period moving average. So I'm going to put a bid down here at 42.10 on SockSell. See if we get lucky. We do have less than 10%. We've talked about that on this trade as well. So I can go back over. Bears versus Bulls is sending me some questions. So definitely tag me in the chat if there's anything you want to ask me about for sure. And we'll go over that as that's what I feel like. I feel like I do that pretty good sometimes. All right, so that was 240 by the end of the week. I just mentioned that as well. All right, Shakib wants to know, Intel swing pickup Friday before close. All right, I mean, a swing trade. So, I mean, I think we always want to look.
They report on Thursday.
That's what I was going to say. So I don't even have trade ideas open. My bad. So yeah, they report on Thursday. So I would say if you're looking to pick some up ahead of their report, Shakib, you're probably, I don't trade options. And if you are looking to pick that up, I would say I like to stay away from these names, especially a name that is basically the worst in all of semi-land. Intel, I would stay away from that, not just today, but I mean in general. This name dropped from $51 at its high of just, like I said, 6 months ago, all the way in again to its lows. Like Intel is on its lows here of the year. It goes, yeah, back all the way to, like if you held this stock all year, you've got no gains. You know, compare that to everything else. So I would say this is a tough one, man. It's a tough pill to swallow. If anything, I would prefer the puts just because you break this level that everybody that was, you know, the smartest person in the room buying this down here at 30. And I had FOMO, man, when this was up to 37. I even said here on the show, I don't think you'll ever see this again. You know, we had the Trump pump there. You know, dude gets shot in the face or the ear or whatever. You think it's going to go higher. Then Kamala comes and just squashes that whole story. And now that's the #1 story, it seems like. That comes back in right here. Plus, you get a drop in on NVIDIA. And I said this the other day when someone asked me about Intel calls. And I said, just put it. If you like the semis, buy SMH or StockSell or something like that. So I would say, Shakib, I mean, thanks for the question. But for me, nah, I think it's a pretty decent pass on anything long Intel related until after the quarter. And I think if they bump up 10% on good news and the quarter was great and you like it, then buy it then. I mean, I think that's a little bit of a better situation there. August 1st. So as Neil mentioned, later on this week, coming in for sure.
You get so much more information on it. Like, and the funny thing is the 30 level is not even the best buy level on the stock. It was 25 is where all the support was on Intel.
Well,
no, 25 was like a big triple bottom on the daily.
I mean, this was support for 2 months. So I'm just saying, I agree with you. I think that's
no, I know. Don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, like,
but like this is support.
That was good. It was definitely support. I just think the 25 level is where the biggest move happened.
So I think that's the fear, right? You drop from 30 into. I think you're 26, 27.
They have a bad report. You're going to see 25 again.
Yeah, so
that's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, I think we both are on the same page. Now, and I'll just answer one more, and I'll give it back to Neil because obviously I'm talking way too much here. Charlie, and I'll talk about your question too, Erie Pages, about living off offshore in trading. I think there's some benefits to that. I mean, I think cost of living is always important. That's the number one consideration. I would say family would be the number one, and then cost of living. So, by family, I mean safety and schooling, all that kind of stuff, healthcare. But yeah, for your question there, Mr. Charlie Taff from the chat, thank you so much for that one. Asked about, what about Costco? Do you think it's good to add to this position? Glizzy Nation, yeah, shout out to Glizzy Nation as Kathy Wood right now. I don't know if she's an investor in Costco or not. This might be too good of a company to be invested in for her. But yeah, for sure. So for me, again, everything that I'm advising right now is stuff that's my opinion, and just, things that I would be doing for myself, not necessarily for you guys. I think you seek financial advice based on your own, when are you retiring, what your portfolio management looks like. But for me, I would think that this move down, if you come over to my screen, thanks. I think this is wrong one.
That's my chart.
There we go. So I think a nice move down for Costco right now into 50-period moving average. I would be buying that there. So now we're under it. I think this is a name that you would want to DCA. I mean, I don't know. Most people that shop at Costco are still shopping there, and this is a trade down name, right? I mean, as the economy becomes potentially a little hinged, the thing about the Costco person, the Costco customer, they still are pretty well up there on the pay scale. What's the word I'm looking for?
The income level.
Income level, but not. Anyways, income level, yeah. Affluent.
There you go.
That's the word. And we did hear that there's a lot of traders or a lot of people also trading down for Walmart, meaning that those of us that used to shop at Farm Boy. By the way, I went to Farm Boy yesterday. I love me some Farm Boy. I mean, that is one of the best places to shop, honestly. Great selections there. They have the swinging monkey over the bananas. I thought that was hilarious. I love seeing that. That's great. Great. Farm Boy is amazing. But anyways, that's more like a Whole Foods, kind of. But anyways, they probably have Farm Boy. Maybe it's like Trader Joe's. All right. So anyways, Walmart is another one of those names that continues to work. I mean, if you look at people that are like, oh my God, the NASDAQ, the sky is falling. Yeah, it is, right? And I think that if it does fall in the NASDAQ, you want to look to say, hey, maybe I'm overexposed to some of these other names. What about getting into a Walmart, which really doesn't matter too much if iPhones are selling that hot, things like that, where no matter what, people are going to need to eat and clothe and so on and so forth. And I just think that Walmart, the prices can't be beat. You have Walmart, Amazon, and Costco. So for me, those would be the three retail names that I would look at. And then, of course, Farm Boy, if that ever becomes public. Which maybe it already is.
I don't know
like
if
the Sobeys own them. I don't know
if they are. I feel like I don't think they
Farm
are.
Boy is a burger chain.
But
okay.
the other thing to consider is, like there's really high quality names that haven't been dipping that are pulling in. Like you mentioned Costco. That's one I want to get in myself. I already own Walmart, but I haven't been buying Walmart. I'm just kind of letting it go. Chipotle. Chipotle just made a decent bottom off for earnings.
And they reported.
Yeah, they reported already. Up 2 points today. But Chipotle, not split adjusted, those charts. But after the earnings reversal, which is exactly what it was on Thursday, guess what? Double bottom, hold the same level twice, third time. All it has to do now is break out the top. And I only just looked at this because you were talking about Costco, and that reminded me, what's the thing I like off for earnings? Hold the low, break out the top. Chipotle is 50, okay. I mean, it's 50 cents or like 60 cents away. This is about 51.62 or call it 65. You break out that top this week, I'm going to like me some Chipotle. As long as it holds on to the same bottom, puts in some higher lows and breaks out the top, I like it. So Chipotle looking very, very solid. Give it a couple of days to make a bottom when earnings kind of, hit or miss. It doesn't really matter. It's the reaction to earnings that you're able to get. And obviously to the upside, I meant to go to Apple because I got out of Apple. Didn't want to interrupt, but Apple, same lower high, rejects. So a couple of times it's gotten up here to 218.75. We'll go dip by hunting down into 218, but play that for the dip by long. Now looking like it wants to challenge at least that 219 level. If it comes back into VWAP, we'll grab it. NVIDIA was only an entry when it broke this channel up. It's still holding above. So if it breaks underneath this support, that's like a 111.75. I'll get out looking for 112.80. And then Intel, it's not VWAP, but it's at 31 level. It just kind of came right into it. It's wicked a couple times, got to 31.03, and essentially pulled back. So if it breaks at 31.03, I'm going to get out and wait for VWAP on Intel. You still have time to go. You got like 50 minutes left in the day. It's not at that point where you're like, VWAP or nothing. There's no other trades out there. You still have plenty of time. If a low float runner wants to go, I think we can look at those. Kava's blasting higher, DJK says.
That was the other one.
Yeah, I would imagine Kava's just going to, since this came to market, it's been a very good. Wow, that chart is exactly the same as Chipotle today. It's been very good. And then it dipped off of those highs. I think Chipotle might have possibly also brought it down a couple of days ago. On sympathy, it looks like it broke the lows, and then Chipotle makes a bottom, and this makes a bottom. Mediterranean, I've never been. I've heard good things about it, but I've never been. Probably from a price to earnings, people will tell you that it's overpriced, but that's exactly what they've been saying about Chipotle forever. But I've never been to them. I will be a buyer of Chipotle before I'm a buyer of Kava, but that looks pretty good as well. So Chipotle went to the downside. It made a recent low. Easy recovery. Sometimes the sympathy play is better because as Chipotle was holding the same low, Kava was holding a higher low. And if it was dipping in sympathy, then maybe it'll just rip a little bit easier because he didn't have to worry about the earnings for them. I've never traded this name. I think I maybe took like one trade on the IPO day. That's about it. Doesn't look like the volume's that great for a day trade. Probably a swing stock for most people.
Yeah, Chipotle just needs to get above that 53 area, which is the 200-period moving average.
Break that
I like
sucker.
that. Yeah, that'd be nice right there. So, all right. I answered that Erie pages. There hasn't been too many other questions on there. You just asked about taking your profits in U.S. dollars and trading again, in another country. I think that's fine. And you also asked something about taxes, like RRSPs and stuff. Like, I don't know, you got to figure that out. I ain't no accountant for that.
Every jurisdiction is different.
Right, exactly. So sometimes you can't. You
can't answer tax questions.
Yeah, like you might not be able to put money into your RSP if you're not currently paying taxes in Canada. Like I don't know how that all works. So you got to figure that out. And I'm not here for that. But okay, so the other one, I just saw someone in the chat right now. The Piper asked me something about needing help with keep losing on trades like those shorts. Which ones? All of them. Okay, that's where I need help. Nvidia, Palantir, Soxel. All right, so basically, the only short that I have right now is Soxel, so maybe you're talking about this one. So, look, losing on a trade, honestly, has nothing to do with anything other than it's just it wasn't the right time and it wasn't the right setup and you lost on it, right? And so, I don't, how do you stop losing on trades? I mean, I don't, if I knew that answer, well, maybe I do, but if most people knew that answer,
Stop trading.
that's what I was going to say. Look behind us.
Losing is part of
scan the floor. How many people are sitting there right now? And sometimes, like I said this, man, I mean, we'll hire 10 people. If 1 or 2 are here in a year, that's great. Obviously, we'd like to see more than that, but let alone making any kind of money. So it's just, this is an experience trading that, although it's fun for a lot of people, it's not a roller coaster. It's not the same thing every single day where the roller coaster goes up and then goes down, then goes up, then goes down. So you're going to have to try to find the ebbs and flows of all of that. And if you're losing on shorts like this, you must be losing on longs too. Because I basically take the same setups. And that was my advice to you, Piper. It's like, I never want to hear like I always lose. And this is why when Adara was like, she was so nervous. And she'll tell you this. I mean, me and Adara have great market recap shows as we all do. And we'll talk about this today probably. I remember her saying, bless you, I remember Adara saying to me, and she said it live on the show, and that's where I came right in immediately. I think I messaged her, I even came on and said this. She was scared to go short, right? Adara probably going to nod if we get a second, you throw the camera on that just to show them. Yeah, there we go, yeah. Nodding and facial expression, so I like that one right there. And I said, no, forget about it. Don't be scared to go one way or the other on a trade. If you're scared to go short, just take a couple shorts and realize, especially on a prop floor, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
As going long.
Set stop order.
Exactly. Like take your lumps, understand it, but that's what sort of trading lesser shares is about, and or trading in a sim mode, paper trading, even just writing them down, like just short now, this time and why. We talk about journaling, something that I admittedly don't do, but I feel like that's important, especially for beginning traders. Like, this is why I like to short. Does it work? Yes or no? So my advice to you is stop thinking about them as shorts versus longs. And the other thing is start to get more specific with your trades. My net right now is at the highest spot it's been, and I'm really just trading Soxel and holding on to the same position, trading Nvidia and only holding now 20%, talking about it hitting some of our goals. So don't get greedy. Have an idea. Okay, Nvidia, here it comes. We just got filled. Like there's my SOX L fill right there. So here we go. I know, and I think this just came in right at the right time. Piper, here I am sitting here. First person to answer why I'm sitting here right now to get that fill wins nothing but my respect, which might be nothing anyways. But check that out right down there. Figure out why we just got filled there. And then that's part of it. You know, you can see down here, Neil will have 3 positions. I now have 1. We could justify why we're in, where our outs are if we're right, where our outs are if we're wrong. And I think that's really the key to trading is understanding what the problem is. You know, it's like there's a problem with your swing. You go into the cages and you talk to a hitting coach. You talk to somebody that you know has fixed your swing in the past or something, and you get that done. You know, and I think it's the same thing with trading, except for talking to other people about trading is great. Most of those times is smoke up your you know what. One time someone told me, those who can't do, teach. You know, I'm trying to do both. And I just feel like that's also very, very important. Understand that you're going to be different than everybody else. And put your money where your mouth is. Keep trying, and success will one day be your friend. What's up, Daryl Flinch? There's another guy that I know has been trading for a while.
If VWAP hold, no, that one wasn't VWAP, I don't think.
Which one?
No, SOX L. I think they're guessing at no, that's not.
What, where I took this trade?
No,
yeah,
it was the out. The out.
No, this is the 50 period.
That's what I'm
moving
saying.
average.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
VWAP was the entry, and sometimes that's what it is. Like Intel, I would love to get VWAP, but you know what? Stock's not going to VWAP. So we want to short a lower high. We just got into this one. It happens. It just so happens. This is $31 even, and a couple of little wicks above 31 to 03. So we short 31. Start getting out here at 96, got a 94 bid, gonna have a bid at 90. Again, if it breaks 03s, I'm just gonna jump out of the trade. That's the plan. I'm still in Palantir, but like I'm not doing anything with Palantir. It tried to break 27, bounced off of it, now it's back underneath 27. I just wanna see either low of the day, or if it breaks back out, I think I have a trail at 27.10. I'll probably move that to 5s on Palantir. Because you know that was a VWAP trade, but if it breaks back above 27, it's a moving target, right? Like it's kind of slowly trending down. I don't want it to come all the way back. I don't think we're going to get a VWAP short on Palantir this afternoon, so nothing doing there. Just hanging on to that. If something else had set up like this, certainly would have taken it there. What else we got? Morbius asking about AVGO. That's a good stock, but I wanted to quickly mention NVIDIA before we go to anything new. So NVIDIA. It just double tapped. So the reason for the entry is the break of the trend line. Like that was it. You know, double bottom, broke trend line, kind of consolidated this 111.75. Goes to first level, which is this resistance. Now it's trying to bounce off the same level. I don't love how weak this pulled right back in. It held the support, which is good, but that was a pretty big retracement. It took. Like, look at how long it's on a 3-minute. It's gliding to the upside. One candle, it gives it all back. That's still a little bit heavy there on NVIDIA, so I don't necessarily love the reload on that one. I felt like Apple was a little bit better, and maybe we'd get an Apple reload off of VWAP, but Apple doesn't seem to want to pull back into VWAP. So plenty of time for that VWAP retrace. That's what I'm looking for next would be dip buy an Apple. Don't necessarily like NVIDIA as much. I'd reload Intel if it's going to give me a chance in a couple of seconds here, and we can get some 3101, something along that as well. And CPDB, stop loss lesson. There's a lot you can learn from setting stop orders. I think you got to play by ear because it's so easy to say, okay, you're going long, say Apple at VWAP here at 218. All right, let's just put a stop at 217.99. I've found that stopping out at like right there, like a couple of pennies underneath VWAP and not giving it a little bit more room is probably a recipe for disaster at VWAP. I think sometimes that even dollar stop is going to be absolute gold and you're going to want to make sure you have it in there. But that's not, to me, like that's not around VWAP. That's not the place to go. I want to give it just a little bit more. You might get your stop run. With NVIDIA, it was pretty simple. Like it bounced, when it broke the trend line, this is where it bounced. So my stop is going right underneath. Like I don't get cute with that. This is not a trade I'm giving to the low of the day because the trade had nothing to do with the low of the day for me. Like I was buying it after it broke out. So if it can't hold on to that same level where it broke, I'm going to jump out of it. So my stop is just underneath 75s. It's only 11 cents worth of risk, maybe a little bit of slippage as well. Wow, Tesla is starting to come. Tesla lost VWAP here. This could bring us down. Tesla underneath VWAP, finally giving it up. Yeah, this pops back into VWAP. Maybe there's a late pop and fade trade here on Tesla. Shout out to Finch Jane, Asta in the chat. Might put this one in over Intel if it gives us a VWAP trade.
You know, just going about my business here. Look at Soxel. You know, we did this live. There's my out. We're out. We're out of Soxel. So right there, you know, like I said, when Neil was just talking about that NVIDIA trade, sometimes it takes 20 minutes to make 30 pennies or something. We just, right there, by getting out at 42.15, it's at 42.45. That's 30 cents we just made right there. And we showed you guys, I don't know, I was sitting there, I take the fill. You know, look at NVIDIA, right? I mean, the same thing. Sitting there, we take the fill. This was a level, again, coming up in here, 112.10. So there it is. We're taking that fill. Bunch of fills here on the outside. If it starts to rip up, great. But we take that, thought it was going to possibly break the 50, comes back up into an area, we take it. Now we just wait to see if it can continue to go to the upside. So, again, all right. What else, guys? I want to look at Microsoft. I mean, I think that was a name that I'd like to buy. Oopsies, not Brazil. Microsoft NQ.
Another
MSFT. Why did I say MSFT 34? I don't know why that is. All right, so Microsoft right here, 428. Maybe there's BDRs.
No way that trades in Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil derivatives, probably. There, just like there's Canadian depository receipts, there's Brazilian depository receipts, maybe?
Whatever.
Maybe it does, yeah. All right, so there it is, everyone trying to make that money. 428 and change right now for Microsoft. So a good little level there. Let me just refresh so I can get the daily to go. You know, I mean, I really like all of these names. I mean, my portfolio is diversified, but definitely swinging now towards tech. And I'm not going to buy any more of this one. I mean, below the 50 period. Like I said, there's not too many names that are above the 50 period right now. We talked about Palantir and some of the other strong tech names.
Oh, I'm stink bidding Microsoft at the 200.
The 200s?
200 period.
Oh, 200.
It's right at $400.
I say not $200.
No, $200. Come on, man.
Oh, $400.
Like, there are levels that, like, if you're stink bidding, you should be buying a shotgun. Like, just like invest.
Well, I mean, Microsoft was at $200 not too long ago.
I know, but I'm just saying, if it gets there rapidly enough that any stink bid I have is going to fill, you got other issues at that point that I'm not worried about dip buying stocks. Yeah. If I see that in short term. But yeah, the 200 period moving averages hasn't really sniffed it. I have not bought Microsoft in a hot minute, so that's one of the reasons why I'd like to be. It's one of the stocks I had on my list of things to dip buy, and then when it did this, I didn't get it. So when that happens, like, okay, I want to pick up a little more. It got to the point where, like, I actually have more Eli Lilly. Well, before I sold Eli Lilly, I had more Eli Lilly than I did Microsoft. I had more Eli Lilly for a hot minute than I did Google. That's been rectified at this point because I didn't like Eli Lilly that much. I was like, that. If you don't believe that, then what am I doing? It's like, buy some of the other stuff. But here comes the market trying to bounce into the upside. We just talked about, stink bidding, Sebastian, just means like I'm bidding a price on my long-term account or in a general sense well before it gets there. Like, I'm not waiting for Microsoft to be at 400. If I want to buy there and I'm planning on holding it forever, then I'm just going to throw a bid at like 402.69 or whatever price I determine is cool. So, I did that recently with Meta. I'm doing it with Microsoft. You never know on earnings, you get picked up and all of a sudden you get that fill. Sometimes it blows through, but what do I care? I'm not trading it for a stop loss in my personal account. I'm just looking to add to my personal holdings of it. And let me go back over to Tesla here because it is trying to bounce after that, maybe not that strongly, after that fail of VWAP. So it just got to 230. I mean, I'm looking for it to get into here and give us a retrace. Doesn't even seem to want that. And Intel, why didn't I get filled at 30? It got to 30. Yeah, it got to 31.03. I didn't get a fill there. Maybe I should move it to 31. It did get there. No, it did not. It got to 31.01, it looks like. So I'm going to move to the even and try and grab it there. Day trader cut, I just pick random numbers like that. 420.69. Nah, it's just, what difference does it make? So if I can put in something that's just hilarious to me, personally, it doesn't make a difference. I'm just trying to pick up something in the long term and add to it. When you're trading, you want specific prices. At the end of the day, it's going to matter a heck of a lot more. Like if you're shorting Intel in front of 31.03, you don't want 30.96 if the afternoon range is 15 cents. because then you're just, it doesn't make any sense risk to reward. You might as well just get it exactly where you want to at 31 even if you can, because it matters at that point. But we'll see what happens here with Tesla. I'd love to be able to get this, sort of off the top here. 231 would be a good stop, and then you could get it above the $0.50 and short this one. Super strong name. It looks like it's giving it up under VWAP. Bit of a trend reversal here on Tesla just recently.
All right. All right, PayPal is reporting tomorrow. We can look at some SoFi. Let me see what PayPal is doing right now. I mean, I like the stock, but I like the whole digital currency transformation, everything like that. But I mean, PayPal's been around for so long that it's not like it's a new technology. I don't know if they're changing the game or revolutionizing anything. So with PayPal coming through, we'll have to wait to see if there is any possible trade there for PayPal. I like looking at this website as we do have the 29th here today. We saw McDonald's expected to move 4%, comes out with nothing. We saw Welltower expected to move 5%, comes out with nothing. We see ON 10% move, comes out with nothing, 4%. And again, tough one to trade. We talked about that on our recap there. Other than that, man, a whole bunch of nothing. Lowe's this morning expecting 4%, comes out 2%. So a lot of misses basically as far as volatility is concerned there for today. So, we can look at tomorrow if we'll go into July 30th and see what is before market open. So tomorrow we have Procter coming out. And again, I feel like that's probably going to be in and around that 3%. I mean, never really moving too much. Merck, I really like XLV, as Neil mentioned, Eli Lilly there. So I really like XLV, which is the ETF that holds all of them, which Lilly is the #1 holding there. AMD aftermarket close. So join me and Brian Shannon tomorrow, where we'll have that one coming through as well for you. Before market open is Pfizer. So there's going to be a lot of names to look at that are coming through. Whoa, here we go. Yes, sir. Starbucks. I mean, we're in this one. I want to buy more. So let's see if Starbucks can hold that level. Last earnings report down 16% as they can't figure that out. We'll see if they do now. I like the name. I feel like more discounts have been there for Starbucks. I really think that's a good one. There's PayPal coming through again. Down 8% is the expected move. If you look at options, last time it was a snoozer, only 1.4, so not a big mover there. I really like EA Electronic Arts, but they're already gone. So, still probably, I don't know if it's still trading or not, but Microsoft bought EA. I liked Take-Two. Actually, now that we talk about that, let me see TTWO, because this was a name that I keep saying to Fabian as well. I want to buy this because of Grand Theft Auto. But here's TTWO. I think Grand Theft Auto got pushed back a little bit again.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, it always does. Yeah. So Take-Two right there, just hovering. So yeah, maybe a break of the 50 period there if we get good earnings on Take-Two will get me into that trade right now, as I don't have, other than Roblox, I don't have really anything in the space. I mean, obviously owning Microsoft puts me there with Xbox and some of that stuff. But yeah, plus 99 points on the call for Take-Two. So that should be a good one there. We'll see. We'll see if that gets going. So I do like that call, and again, baselining right now. So Take-Two Interactive. On Roblox strength, on Grand Theft Auto strength, and that could be a buy the rumor, sell the news, like as it comes up to the date of Grand Theft Auto release. But I think it's going to be huge, right? It's multi-platform. It's going to be an absolute monster. So my kid's already wondering if he's allowed to play it. I already told him no. He's 12. But I feel like, I feel like when we were 12, I was playing
we were playing that.
I mean, anybody that's out there, man, Leisure Suit Larry was pretty gangster for a minute there. That was pretty awesome. Trading
that's
those
classic.
games, and
PayPal's a problem if it loses 57 tomorrow.
PayPal's been a problem for me for a while.
Yeah, you know what though? I own Square and it's not been any better. So you pick your poison on that. I've never owned eBay or anything, but both of those names. But just specifically PayPal, 57, flat bottom. It's not going to be a flat bottom break, because if that happens on PayPal on this daily chart, it's probably going to gap through it. Like the break will happen when they report it, and then by the time you get to the open, if it's losing this level, it'll be at 56 or something. But this is on the radar. Ideally, I never want a stock to go down. But if it's breaking down under this, it's probably a better opportunity to trade than if it's doing nothing inside of the range underneath $62. So I think that could be a good one. The only thing that we did recently. So I trailed out of that Palantir, but we didn't put that on. We put that on at like the middle of the day. But we reloaded. We got 31s. Same area here for Intel. But let's go to the screen. We have Adara. Give us some ideas.
Quite a few names, especially in the consumer space, gapping up on watch here. Some names gapping up and gapping down on what's been a pretty eventful day here for the markets. We're going to start here with LUV. This is Southwest Airlines. They did actually report last week getting a slight price target decrease here from Citigroup, just dropping the price target from 29 to 28.25 while maintaining a neutral rating, but a 75-cent price target decrease, sending LUV to lows of days down over 3%. Next up, we have DIS, Disney. They actually report next week their Deadpool and Wolverine movie from Disney and Marvel doing very well, breaking box office records for R-rated movies here, and also their Marvel Studios apparently crossing $30 billion at the worldwide box office. So good look for DIS on this film release. Last but not least, McDonald's very strong. They did miss across the board for their earnings, adjusted earnings per share and sales missing expectations, and also actually having a 1% decrease here for their Q2 comparable sales. But the traders reacting positively to their earnings call, with the CFO saying that their meal deal was positively received, the $5 meal deal, and they're actually expecting to raise prices less this year. So MCD up more than 4% here on earnings, guys.
We had written down things to Dara. We were just talking about Deadpool and how successful it is as an R-rated movie. Like anything funny that's R-rated, like I think is great. Like I don't know what that Ricky Stenicki is, but I really like that. That was really.
Did you
funny.
Watch it?
Cock blockers. Yeah, I love Ricky Stenicki. That's why.
So you know what?
I was looking for Amazon
No,
stuff.
somebody told me that Ricky Stenicki wasn't going to be funny.
What?
And then I watched it as like a workout show before I got hurt. And man, I thought it was jokes. I had no issues with that.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I mean, whatever. You got to go in with a light heart. But I was going to say we were looking to short Disney today on that news, but Disney just kept on going. I thought it was a fade the news situation there. So we're not short Disney at 92, but I did have it written on here as a play. And I think if I was here, I probably would have been short rate here, but it only went down. Well, it went down 40 cents. You know what? Disney probably a missed opportunity, but when I look at this, I would have definitely had some as we came back up and broke through. So we probably, again, if we want to talk about this real time, and I was here after 11:30, I left immediately to went to go get Passport. So I wasn't here until about 12. It's all the way at King Street. We're at Bay and Wellesley, so it's a little bit of a walk. They're downhill one way, up the other, as that's how it's supposed to work, right there. But 92, I feel like we would have, you guys know this. I mean, we just went long NVIDIA at 111.45 when the level was 50 cents lower. I would have definitely shorted this, especially off of that. So right there, short 90s basically, down into 50s. We would have taken some out, but then on the way back up, probably would have looked good for a reload. And then there it is, breaking through. So I would probably say Disney on a 92 short call for me. Probably a flat trade, could have even lost.
Speaking of that 92 level, so this is a trade that I'm taking reps on every single time it sets up. And you're gonna see this. Like if I see this set up on a steep uptrend or a deep or a long upward trend, and we've been talking about like this, like how good it works when you get the bigger move relative to what you're sort of able to risk, right? So Disney, similar thing, like there's your higher lows. I don't start it usually from the low of the day. You know, a lot of times it'll break out, show me that you're holding VWAP, it breaks out here and then holds that level. So start it there. It holds that trend all the way through. It breaks the trend here at the quarters. Look at this. Clean as it breaks the trend line right into 92. Starts to catch a bit at 92. The mistake here is reloading it. Just didn't need to reload. You know, I look back and it's like, no, that's not the trade. Don't try to make one trade into another trade, which would be like, yeah, this is a level. It's not a level. This is a trend break. It caught a bit at support. Get out if it breaks higher. So I could have actually just got out of this trade and actually been up on it, but I reloaded it, ended up losing on Disney. And I did not. So this is another, like I said last week, I'm like, I'm really thinking about buying Disney out in front. That's why I have a line here at 89. I didn't do it. I didn't buy this last week. So I'm kind of hating myself for it. Because it was such a good level, this 89. And I put the line down there for a reason, but I didn't stink bid it. I was like, if I like it next week, I'll buy it next week. It's kind of the attitude that I had instead of just, well, it gave you that fill last week, so just buy the damn stock. But we'll see. I still like this level on Disney all the way back into the beginning of the year. It was literally January like 10th or 11th that it made that low, and now it's holding it as well. Articles on Intel. Thank you for the super chat. Be free. Be free. That's what I love that. I love that name. Articles on Intel 13th and 14th generation chips failing. Yeah, well, they have been behind in technology for quite some time, in truth. They've been lagging. Their business has been lagging on multiple fronts. Their fab business can't do 5 millimeter, let alone the 3. Can't do 5 very well, can't do 3 at all, so they're lagging behind TSM. And obviously, they've been getting their data center business clock cleaned by AMD for quite some time now. They're behind on AI. There's just not much that they're getting right. That said, that's why it's popular, like shoot the moon type of play. Like this is a stock that is more in common with like things that are in my, like we have 2 accounts. We have like our like long-term account, like RRSP, and we have a TFSA, which is more like a trading account. Like Intel's in the other one for me. Like it's not in the RRSP. I own Intel in my TFSA. Like it's more of a shot play than it is like the long-term investment. Like in the other one, I own like AMD. I have NVIDIA in there. I used to have Micron, but I don't anymore. The Intel not looking very good. Just a scalp trade here off 31. And that ISPO is moving again, Imperial Music fan. That is the halter of the day or the afternoon. The liquidity did pick up a little bit, and it was finally able to do some actual trading, and now it's just in another bit of a halt. So I find like that's maybe the time that you can get into these things, is not when it's doing all this nonsense, either you get the halt or you don't. But when it's in here, you might be able to catch some trades when it's not halting, showing you some support levels. 5s looks like it was good. But a very, very low float name here, ISPO. Be careful with it. No one ever went broke taking profit.
Nope.
Ideally.
Yeah, you go broke taking profit if your profits exceeds your losses, and especially if you have 2 trades, you want to make sure that you make profit, hopefully on both. And if you lose on something, hopefully you don't lose as much as you make on the other name. And talk about a name that's coming into earnings. We have SoFi. I don't know why. I guess it's because the market cap was so low on this name, but $7 billion is not bad for SoFi. I mean, it has nothing to do with it. Look at their estimated earnings growth, EPS growth minus $3 right now. $4 billion in cash. Their EPS was positive for last quarter. So we'll have to, or previous quarter to last, they report tomorrow. So we'll find out more about SoFi. And as those of you ask, we'll see if we can deliver right now. Look, I actually made a mark here. Get rid of that one right there off the 50-period break. So that was good as we see it. But if we put an anchor basically at this high right here, let's just see where that takes us right now. So you're right here right now. This is a very, very slippery slope. We could drop another anchor as well. Sometimes, again, we have Brian Shannon on. He talks about dropping them from the year to date as well. So you can go up to this high where we had made it, and then we are starting to go underneath that anchor as well. So if we zoom in just a little bit, there's your year-to-date anchor at 760. So to take that and to stay above, that would be real good for sure. And then there's your next anchor that you're off of last report right here coming into 725. So whoopsies, we'll have Brian on tomorrow and we can discuss all of this play there with SoFi. And if you stay tuned with me tonight, then I will talk about SoFi with Michael Nas. How does that sound? For every
and some crypto, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm putting that guy through the gauntlet, baby. We'll have some talks with him.
That was quite the pullback. Oh, why don't I have a theory?
Yeah, and all that. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk.
This is the weirdest thing with TradingView.
Yeah.
But I'll have like a Bitcoin chart up as my default, and then I always have like an Ethereum chart up. And I swear, like I'm not making this up. I swear, like. This always, it just goes back to a Bitcoin chart. Like I don't intentionally have 2. Like it's
Bitcoin pays TradingView to, automatically change.
No, like I want to have the Ethereum chart up, so I have both. I only own, for real, I only have 2 crypto names. Like I have a little bit of some other crap. I shouldn't say crap. I have some other altcoins in my Coinbase account, but really it's just these 2. But a big time pullback is what I was getting at on Bitcoin. Held on to that trend on the daily, unfortunately, and then you're pulling right back in. Still holding out some support from over the weekend there at 66.6. 66.6. Multiple times there on BTC. It was able to hold on. Let's see what happens. We got 340 in. We didn't really give you the early look on the imbalances because there's not much there outside of BAC being $1 million to buy side. Don't really know CRGY. Kenview's there every single day, $1 million to sell. It's always irrelevant. Pfizer's like an early look buy. This is the one that could be interesting. Snowflake with an early look sell of 700,000. Not typically a name that we're going to see with an imbalance, and it doesn't do a ton of shares. Like right now, Snowflake has done 1.7 million shares on the day, and it currently has a potential sell imbalance of 700,000, which last I checked was like 44%. So right now, 44% of the day's volume on Snowflake is potentially a sell imbalance. I'm going to throw this one up on a side chart here. We're not going to get Apple VWAP again, so I can just, the odds of us getting Apple VWAP are like slim to none at this point. So I'm going to throw Snowflake up because if that does come out of sell and it's maybe pushing into the high, that would be a spicy little reversion trade on Snowflake. It has more to do with the fact that it's done 1.6 million shares on the day for that imbalance, which normally 700,000, not a big deal. It's relative to the day's volume, why I'm going to have eyeballs on this one in about 6 minutes when the imbalances come out.
I was just looking at this PayPal trade. It actually faked you out. It's coming right here. I'll pull it up. It's coming right back in right now, PayPal. And you know what I was saying about getting faked out a little bit on this name was right there. That's a tough play because it's almost like it breaks the high of the day right there. And maybe if we zoom in, we could see, right there. So that would have been, if you take this break, that's 58.85. Yeah, it only goes like 10 pennies and then gets hit off 59. And you're coming right back in right now. I actually think a break at 59, it's not too late. It's not too late. Could possibly get that coming through right now. So I think that would be something to look at. A little hesitant because it is above earnings. It is before earnings, not above earnings, before earnings. So PayPal, a look there, I don't hate on a breakthrough 59 to potentially get going because, again, just looking here, right? I mean, this looks pretty good. I would say if you take a 59 and you're able to get this out at, ooh, that's only 59.10. Okay, so PayPal's stuck somewhere. 59, yeah, this little gap. I mean, it's going to be nothing when you look at its earnings day, but, 59.50, something like that. If you get 50 cents quickly on a 59 break, I think that's doing pretty good. And we'll see.
That's a 1% move. It's pretty good.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So we'll see if there's buyers coming through here into the close. Or PayPal, I think that's always an opportunity there.
Didn't Tilray already?
Looking into earnings, yeah, and then that's another thing I wanted to look at. I called it up, and thanks for mentioning it. You said Tilray, right?
Yeah, didn't they?
Yeah, they report. No, they report tonight, I think.
Was it tonight too?
Isn't it?
I thought they were.
I think Tilray reports tonight. I don't know, Adair, double check for us if they do.
Okay.
They are. Okay, good. So, yeah.
I don't really follow the wheat stocks.
No, I don't. I mean, when it does this kind of movement flat on the day, I figure that Tilray probably did not
talk about not moving
report
at all.
Again, but there it is right now, not moving at all. So for me, man, I was going to say I'd rather smoke the stuff than actually get smoked. But right now, I don't, on Tilray, man, I would say, pass. And it's not like a puff pass thing. This is more of just like a wait and see, man. I mean, this is stuck here. We do know, I don't know if J.D. Vance is pro-marijuana or not. I mean, I feel like the reason why I bring up VP is because I remember that when there was Pence and Kamala back in, I guess that's who it was.
Yeah.
Back in the day there was discussions. And I remember, we have to go all the way back to 2020, I guess. But when that was going, that started to go a little bit. And that probably had something to obviously do also with COVID. I mean,
it still has the short.
Stuck at home there.
14%.
Probably puffing on that stuff.
There we go.
There we go. All right, there we go. We got it up right now. So SoFi, I mean, I think that's going to be the big one that a lot of us are going to look at. Pfizer, PayPal, Merck, P&G. Anything else that we missed? BP if you're in the oil patch.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, I feel like tomorrow, you're going to get some names. Don't sleep on things like Pfizer and Merck. Not after what 3M did on Friday. You never know what it's going to be. And I actually think Pfizer, as bad as it's been, sometimes that downward trend break, or break of the downward trend is a better way to put it, can get really spicy. Come on, daily chart, don't do me wrong here. Going to load up. There you go. Because Pfizer has another one of these channels that I've been observing since it made this bottom at $25. So I like the 25 bottom on Pfizer. It's been good. I own shares of Pfizer, just to let you guys know. But on Friday, last week, I put up this trend that if Pfizer is breaking out above it, why not? It's very, very similar to what 3M did. Obviously, 3M. Hey, look at 3M when it broke out. Difference being 3M broke out of this whatever. You can draw it any way you want, but it's easy to see. Like 3M broke out of this channel, which was still heading down, and just clean on a good report. Whereas I think Pfizer, maybe not the exact same pattern, is making higher highs and higher lows going into it, which is technically more bullish. But this breaks out 31. This has a lot of room to play some catch up. It's not been doing much of anything good for obvious reasons, right? Like once COVID was done, they were done. Pretty darn simple there. So still no break of 31.03. We have 2 minutes till the imbalances come out. I haven't moved my stop. So if we break 31.03, I'm out there. NVIDIA, if it gets back to the upside, great. You know what? There's no point. If it breaks this top, if we get a buy and balance in NVIDIA, it's probably going to the 50s or 60s anyways, and I still have my stop at 74, so we'll lean with that. And then it's Snowflake that I'm watching when 350 hits because of that 700,000 early look sell imbalance on a stock which has done barely more than that. So I'd love if it were to come out that size or bigger and there was an available short above the quarters into 130.50 where I could just risk to the high of the day. I'd try to join some snowflakes. That's an anticipation. If it comes out a buy, who cares? I'm just looking for it to come out the way that it's saying, which you never know. And just because it comes out a sell doesn't mean it's going down. If I short this thing at 40 and it breaks the high of the day, it's like, get out. I don't care if it's $1 million to sell. You got to have it out.
Exactly. Shout out to Hey Davis there in the chat. Hey Davis, hey. You said you sent me something cool for earnings view on X. Well, I just want to say that I mean, if you send me in a DM, we could check that here. I'm going to zoom this down there for you on the DMs. But other than that, yeah, I don't know if you did or not. This was funny. Someone sent me this. Hey, Al, what's up right there? Cash cow, because we have this thing going on right there as we go. All right. Plays very many of the same characters, but shout out to Denzel Washington right there. Okay, so just real quick, anyways, if you do send me something, let me know where it is. And I just want to say, you have to be very, very careful because we do talk about some of the scams out there that exist, and I just want to make sure everybody's following the right person. It's at Trader TV Sean and Neil as well. Just go find it at Trader TV Sean. It's very, very simple. There's probably a bunch out there that are at Trader TV Shan, at TV Sean, at this and that, but just make sure you find the right one. 47,000 followers. It should be pretty easy to find. I guess I got to update the link tree as we are not doing the podcast anymore. So we'll get that, but we also do have Instagram. Just as many fakes on Instagram as there are on Twitter, but go find, I post the sticky notes there every day. All right, so NVIDIA's slipping up now, coming
NVIDIA
back.
Just broke.
Yeah, so for us, again, we have, less than, we have about 10% left on it, actually pretty much exactly 10% left here on this name. I'm not getting out now. It's still pre-imbalance. We've done really well on this name. It makes sense to probably get out. I'm going to give this one more shot here. Neil mentioned that there were all sells there into
the NVIDIA wasn't there, but
the other day, but
it'll be there.
Yeah, probably will be there now with only 15 seconds to go. So I just have such a small piece. It's not really a big deal, but hold on a second. Let's just wait to see what happens now. My stop is still breaking through 111, so if that comes in, that comes in. 3, 2, and uno. So right now, welcome to the coin flip. That is
Snow's a mill.
The imbalances. So there's Snowflake, yeah, $1 million to the downside. So that's probably sending this lower, unless it was more than that. I don't remember what you said it was.
It was 700,000.
Okay, so pretty flat on Snowflake, if anything, going up.
Wait a minute.
NVIDIA with a sell right there. So starting to head a little bit to the downside. We talked about us having this position on. Not much moving. Apple with the sell, but you can see the NASDAQ's kind of just withstanding this. So let's just figure out right now. Oh, that's from Adara. Sorry, I wanted to see if there was anything in the chat there. We don't have it yet. So Snowflake, NVIDIA, it's not that big. There's TD Bank as a buy. I don't know if there's some Canadian banks starting to report soon or not, or if they already did. SoFi is a buy as well, coming to the upside right there, SoFi. So, all right, let's figure that out if that is, something to watch for tomorrow. Intel with a sell. So it seems like the imbalances really aren't doing anything. So
yeah, not really that much
for the course
happening
here
at all. Just, yeah, get those stop orders in there just in case anything happens. So NVIDIA didn't come out a gigantic buy or sell. I mean, it's been, like I said, it's not a guarantee, but just there's been a lot of days in the last couple of weeks where you've seen 2.5, 3 million share imbalances on NVIDIA. I got out 111.75 when it broke down just a second ago. And Intel, despite that sell imbalance, I mean, it's not doing much of anything. Tried to break the high, it came back down. I'm like, I'll just take it out there. With only 8 minutes to go, if it breaks that high, we get out. I think I'm just going to sit on the bid in the low 90s and see if it can even get down there. Not much of an opportunity on Snowflake. It's not the thickest of stocks in terms of liquidity. So when it came out, like, it just kind of hammered down. Like, you couldn't, if you're a human trader, you're not shorting 130. When the imbalances came out, like, it was instantly down here and continuing lower. I was kind of hoping you'd get something off of the resistance level when it came out to sell. I just double checked. There's nothing specific happening with Snowflake. Just a random, it looks like, sell imbalance on that name. Overall, I mean, it's 310 million to sell, with the NASDAQ being 415 million to sell. At least that's what we see. Darwin, you have 1 billion to the sell side. We just have a smaller number than that. But those are all estimates anyways. You just got to add it all up. Not really moving the market a ton either way here going into the close. What else we got going on here?
On NVIDIA.
NVIDIA's trying to go back up?
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same level here. We're still 50 cents in the money. I might just take it out. I mean, we've already done real well on this name. We only make back about 25% or so of what we lost on NVIDIA here today, which is fine for me for sure. I mean, we will put on our bigger trades early on, especially when we feel like levels had the chance to hold. And if they don't, then this is what happens. And this is, it can cause negative days, but you got to keep on going there. So we'll have one red stock today, one red stock. We'll trade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go 5 and 1, which that doesn't matter. I just want to tell you guys that because you're following similar strategies to what I'm doing, then those would be that. And I feel like most of the trades, although this is too much rapid trading here, and I don't feel like a lot of you would do this, but I mean, it was really the same thing. It was pre-market high buy, and then it was also the dip buy into the 200 period. This one was this low dip buy, so I feel like that's a trade that obviously anybody could put on as well, and that wound up working. So pretty positive there on that one. And then the other trades that we had, AMD. I mean, this is a one hit there, but pretty quick. It is a positive name, and it's pretty well done. This ARM trade is the trade that we could all have barbecued up. And I feel like this one is the big trade here for me on the day. It's ARM. Well, Tesla's bigger, but this one was a huge trade. That's that $7 winner. That's $8. That's 150 short right there, 142.20, $8 on ARM. So that's a big one that, again, most of you can trade. We talk about, why you're here. So that's another one. So that's going to be part of it. Mara, again, we were in. We explained why we got out of Mara. Again, it didn't look like Bitcoin was holding 69 and sure wasn't. So there it is, in and out, in and again and out before it drops through. We traded that live on the show. NVIDIA, we already talked about it. SOXL was a great trade, and this could have been PNL number 1, but we didn't. Again, midday, and we talked about this. We did take it out as it comes all the way to the downside. That's $1.30 or $1.50. That's $1.30. So some nice outs there for SOXL. Again, basically one trade off VWAP. So that's a trade you can all have. And then, in my opinion, numbers don't lie. We can tell you this is going to be the P&L number 1 here for the show. And it's this 228 take right there on Tesla. And again, it's a big trade because we're using bigger shares. And I mean, all of these outs here, some of these are $1. Like this is 228 break, right? This take right here, although it doesn't look like it's a huge trade, right? That's $2. That's a $2 take. And then right there is 4. So what was, again, a very good day. All trades that I feel like were well discussed, well taken. And hopefully you guys were able to see some of the strategies there and whatnot with Tesla and all the rest. So again, thank you so much for watching. We're going to slip over there at the end of it all. Yeah, what's Ari Pager say?
No, he goes, what do you guys do when you're home in the evening? Go to your penthouse office of solitude to review the stock market before bed? No. When I get home,
I don't do any review.
It's like dad stuff. Like the second I get in the door, I'm just, I'm dad. And that's, I just try to hang out with my daughter. When I'm taking the train, I like to still read. I'm not taking the train right now, but when I'm taking the train, or now when I'm in the car takes me home, I'll go and I'll maybe read some aftermarket earnings stuff because that's the opportunity to do it, or maybe check out something that I didn't get a chance to see. I'll still follow. That's like the compression time for me. Maybe read my book. That's the alone time. But now, once I get home, the only time I like to do chart review is generally on Sundays in the evening, I might go over some charts on a Sunday evening. That's something that I've done when it's not football season. Intel came out. It's 356. Obviously, we're at the end of the day here. And not much going on. That Snowflake did end up being a good short, but it did pair off. So there's Snowflake, decent size imbalance. And if you just gamble that it's going to come out the way that it said it would have worked out, just trust me when I tell you that it doesn't always work that way. That early look is a good guide, but it doesn't have to come out of sell imbalance. It goes all the way into VWAP. Maybe worth watching tomorrow. There was a buy imbalance on SoFi. I don't know if we mentioned, for about 1 million shares. That really pumped, well, not that big of a move, but pumped on volume. Didn't move that much, but big volume going into the close. They report tomorrow morning, SoFi, before the bell. That's always an interesting name. Someone said, why are you guys pumping SoFi? They just report tomorrow. That's a day we'll look at it because you're likely to get some price action, and that's what we like to see. Opportunity to trade it, that's all. I haven't traded SoFi in a while. Been a long time since I've traded SoFi here. And probably last earnings, I'm going to guess.
We'll probably trade it. We'll probably trade it tomorrow. At least I probably will. We have different strategies for when there's earnings season. So we'll look for pre-market breaks. We'll look for all of that love as well. The NASDAQ's not getting any love as it's closing near or at its lows for the afternoon anyways, right here into this 1 o'clock bottom, or I guess that was 12 o'clock as we're an hour ahead here in Chicago. But right there, or backwards actually, right into this 19.2 area. So we got a little lower. We got to 19.1. Nice bounce back into 19.4 as we go. No big earnings that will change sort of the trajectory of the NASDAQ here. But I don't DCA or do anything like that. I don't dollar cost average like once a month or anything like that. I'll buy dips when I think stocks are oversold and or the market is as well. And I don't think we're at that point yet. You could see right into here. I feel like I don't really necessarily want to go long until we break this like 19,680 area right there in the NASDAQ. So that could be something to look forward to as well. As I can just clearly see my wife just butt dialed me. So that was good.
Boom.
19.7 coming in. Well, she's probably picking up my daughter right now. So that's maybe part of it. She knows I have the recap show, which joined me and Michael Noss as we'll talk all about crypto and things like that. And then basically whatever else, I feel like I want to talk to him about. So we'll do that. We'll get his calls on some of the plays coming forward. But you've heard what Michael Noss has said before, and that is he doesn't read earnings at all. So I'll just ask him technically about what's going on. Unless that's for Randy, we will, who's gone right now. Thank you to Randy for all of that. With only 2 minutes left, we'll wait to see what's going on now. Roughly 2 minutes. Now we have 1 minute left. So there we go. Into the last minute of close now for the market. It's been a good day, a rough day around here for the floor. As we mentioned, 2 positive traders, but it's really been something else here today. Look for your spots. There's a big seller right now, by the way, if you come over to my screen here on NVIDIA that I just
60K.
saw. There it is. Okay, so starting to get hit again. 20 there. I think it's gone. I mean, this size is not huge, man. We're done 221 million shares. There it is right there, yeah, on the offer. So it's 60K. Going to get eaten up there. So someone trading with a lot of shares here into the close gets eaten up in one print as if it does not even matter. So 20 seconds left. Good day so far, and we'll see if we can do an even better job on the market recap show. Join me very soon.
Yes, sir. With just about 10 seconds now, we got the countdown working again. So when we hit the button, it goes dead on. Let's get it over to Adara to start off the week. Big earnings week coming up. You know it's going to be a good one. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it, Adara.
Hello, Al.
Big earnings week starts off. The bigger names are going to be aftermarket tomorrow, which we're going to be pretty excited for some AMD. But don't sleep on tomorrow morning. SoFi is going to move around a little bit. Pfizer, Merck, you're going to have in play as well. Tilray, we're going to be able to see with the weed names are going to do anything. Don't hold me to that. Sometimes Tilray doesn't move at all. But during earnings season is when you want to be able to trade that one for sure. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s every day, making us look and sound good, giving you guys the best show every single chance that we do get. And a shout out to Adara and Sharif on the midday. Fantastic job giving you guys the lessons. They keep talking about the gap moves. I think those are important because you get a lot of those different opportunities. Some technicals work better than others, but hey, you can always learn something new in this here market. That's what the midday show is certainly all about. That's what we hope we're about every single day Hit Trader TV Live. I obviously want to thank Michael Noss this morning, but you know what? The Noss boss is right back. He's going to be doing it once again, maybe talking about that rejection that Bitcoin had of that 70,000 level and how some crypto names certainly fell back in there. So we'll have Sean, we'll have Adara, we'll have Michael Noss back in there. And I still have it. I know I want to thank the super chat that we got and acknowledge it. I want to appreciate, was it, Mr. Westermeyer I still haven't gotten whatever you've sent me, but thank you for the super chat. I'll keep checking to see if I get something from you via email. But shout out to all of our viewers. We appreciate you. We just ask you hit the like and subscribe. We love the super chats and we appreciate them. But hit the like, hit the subscribe. But don't go anywhere because it is time for the market recap show. We've got Sean Adera, we've got some trade review, market review, and we have Michael Noss joining us. So let's go over to the desk and get your market recap on.
All right, I'm just logging in right now, so thank you everybody for joining one more time here today as we're going to get some earnings coming through. Hey, what, Dara, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, I'm doing pretty good. Right now, how are you? Coming in one more time. Having fun, man. It's my show. I'll cry if I want to. All right, it's my party and I'll cry
if I want to. Cry
There we
if
go.
I
We're
want
at karaoke
to.
moment right now. Welcome to the show. We're going to have Michael Noss on. It's going to be a big one. We're waiting for some earnings. So there's a couple names that are coming through. If anything hits on the wire that we feel is significant enough, Adara will blast that over here and we'll have that. We had a little bit of slow earnings. We're waiting for Tilray, I thought, maybe potentially here if that can come
There's
out.
no ETA, so.
No ETA on Tilray. So that's a good one there. As we get today, we had KRE with a downside move here as regional banks start to come back in just a little bit. We did have the QQQQs coming out today with the NASDAQ.
Bless
you. NASDAQ holding right now 0.18. Just in case you're joining me and Adair for the first time, this show will end officially today at 4:30. I mean, Neil talked about dad life. We're going from rate to here, rate to practice again.
Dad life.
It does not stop once you make that commitment. That is for sure. But I like it. I was actually talking with my cousin today, and he's the same way. He's like doing this with his kids. And the minute you have more than one kid, it's disastrous for planning because unless they're like the same age or like
They have the same activities.
Yeah, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, wow, when like my daughter's doing hockey, my kid does golf, chess, and it's like every single day it's something different. But welcome to the Market Recap Show. Let's get back on pace right now as we look at some of the moves today. It was actually very few green names today. We had XLU, some of the utilities upside there as we had a nice move there. I'm into XLE. I'm going to take this out of my ear. There's not much happening for me right now. Oil, USO. Let me have a quick check to see what oil did. Oil today down. So it looks like the services sector will be up with utilities, but USO down right here. And it's nice to see, man, as we come into summer months right now, oil pushing into the 200 period moving average there at 74.50 for USO. Adair made some notes for me today on some of the movements that were happening in and around today. So we'll get to that in just a second. Uranium with some downside push. And again, Michael's going to be here talking all about this. And we've talked about do not buy names. And look, this is not to point the gun at Michael or at anybody else. We had talked about uranium breaking out here. Well, when it doesn't and you get that top, there are indicators on where you would want to get out. Look at 50-day moving averages. Looking at this starting to turn down right now. Look at the 200 not holding, right? So as you come in, are you buying names on support or not? I mean, right here, uranium comes into $27. Maybe this is an area that you want to buy, but you never want to trade something without an out, right? And so I feel like if you're looking to go long right now, use some of these bottom wicks maybe. There goes uranium in the downside. And by the way, I don't know if we fixed it or not. We'll talk to Michael, but you can scan, not that. That's to get our watch list. But we do have Trader TV 20 and or Trader TV 30 sometimes activated there to get this Trade Ideas platform, which I really like. I did want to ask Michael, I know he's in the green room right now, maybe he can look at SoFi. SoFi has been a big name here. They're going to report tomorrow morning, so we'll get Michael's take on how the SoFi chart looks. And as we know, he was with us earlier this morning, and earnings, release dates, not super key for him, but trading around them will be for him and for all of us. So let's find out here what SoFi looks like. I don't know, man, kind of stuck in the middle. We'll wait to hear what Michael's opinion is on that one today. As I look at some of the indexes, there really isn't a whole bunch to love today. The XLK again, a big tech sector spot here, downside. The SPY with the S&P 500 barely holds on to green today.
We have Tilray.
We do have Tilray out right now. Tell me if that report is hot fire or what. Let me hold on a second here. This is the weekly for Tilray. I mean, looks absolutely disgusting. Let me just go over to a 1 minute chart and see if it's getting any. Adara. Little bit of movement up there to the upside. Let me see what a live quote looks like for Tilray right now. It's climbing, 191, trying to go upside there for Tilray. So a live quote looks like 191 by 192 with not a whole heck of volume going through right now. So Tilray is either out or it isn't. Adara will get that.
They are out.
Okay, you want to go?
They beat for revenue here, $229.882 million. So $229.8 million in revenue. Analysts are looking for $225.6 million in revenue. So that is going to be a beat. It's also apparently record financial results for Tilray. They achieved 26% net revenue growth. So great revenue for Tilray, though they did miss a little bit on earnings per share. They reported a 4-cent loss per share. Analysts were looking for a 2-cent loss per share. So slightly larger than expected loss per share. But nice revenue beat there for Tilray.
Oh boy, big mention there to Obi for covering. Thank you, Obi, for doing all that. We're away next week as well. So Obi will be back in the building next week as well. For us, but there's Tilray, looking on the daily chart, looking to take down 199, $2 right there. We hit 197, so there's the $2 break. We'll see if that can get going. And let me just take our trusted Trader TV20 and our short float here on Trade Ideas for Tilray is 14.4%. So you could get some float there, and I do want to thank Michael and everybody else that comes on the show. Days to cover was something that we've talked about before, is very important. Right here on the dashboard, 6.5 for days to cover this short. So we'll see if it can get going, and that's something that can continue through. And here we go, a little bit of an expanded look now. ARC upside, gold upside. So here we go for gold. Again, we talked about that one possibly breaking out as well with GDX. Of course, that is the gold miners. GLD, I believe, is actually on, came back. Okay, so it came back a little bit there. Hitting the 50 period, coming back in, looking to get a little bit of gold exposure. We have, can't keep talking about this, but Michael talked about this last week. Seems like everything just goes back to what we've been talking about. XLV, and again, those of us worried a little bit about Eli Lilly, I like this. I like the play here in XLV. The largest holding is Eli Lilly, but as you can see here on a daily, it's holding up. Why? Because you have AbbVie in here, which is at its high. Look at the exposure, right? The difference. You don't need to be in everything, Eli Lilly, to have exposure to this sector, especially with AI changing the game. I feel like, look, Ozempic, Wegovy, I know all these names. We have Hims and Hers being investigated today as well. Let me check out what did Hims wind up doing today. This was a name, okay, a little bit back in there, but it looks like it battled back, only down 0.2. But they had a call there on an oral take for that drug. I think that could be a game changer if and when that does come out.
VKTX is another one to watch with regards. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics.
Viking.
They're another one to keep an eye on in that space. Also, Hims, Lilly, and Novo all report next week.
Good, so we'll look for that. And just to look at the stark difference between Eli Lilly, right? So there's the fade back in for this name. So trying to get exposure in the sector, I would say you'd want to look for a sector-related ETF, XBI, and XLV. Is XBI is the biotech one, right? Yeah, I just don't want to tell everybody the wrong thing there. So both of these ETFs near the highs, as you can see some stocks pulling back down again. This is the one here, sector consumer discretionary, XLY. Looks like they're going to lead the way today. And consumer discretionary, guess what's big into that one? Me and Adara have talked about this before. It's Tesla into XLY. So that was a nice move up off of earnings as well coming through. I do want to thank everybody for watching us one more time here today. Over 2,600 on a little sleepy Monday. We'll take that one, and we'll thank everybody for watching us once again. Michael, also maybe PayPal on people's minds as that comes through tomorrow. Look, do I like PayPal? Yes, I do. But why I like PayPal is kind of like how we have the management of Stripe coming through. They're going to IPO. We have Square as well. There just seems to be a lot of competition in the digital payment space right now. So I'm not sure what PayPal is going to report. I feel like the story's already out for PayPal. I'd like to see more collaboration there and maybe an investor, sort of a stake there like we had with Starbucks. Someone getting aggressive, trying to look at PayPal. We'll see if there's anything there. Blame the management and let's get Starboard or some activism happening right there as well. You've been buying stocks lately, or you have someone managing?
Yeah,
your stuff,
I have a financial manager. Also, PayPal. Yeah, I always remember when PayPal shocked the world with that big move down on that.
And there was nothing.
Shocked the world. Yeah, they said they shocked the world, and they ended up shocking the world to the downside. Also, some people wanted to hear about the Symbotic earnings in the chat, so I can give you guys those quickly. They did beat here for revenue, actually quite nicely for Q3 revenue, 491.86 million versus the estimate of 464.5 million. So 491.8 versus estimate $464.5 million here for revenue. They did, though, have lower than expected pre-tax profit. We're talking negative 13.5 million versus the estimate of positive 11 million. So a bit of an EPS miss here, it sounds like, and a beat on revenue for SYM.
Why don't we go over one more time when you can, just a rough outline here for Tilray, because Tilray's up 13%
Let's go.
and really starting to go. So there are a lot of people asking us about Tilray. So there goes Tilray up to 206. Just before I throw it back to Miss A over there, we are taking out $2. So we are starting to climb back up. A great hold, to be honest with you, of the 50-period moving average. It didn't really break. I mean, it broke it, but you're talking about pennies. So a nice little hold down there. Looking pretty good on Tilray. Bottoming out at 164, taking out 206 now, and going to the upside. So what are we talking about with Tilray there, Adara?
Yeah, so Tilray, we're talking about a miss here on earnings per share. They lost 4 cents per share. Analysts were looking for a loss of 2 cents per share. However, their revenue was quite the beat here. This was actually apparently their record financial results for Tilray, according to management. They achieved 26% net revenue growth. They did report revenue here of $229.8 million. Analysts were looking for revenue of $225.65 million. So 225 estimate, 229.8 was what we actually got reported here. They also apparently reduced their net convertible debt by about $300 million in fiscal 2024. So debt reduction, revenue beat, EPS miss, guys.
So there's a little bit of an update there on that as Tilray working. So, checks notes. I'm still down like 95% or something on that stock, as that's been absolutely beat up. It's funny, but it's not really. Okay, come over to the screen quickly, and then we'll call on Michael. So let's just do a little recap of what stocks we're moving around today. Anything in gray here is going to be pretty flat. Microsoft and Apple, pretty flat today. Meta putting up zeros, actually. Talk about getting flat. That is exactly what that was. The strength in the communication sector and technology space is going to be with Google today. Both the NASDAQ and the S&P drifted lower on Monday, despite catching a little bit of a bid, but they sort of drifted there into the close, lowering near the afternoon lows for both indexes there. This week is going to be shaping up, obviously, for a massive move because we do have some of the bigger traders, some of the bigger names coming through this week as we wait for Microsoft and Meta and Amazon, so on and so forth. Apple coming through. We'll wait for those. Walmart and Costco getting hit there today for the retail trade, as well as Amazon, all relatively flat. Home Depot catches a bid, up 0.6%. Some of the banking sectors, BAC, there was some talk about this earlier on the show, again with Michael. BAC down that 1.39%, could pick up some strength maybe if the banking sector gets going. BAC with not a bad report, but has been faded off of that. I still like JP Morgan. There's our Eli Lilly, J&J, as they continue to work through issues. That was another downside move. But the big Mag 7 companies coming through, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Apple. Then we have ARM. Oh my. That ARM trade today, honestly, man, I kind of got to do a little patting on the back on that one, because we did get right up there to 150. And, when we see that, honestly, we did the work on ARM. We really liked 150. I wasn't here on Friday, but I can see this level. And that was 150 right there. ARM ripped up to the upside, and then boom, that's $8 down there at 142. And it finally breaks the 50-period moving average, and we wind up getting out up there. The 50-period was not there at the time, but there it was, a nice out at 142 for ARM as they come with a report later on in the week. I'm not going to make him wait any longer. It's Michael Nas. Let's go. It's Trader Talk. Michael, over 2,400 watching, and it can't be for me or Adara. It has to be for you. So welcome on the show again, my friend. And it's your second time today, and it can't be enough. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Anything pique your interest today, either in the broader market or individual stock specific, or any ideas that maybe you want to touch on that you might have come up with throughout today's trade?
Yeah, I love days like this as a relative strength guy. people, someone who wants to buy stuff that's holding up very well and then, get rid of stuff or even short stuff that's not holding up very well. And it was really interesting to see on my screen here. This is this scan up here is actually my up sector scan, and you can see there's not many. Everything was bleeding. If I go over to the down sectors here, everything's really, really red. So again, for me, as someone who's looking for relative strength, I absolutely love it. So I came here this morning and I talked about some of these post-earnings plays. Bank of America, you already mentioned. I talked about one, but when I noticed that the XLF was actually holding up pretty strong today, even though it was negative, it wasn't down very much. I went to take a look and I saw this Capital One Financial, and it has this massive area at about 150, sold off a little bit off the open and then came back up to that level. So full disclosure, I'm in a little bit of this name already from another algorithm kind of trade that I have, but I'm really looking at this 150 area. If we get above there, I might add and get into a full position.
Did anything show up on your scanners there about this name, Charles Schwab, SCHW? Because this was a name, and I did not pull the trigger on this, but we had talked about this earlier, and I think it was with Brian last week. It might have been with yourself, but I'm always looking at these kind of levels where we break through the 200 period on a name that I like, and then we start to find some kind of past levels that had worked. I feel like here on Charles, and mind my voice, I apologize. A lot of screaming and yelling and excitement this weekend. But was $60-61 there for Charles Schwab. Was this something that you looked at? I know you like to buy strength, and this name not necessarily strong as we try to hold off this 200 period right here. But tell me if you like this name, maybe breaking through this level of $66, or are we still in a wait and see here on Charles Schwab?
Well, you mentioned, right, I like to buy the strongest stuff. I don't want to necessarily get in something like this that's gotten more hammer than the rest. But I did draw an anchored VWAP from this really major 2023 low, and that's right where it stopped. So it could be some institutional accumulation going on there. But then I look at some of the bigger banks. It's going to be a different area because it's banks versus brokers, but all in the semi space. Then I look at something like Bank of America with its solid uptrend. And that makes me a little bit more interesting. If I'm looking at Schwab, I'm always looking at interactive brokers as well, because they're more akin to each other in this kind of discount type broker space. And I look at a chart like IBKR, and this just makes me way more interested in buying something like this than something that you see in Schwab, where Schwab had that earnings and absolutely got killed. It looks like interactive brokers is actually doing okay here. So I like to buy strength, but we do have that AVWAP support on Schwab that could be a good place to take a shot anyway.
I hear it also TH, and I know this doesn't bother too many of us, but he's saying that there's some rumors there about Schwab. So yeah, sometimes when you're 100% right, Michael, I think that's how you could sniff things out, right? I mean, if a stock's not performing well, there's always reasons behind it. Here's IBKR. I know you were just looking at that one. So I had marked down Mara today. This is a name that you and I always talk about. Here's that infamous $23 level. I loved this level. This was a name that I had written down today on my, actually wasn't on the sticky note. It was a late amendment to it, but cash cow right there. I really liked Mara breaking through. We had written it down on here. If we did break that 23 level, I really like that as strength in crypto. We felt like was here earlier, but all day basically Mara. Is it Mara or Mara? I think it's Marathon. We talked about this Mara.
We call it Mara. I don't know.
What do you call it, Michael? Mara or Mara?
I always say Mara, but it makes more sense as Mara.
That's because like Marathon Digital. Yeah, I know. That's me and Neil went back and forth about that. But look at it get faded all day. And I just think as a CMT, maybe you can address this as well, because I really liked this level here. And I feel like, and I think I'm right, to be honest with you, if crypto kept going and took 70,000, this was a name that is levered, obviously, to that kind of a move. 26% short float. So if crypto is going to dance to the downside, then yeah, this is going to fall a little bit. Did you like that breakout trade there at 23 if it kept going? Anything on your radar here? I know you and I have often talked about Coinbase. We continuously talk about that one. But I find like these trades, Michael, are so tough right now because they're just following BTC. And BTC and I saw this on your Twitter and stuff that you've been talking about, tends to move over the weekend, and we can't be in stocks over the weekend. So what do you think about Coinbase and Mara? Is there a trade here?
The thing about Mara, there was actually a report I was reading, I believe this morning, and they're actually going to start hodling Bitcoin. They're taking a key from MicroStrategy, where no one really knows what MicroStrategy does, except it owns a lot of Bitcoin. And generally speaking, when you're mining Bitcoin, when you're mining any sort of crypto, you take that and you turn it into cash at a regular interval, or almost some of them do it immediately in order to make that money. Mars actually did a little report, and they said they have a little bit of cash. They have, like, you can see on my screen here, it's actually 1.5 billion. We always have the fundamental data for you guys on the top of the screen. So they said, okay, we have cash. We have 1.5 billion in cash. Let's actually hold a lot of Bitcoin. So what you're going to get is you're going to get Mara move way closer to crypto than even it was before. So I agree that it's going to be a levered up play with that 26% short float. Really makes me think that we should take a look at that. But another report I was reading, again, this is one of the benefit of being a swing trader, is you have a lot of time to research, and you don't really need to be trading that often, but was talking about the commitment of traders data. And essentially that what that is, that you have to declare when you're trading futures, whether you're long, short, if you're over a certain size. And a lot of the large names, the smart people out there that have a lot of money at their disposal are starting to short Bitcoin futures. So there may be a little bit more messiness going on than we think. I love the chart when it comes to Bitcoin. I love the chart when it comes to Mara. I just don't think it's going to make the breakout that easy for people anymore.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We actually had a question for you from Rob EV in the chat, wanting to know what you think of Spotify, SPOT, saying that they had a good earnings reaction a week ago and then pulled back to support at 320. So I guess, what are your thoughts on Spotify, if you have any right now?
Absolutely. And yeah, you can see I already have it marked up on my charts here, because this is one of my favorite types of trades. So this line that I have, this is just something you can do in Trade Ideas. You set a price alert and you can go about your day, and it will flash in your face when the price is hit. And I have that at 330. And the reason I have it there is just this recent high that we had. Sellers came in and rejected this 330 high very, very strongly, pulled into earnings, but you're right, had a positive earnings beat and a nice push because of earnings, and now 2 days of trading under that. So I'm watching this. My trade on this, I think, is going to be pretty simple. If we can reclaim and close, get a daily close above that 330, that's where I want to get involved, and my stop's going to go under wherever the swing low is at that time. I love the look of it. It's, if you look here, this is a weekly chart, zoomed out a bit, just an amazing trend, very, very strong, good revenue, lots of cash on hand, everything that you want to see. So yeah, I like the fact that we undercut that prior, shows that there's still some selling going on in this area. So I'm just going to look for that guy to be done or to step aside, and I'm going to get involved over that 330 area.
All right, good little talk there. Thanks to Derek for that question. Thank you, everybody in the chat, and thanks to Michael for that as well. All right, we're into earnings season right now. Big name on everyone's mind. I think it's because it's a little cheapy one here. It's SoFi, right? SoFi coming through. They did have an EPS positive report last time. Still looking for a negative EPS quarter over quarter, year over year. But we'll see right here. Earnings per share looking positive. Obviously, we're not going to talk too much about what those numbers look like. We're just going to talk about the chart here. But I don't know, man. I mean, it still doesn't look pretty good. We could draw lines all over this, but, still coming in, looks like into a wedge. Maybe a little bit of a flag pattern here, but I'm not sure. What do you see on SoFi? I still think we can retrace back into $6. It's not looking overly healthy to me, but there's a lot of traders that are piling into this name. It's a big sort of Reddit name as well, Michael. This could move tomorrow. Short float of 19%. What do you think?
For what I do, and in my opinion, there's better places to go than a place like SoFi. I get it. It's a new technology. It's decently shorted. And for some reason, people like to gravitate to these lower price stocks. But if you just look at the chart that I brought up here, it's just stuck in a range and inside a range, right? You have this more larger range from kind of $10 to wherever this low is, probably 5 something. And then inside that, you're stuck within another range right here. If this thing's ever going to get and challenge its IPO high, it's going to have to get through this $10, which seems to be a kind of massive level of resistance. Now, between where we are and $10, that's 30-ish% gain. So if you're looking to trade that, then maybe that's a good trade to have. But you mentioned, I'm not one for the fundamental stuff, but you mentioned that they're expecting negative earnings. And there's one thing that we really need to have learned by now, in my opinion, when it comes to trading stocks in this particular market where interest rates as they are. If you're not making money, you're just going to get killed, and you're going to continue to get killed until you can turn that around. We've seen that with the meme stocks and the high flyers like Peloton and all this. When you can get 5% on your money, absolutely risk free, you need your company to return something. So either they have to be growing dramatically or they need to be making money. So technically, doesn't look interesting to me. I would set, if it was me, I would set a lure around $10. If it ever gets that $10, that maybe that's where you start to get involved and get interested in it.
All right, want to have some fun, Michael?
Sure.
Always, right? We're on the show. McDonald's today up 3.79%. I just tweeted this out right here from Carbon Finance. Thanks to Adara for this one as well. Still the king in market capitalization is McDonald's. Pick one here, Michael. When next time you're coming to Toronto, where am I taking you out? Okay, we got McDonald's. Please say McDonald's. I mean, it's pretty cheap to get that value meal. We got McDonald's. Give me a choice here if you wanted like a little light snack. Well, some of these may be meals. McDonald's, Starbucks, Chipotle, Yum Brands, little KFC, little RBI there, of course, Tim Hortons, Domino's, Kava. I never had Kava. Yeah, you had Kava? You ever been in the States and had some Kava there? Those Mediterranean bowls? What did I skip? Texas? What is this? Texas Roadhouse right there? I don't know. What is this? What is this? DRI there. Oh, that's Darden. So Olive Garden.
Domino's.
Give me a pick here.
I have a bit of a policy that when I'm traveling, which I travel a lot to speak at different shows and talk about charts and markets and all that, I go to McDonald's.
Okay.
As a travel food, I know what I'm going to get. I know what the menu's like. Now if we're going somewhere fancy, if you're paying, then I'm making you
Wingstop. I'll pay Wingstop. Wings are a little expensive nowadays. Price of poultry going up. Plus, Ramin loves Wingstop. Therefore, if we have any like extras, we can bring them back and stuff like that. So we always want to keep them happy. Are you coming back here anytime soon? I know your family's relatively young, so maybe not anytime soon. But are there anything in your plans?
As soon as I can get there and not have the wife murder me for leaving 2 children. But speaking of McDonald's, I like this chart.
Okay.
I got to say, I've been looking at it. I drew you have to draw kind of the golden arches here. That's probably a played out meme on this one. Everyone was looking at this as a giant top. I love companies that it looks like there's a massive top being formed and that ends up not being true. I think you've got a big area of support right here, and then you had this little tight base that it's been playing for between 250 and 260 for a while. We broke that today, and on a tape that was actually pretty ugly, we ended up holding that as well. So I look at it as, what else do you need? If it breaks above and it can hold above 260 for any length of time, I'm actually going to buy some with my stop under this major 250 area and go from there. I think it's a good trade on again, a solid company that if this top is not a top and we end up getting to those highs and breaking out, that's $300. So you're buying it at you're risking $10 to make 40, 50 or even more.
Speaking my language. McDonald's, good call on that one. We'll definitely get together. When next time you're in town, say hi to the family for us. That's Michael Noss. Thank you so much for coming through one more time. I could talk to you forever, but it's 4:30, and I also got a scram for Adara as well. Michael, thank you so much for everything that you contribute to the show. Trader TV 20 and or 30. Try both, whatever one works. You can get that over there at Trade Ideas. It's Michael Noss. Have a splendid week, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael.
Talk to you soon, guys. Have a good one.
It's Trader Talk. All righty then. All right, so just real quickly as we go, we're going to do this real quick. It's roll call. So get into the chat immediately if you want me to shout you out. And I'll just, while you guys get in there, let me just quickly show you the sticky note today. I thought like it was pretty good, man. Our number one trade was the Tesla long. So we had that, the NVIDIA long at 111. That's where it ends the day. We'll pick on that tomorrow and figure out if that happens. 255 on Coinbase was the top, just like Mara 23 was the top. So if you went the other way, and then this one, you want to talk about the 2 biggest trades today on the show. ARM short, $7. Tesla long, $4. They're $5. They're both right here. There's the Tesla long. There's the ARM fade. Everything else didn't even hit. Disney 92 short. We didn't get that. We did talk about it. But just to go over a quick review, this is that ARM short. 150. I mean, came in, we took it, man. And there it is right there. I think we took it twice. There it is right there. Nice move down into 142. So that was a big one. And then this one, I was TSLA. Was a little bit more nervous on Tesla because it already ran Adara $4, $5, $6 into this trade. So there it goes. But it's still at the end of the day breaks that 228. Most of our outs are for $1, $2. As you can see into here, these are 229 fills, all these top ones right there. It's a 228 breaker. There it is right there, out on the 50-period moving average, which gave us, I wasn't here, gave us that reload down there at 228 again, which tend to work out. Let's go roll call. Who's here? Who's not? It's our friend, the Piper. He says thank you to Adara as well. So thank you, Adara. Shadera stays late, but I'm only late until Wednesday this week. So I go Monday, Tuesday. Neil goes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, I believe. Maybe I'm Friday. Oh no, I think I'm this Friday with
you swapped last
guess
Friday.
who?
Raider Trader.
We're introducing
That's
Raider
gonna be
Trader.
so much
I told my guy, I was like, look, Raider Trader, the people want you. Ramin's not here Friday. Fail? I don't know. Oh, too bad, Ramin. We're ordering in Wingstop on Friday. That's too bad. Sorry about that. No, just joking. We're not. We're going. Oh, we're trying to go get brisket on one of the days. So we'll talk about that. You guys will be on the midday show. I'll talk to you. What is brisket? I have too much. We'll have to address this afterwards. What's up to Zion Lala, baller, stock caller? I like that. Sebastian, Ricky Peters, as well. Enchantress Wonderland. Hey, I haven't seen you before. Shout out to the philanthropist Baker coming through. Jam Losi is here. The real tech geek is here as well. Derek Thompson, Aldrin, Alt Styles, Ricky Peters, Be Free. All right, that's enough. Thank you so much, Adara. I like that jacket. Looking sharp here today. Thank you to everybody. Thanks, Ramin, for staying late. And thank you to everybody as part of the show. Sharif, Neil, Obi. I think I got everybody. Brendo. Fabian, I think I might have done that already.
You might have mentioned him.
Thanks to Michael Noss as well. I did say Ramin. Yeah, everyone knows I said Ramin. Don't get me. You're trying to get me in trouble. I see what you're trying to do. All right. Thanks to everybody for joining. All of you. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. Can we stop waving? Yes, we can. Until then, ciao from Trader TV Live, Trader TV, Sean and Dara. Check us out later. See ya.
Peace.